Hey friends, welcome to the channel. So here's another interesting story of Deku. What if Deku was raised by Thor? I have given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike. Please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Thunder over Musutafu by Alien Youth. CT Men are not made equally. From a young age, Midoriya Izuku's life was guided by that unalterable reality, since he was only an ordinary, a typical youngster living in a world where superhumans rule. A world he desired to be a part of, but which life had cruelly chosen to keep him out of. All of this started a few years after what society later dubbed the blip, the application of the Infinity Gauntlet to reconstruct the half of humanity that had been brutally destroyed in an incident known as the snap 5 years earlier. However, what if the Infinity Gauntlet's reality-altering powers had swept across the globe a second, third, and even more times in the near future, bringing back the people who had been lost and eliminating the biggest threat to humanity? Something took place. Even the world's greatest scientists had never been able to definitively determine whether humanity had changed fundamentally upon returning from the abyss or whether the energies released by the Infinity Stones had altered the populace in some other way. But after the blip, there was definitely something different about the world. The story started in Qingqing, China, when a kid was born with the capacity to shine throughout his body. He was hailed as a contemporary medical miracle right once, and doctors from all over the world researched him. However, a few months later, another miracle occurred when an infant was found who could levitate toys and bottles on his own. Subsequently, it occurred a third time, a fourth time, and so on and so forth. Once more, a superhuman generation gradually emerging from the ostensibly unremarkable mass of humanity and raising its palms to the sun. Over half of the population possessed a meta ability, or quirk, within the first century of this new status quo, with a disproportionate amount of the minority group centered in the elder generations. The percentages changed even more with each succeeding generation, to the point where more than 80% of people were considered quirked, and children who were quirkless were an uncommon medical oddity. Many would argue that they are an evolutionary throwback, with a vestige of a second joint in the small toe to match their lack of eccentricity. Every child was born with a quirk of some kind, from the ridiculous to the ordinary, and it became typical for kids to grow up never having met or even knowing anyone who didn't have a quirk. The extraordinary became commonplace in this world, and the power that was previously only available to a select few became accessible to everyone. As superhuman talents became more widespread, regular superhuman crimes also emerged, and superheroes emerged to fight them. The wave of criminals attempting to carve out a place for themselves with their newfound talents swiftly overpowered shield, sword, and the self-described Earth's mightiest heroes, compelling national governments to enact new laws governing the use of quirks as well as a system to deal with those who disobeyed them. A whole new generation of heroes emerged around the world, and the Avengers were soon reduced to threats on a planet. With the expanded abilities came restrictions and laws dictating what individuals could and could not do. Specialized schools started to remove classes following classes of students who were heroic heroes who put an end to the mayhem and disarray by using their abilities. However, as humanity staggered into a new era of superhuman strength, a once great people retired to a remote area of the planet to spend their last years in peace. Several thousand Asgardian survivors of their homeworld's devastation made Tonsberg, Norway, their new home. Following the blip, their population doubled, but they maintained their modesty, happy to let humanity forge its own course in the future. Their heyday was over, their homeworld had vanished, and they were content to merely live and do their best to fit into the odd new planet they had found themselves in. Izuku came into this world at birth. At 4 years old, he was diagnosed as one of the few quirkless kids left in the world, and his hopes of becoming a superhero were brutally dashed before he could even attempt to realize them. Bullied and humiliated by his peers, he was written off as ridiculous and treated with contempt by grown-ups. Even though he aspired to be a hero like his hero idol All Might, saving everyone while grinning, he was unable to fulfill his ambition, according to others around him. Up until the day when two anomalies on Earth's population coincidentally meant that he could. After leaving Aldera Junior High School, Midoriya Izuku walked slowly and haltingly turned the pages of Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 13, which were stained with water and burnt. Fortunately, Kacchan's rage had only slightly damaged rather than destroyed his notebook. Izuku felt like throwing up at the idea of losing so many months' worth of meticulous effort and meticulous notes. But back home, he had an ample supply of extra Kukuyo notebooks waiting for him. He could transfer everything to a fresh, dry, unburned replacement, though it would take some time and work. Subsequently, he would appropriately conclude Volume 13 before proceeding to Volume 14. He would eventually use all the notes he had been taking over the years to aid him in his ambition to become the greatest hero of all time. The cruelty Kacchan had shown him today, not only in attacking his cherished notepad, still astounded him. Should you wish to become a Taking a swan leap off the roof and believing that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life is a quick method to become a hero if you want to be one that badly. Had the blonde actually meant what he said, even though he was used to receiving cruel comments and teasing because of his peculiarities and had been seeing spider flowers on his desk occasionally since his classmates were old enough to comprehend their meaning? What if he had written it in a note to himself? That it was Kacchan who had set him up to commit suicide. The conceited blonde truly needed to learn to think before he talked. He would be lucky to land a position as a mall security guard, let alone become a real-life hero, after a scandal of that magnitude. Not that he would ever give the boy's comments much credence. Izuku had too much to witness, too much to do, and too much to prove to even think about using that kind of escape route out of his situation. Since his quirk put him on an even playing field with his opponents, pro-heroes like the underground legend Eraserhead effectively battled without a quirk. However, all of Eraserhead's combat skills came from years of training and expertise. Why couldn't Izuku be a hero without an offensive quirk in his name if Eraserhead could be? It wasn't impossible, even if he would have needed some really powerful support equipment to bridge the gap between his own skills and a peculiarity like Eraserhead's. Hell, Eraserhead wasn't the first one who fought crime in a remarkably non-quirk-like manner. Both of the men who had acted as All Might's sidekicks were poorly known, but Izuku had managed to learn that Shield David only possessed a quirk that changed his fingers, while Sir Night-Eye possessed some sort of poorly understood precognition ability that he acknowledged existed but would not discuss in depth. Granted, All Might carried out the majority of the fighting when collaborating with either man, but both had made infrequent but successful appearances on the battlefield. Why couldn't Izuku defeat villains, especially those that LL Might encountered, if a guy who could only see the future was able to do so? Izuku stopped and looked around, looking up from his burned notebook to see the dark subway ahead of him. Even though the underpass was the quickest route home, he wasn't in a rush today, especially considering the amount of work he would have to do to reconstruct his damaged notebook into a new volume when he finally arrived at his apartment, and the underpass simply felt so dreary and dark. It was the kind of thing that would do little to lift his already depressing spirits. Therefore, he chose to try and lift his already depressing attitude by taking a little longer, but sunnier and airier, route back to the building rather than continuing on his current course. He crossed the street and entered the scarcely distinguishable Interfeying Park after what seemed like a lifetime of waiting for the light to change. Which, in spite of his mediocre command of English, he was unable to spell or pronounce correctly. He wasn't quite sure what to make of the peculiar way two of the vowels were mashed together and touching, and the sign had at least one character that wasn't seen in the conventional Latin alphabet. In a strict sense, the park was unique, even if unconventional. The only sovereign territory the Asgardians kept outside of Tonsberg, Norway, and their ambassador to the whole globe. Merely a single city block square, it was rather archaic in contrast to the well-tended parks looked after by Musudafu's city government. A few especially hardy-looking trees that had been transplanted from Norway decades ago mostly broke up the flat expanse of land, and the grass was a different cultivar than what Izuku was used to seeing around the rest of town. The only building was a tiny, golden gazebo with a life-size statue of Thor situated inside it, to the left of the park's center. And then there was a desolate crater in the middle of the park, the Stormbreaker's ultimate resting place. Owing to his incessant research on all the heroes worthy of print, prior to Quirk and present, Izuku possessed the most knowledge about Stormbreaker of any person in Japan who wasn't an Asgardian. The Stormbreaker was the lone weapon used by Thor's temporary female successor and his second weapon overall. Eitri the dwarf had created Stormbreaker to replace Mjolnir when Thor's first hammer was destroyed in a fight with an unidentified adversary. Stormbreaker was noticeably bigger than Mjolnir, with a handle that resembled an axe rather than a hammer and was tainted by the block-like Norse runes that had been burned into the wood. Once, when they saw no danger in it, one of the Asgardians keeping watch over the place had been so kind as to translate them for the rest of the world. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Stormbreaker had lost much of its initial excitement more than a century after it arrived at its final resting place. Young was a relative phrase when it came to the species, but Izuku had learnt that the park was constantly watched over by one or more of a revolving succession of young Asgardians from sunrise to sunset. The teenage-looking lad Izuku had once gathered up the guts to talk to explained that sentinel duty at Inderfying Park was part of a rite of passage for the younger generation, frequently their first foray into the outside world that they'd been allowed to take. Occasionally, a park visitor would attempt to lift Stormbreaker, but inevitably, with no success. Additionally, on Thor's Day, each year, visitors from all over the world flocked to the park. Celebration honoring the Avenger and the pre-Quirk, God of Thunder. What had happened to the first Thor? Izuku was certain that a select group of people had the answer, but none of them were speaking in a way that he could hear from a distance. When he had disappeared so totally, why had his hammer fallen to earth? Once more, Izuku felt positive that someone was aware. But whomever they were, they remained silent. Why, of all places, did it land in Musutafu? Once more, nobody who was willing to divulge the details was informed. Izuku entered the park and walked slowly over to where Stormbreaker sat in the middle of its almost hip-deep landing crater, with a teenage girl a few years older than him watching over the hammer from a nearby gazebo. Or at least she appeared to be a few years older than him, being a teenager. Izuku realized that the female might even be older than Quirks or even superheroes as we know them, since Thor had appeared to be in his 40s at most while he was much over a millennium old. The kind youngster he had previously spoken with was born in Asgard, having celebrated his third centenary just a few years prior to their meeting. It appeared as though he was about to graduate from college. All the same, she was an exceptionally beautiful female, especially when measured against the other Asgardian guardians of the park. On his way home, Izuku had been by the park a few times and had noticed her before. She was tall, had long blonde hair, green eyes that were somewhat lighter than his own, and had generous curves. He realized she was simply too beautiful to ever give him the time of day if it wasn't necessary for her profession. Her attire was very dissimilar to what he was accustomed to seeing in the city. A wide band of green leather hanging from her waist over a pair of black leggings adorned with golden rings, and a green leather dress with a string of decorations hanging over her bosom. She gave him a phony smile and a bored hello as she looked up from the tablet she had propped up on the podium in front of her. "Hello. Have you come to try your luck at lifting Thor's hammer?" Izuku flushed and looked from the cute girl to the hammer and back again before reaching up to touch the back of his neck. He persuaded himself he could handle this. She was quite gorgeous and he was uneasy, but maybe he could handle this. It was just like when he talked to female professors or cashiers. She wasn't genuinely attempting to talk to him for personal reasons or anything. I wasn't intending to. I was just on my way home from school and decided to take a different route for a change of pace. But, I suppose it couldn't hurt anything, could it? That's the spirit, she said, managing to sound simultaneously encouraging and uninterested, akin to a cashier who was relieved that he knew what he wanted from a fast food joint. She went out of the shining gazebo, placed her tablet down on the podium in front of her, and extended her hand to greet him. "If you want, I can take a picture with your phone so you can show your friends what you did." Izuku gave a self-deprecating smile and shook his head before he could stop himself. That's okay. I don't have any friends. After a minute of awkward silence, he took out his phone and held it out to her. I visited this location a few times previously and have even spoken to one of your coworkers, but I've never attempted to lift the hammer. As a quirky teenager, it simply seemed kind of ineffective. The girl took his phone and waved it away. That doesn't mean anything as long as you're worthy. After all, Jane Foster was a quirkless scientist before she took up Stormbreaker and became Thor. And Captain America was technically quirkless when he wielded both Mjolnir and Stormbreaker against Thanos and his Black Order. To be fair, Captain America wasn't helpless. He was just quirkless in the strict sense. Izuku's eyes widened as she said, "Are you talking about Foster Jane in the general sense, or did you actually know her?" Then the first half of her remark caught up with him. "Though I am aware that Asgardians mature more slowly than the rest of us, what is your age? Were you acquainted with Thor, Loki, Valkyrie? Have any of the Avengers ever met you? Let me start by giving you some advice that your mother obviously never felt it was appropriate to give you. You should never inquire about a woman's age, weight, or bra size, especially if you don't know our, and although I may be an Asgardian, I am a woman." The girl narrowed her eyes and glared at Izuku until he raised his hands in. "Give in," flushing intensely. "But to answer your other concerns, we are good friends, although we dated briefly. Unfortunately, Brunhild and I are rivals of sorts and don't really get along. Well, most of the time. Regrettably. Bruce Banner was a fairly pleasant companion. He made me think of an old Asgardian friend. It's best to keep things about Scott and Hope Lang quiet." Izuku's eyes widened in amazement once more at the girl's remarks, just as he was getting over his first reprimand. "You lived on Asgard?" She was easily over 200 years old, based on her knowledge of Loki's survival during the colony's founding at Tonsberg. However, her longevity belied her age, and Izuku was filled with questions due to the things she must have seen and the battles she may have witnessed. "Yes, and now I live on this mudball, watching people try to lift my former king's hammer without success," the blonde said, rolling her eyes. "I know there's not technically a line, but I would like to get this over with." Hefting his phone, she waved it back and forth. "In my novel, I was at a really interesting point." Oh, that part about her not being a friend but rather an employee whose time he was using, that was almost lost in his thoughts. Izuku nodded and walked over to Stormbreaker, turning to look back at the girl as he noticed her holding his phone between two glowing discs of eldritch energy and moving it around to get the best shot. She could actually do magic? Now he had even more questions. Wait, focus, the hammer. Izuku reached down and wrapped both hands around Stormbreaker's wooden shaft, taking a deep breath before tugging, only to find nothing. He then pulled again and again, just to be sure, before raising his hands in defeat and backing away. "I suppose I'm still hammerless and quirkless." Thought that would have been awesome, wouldn't that? Yes. Cool. Now if you don't mind, I've got 200 pages left to this book and only an hour until my replacement arrives, the girl said, gesturing for Izuku to rest one hand on the Stormbreaker's hilt and waiting for him to follow her instructions before taking one last picture. Then his phone spun around and floated over to him, hanging there in front of him until he reached up to pluck it out of the air. Izuku turned to face the blonde doubtfully as he put his phone back in his pocket. "I mean, if you're off in an hour, can't you finish your book then? When I can get paid to read, why should I read on my own time?" He assumed she had a point. Izuku spent the next hour or so sketching Stormbreaker and the Asgardian girl, or woman, or female whose name he was too cowardly to ask, on the grass near the gazebo in Inderfaying Park. The former because he'd improved his drawing skills since he was 11 and had last visited the park with a notebook in hand. The latter because, as he told himself, he needed to improve his drawing of European features, especially now that Captain Celebrity and other American heroes were making their way into the Japanese hero scene. Naturally, it didn't help that she was remarkably likely. Finally, though, he'd run out of things to do in the park, so he decided to leave, walking slowly down the sidewalk towards home, checking his phone along the way, getting a little excited about a message from his mother, and then ducking into the closest grocery store obligingly to sketch what he might have looked like if he'd been able to lift Stormbreaker and become the new Thor, based on comparing the old photos of Jane Foster's Thor compared to the older published pictures of her. Pick up some supplies for dinner that night. He threw the door open upon arriving at the flat, slipping off his shoes and calling out to her from the Gen-Con, "Mom, I'm at home now." "Honey," in the living room. Izuku followed the sound of her voice to find his mother staring at the television with a look of concern on her face as the news played. "You made it home okay? Not much unusual happening today?" Izuku shook his head, shifting his gaze unsteadily from his mother to the TV and back. Why? What had he missed that made her seem strange? No. Well, I suppose that depends on how you define out of the ordinary. I'm running late because I made my first ever stop in Inderfaying Park on the way home. It was a typical day aside from it. Why? After giving him a gentle nod and taking the grocery bag from him, Inko Midoriya stood up and headed straight for the kitchen. Well, there was some sort of gigantification quirk villain this morning during rush hour, and then a sludge quirk villain of all things was seen robbing stores all through the neighborhood this afternoon, she said, shaking her head. All Might pursued him, but there is no news of him apprehending the criminal, so I'm concerned that he may still be at large. Izuku decided that tact was more important than bravery, so he tried not to laugh when his mother mentioned the quirk villain that he had seen Mount Lady defeat on the way to school. However, as soon as she mentioned the second half of her explanation, Izuku became alert. All Might? In this place, Musutafu. Why, I wonder. Roppongi is his agency. He fights crime across the nation, but I never imagined that one day he would be in my own neighborhood. Izuku straightened up and took out his broken notebook from his backpack. I need to transfer this to a new book immediately. What happens if we cross paths? I really can't believe he would sign anything this abused. With a loving shake of her head, Inko looked up from the counter and said, Izuku, you really need to take better care of your notebooks. Izuku bit his lip to keep from answering, realizing that his mother had no idea what kind of bullying and harassment he endured on a daily basis and that if he said anything about it, it would stay that way. She already had enough to worry about, and he had no desire to add any more to that burden. How was the park? Although it's really close by, I'm not sure when you last paid it a visit. These days, you're constantly so focused that I fear sometimes that you're not taking in everything around you. After giving it some thought, Izuku decided to address his mother's favorite thing, which was pleasant human connection. At least, after a while. I spoke to a girl today. His mother let out a gasp and he nodded eagerly. At the park. She had Stormbreaker under observation. She snapped some pictures of me attempting to lift it as we conversed for a while. Oh, that's so fantastic. Making new friends starts with striking up a conversation. Did she look pretty? Inko leaned forward conspiratorially. What is her name? Blushing, Izuku searched his memory but could not recall anything. Heck, he had not bothered to ask her before leaving, had he? He had forgotten something so basic, yet still managed to offend her by asking her age out loud. What a dumbass he could be at times. No wonder he had no friends. Gazebo-san. Perhaps I should go by again tomorrow to see if she's still there. Or find out who's present what her name was. That could be less awkward than acknowledging that I spoke with her for a while without even trying to get her name. Inko gave him a hearty thumbs up in return, saying, Do it. Was she attractive, too? Mum. Yes, she was. Section 2 Joe's note. Unlike the first time I wrote a fanfiction, I'm currently working a 50-hour work week, which cuts into my writing time significantly. That being said, I want to keep this story's chapters manageable because, unlike the first time I wrote a fanfiction, I tend to post there as soon as I finish something, whereas it can take me days or weeks to find the time to post it onto an arch. Thank you to all of the following people for supporting me on Patra 0N. Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis 2, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Earlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, the 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for supporting me. The next afternoon, as he returned to Inderfaying Park, Izuku was constantly keeping an eye out for anything that might even remotely be classified as a sludge villain. Apparently, the evildoer had not only broken free from All Might but had also avoided the media and security cameras during his misdeed, leaving no pictures for the media to publish along with their alert that he was on the loose. As they arrived at the park, he became very excited to see that not only was the attractive blonde Asgardian from the previous day returned for a second day in a row, but she was accompanied by a taller Buddy. Buddy, he hadn't really noticed the day before, but the blonde was really tall, at least taller than he was. Granted, he wasn't quite done growing and might still be able to reach the average height of 170 centimeters for his country, but right now he was only slightly over 165 centimeters, while she was at least a good 190 centimeters taller. When she turned to face him and gave a start at the sight of him, he cheerfully raised his hand and called out to her, "Gazebo-san, hi there." The dark-haired woman accompanying the well-known face laughed, and he instantly regretted his kind welcome. "He called you Miss Gazebo. That's Sylvie Gazebo. I can't. Doesn't it have a pleasing sound to it?" With a scowl, the blonde Asgardian gave her partner a hard shove in the stomach, causing her to stagger backward and emit a loud grunt. "Stop talking so much. He's being courteous. My name is Sylvie. We chatted yesterday, and I didn't ask for my name or give it to him." This time, when she turned to face Izuku again, she gave him the same fake smile that was barely visible. "You can call me that if you plan to visit me on a frequent basis. Or if you're in the mood for formality, Lushton-san. The way you guys address everyone by their last names is something I'll never get used to. I actually chose my own a while ago, so I don't even really have one." Izuku blushed slightly and bowed, saying, "I'm sorry, Lushton-san." Despite her introduction by first name, Izuku lacked the confidence to go and say, "I won't call you Gazebo-san again." Despite the fact that Lushton didn't seem like a particularly Asgardian last name, styled slightly differently from their human neighbors, but very much in line with the Norwegians they lived amongst, didn't they all still use patronymics? At least, that's what he'd thought when he'd gone through his Asgardian phase and read everything he could find about them, Tonsberg, and Greater Norway by association. Then it dawned on him that, as she had freely admitted, she had chosen her own last name because she had no other. Why, he wondered, had she chosen Lushton of all names? Perhaps it was some Asgardian or Norwegian toponymic name, since those had accounted for 4 of the top 20 surname positions in Norway as of when he'd looked. "Ignore the thought of my name. It's just a name." Sylvie looked at him angrily, and Izuku jerked and blushed brightly. Wait, she could use magic? Was she? No, I'm not a mind reader. You're just so simple to read. My name seems to be more carefully considered by you than by me. It's peculiar. Put an end to it. Izuku raised his hands in submission, ducked his head, and turned his head away from Sylvie. He then focused on Stormbreaker, slid past it, and looked up at the dark-haired woman's feet, finding her staring at him with a smirk on her face. Since she did not attempt to introduce herself or even engage in conversation with him, Izuku turned his attention to the one girl he had actually managed to speak with before. "Did you finish your book after I left yesterday?" "Not until I returned to the dorms, but in due course, certainly. Like most of the Midgardian literature I've read in the previous century or so, the denouement was disappointing. I'm not sure what Coley finds so romantic about these romance novels, but I find them positively boring." Sylvie scoffed and pointed to her tablet, which was perched above the wooden podium she worked at. "I dare say that love is one of the things in life that I am the most familiar with, but even I wouldn't make the choices that some of these characters do." Sylvie gestured. "It's unfortunate that someone believes that these are the right things to do in the scenarios that are shown." even though they are fictitious and are only the author's wishes being realized. Because Midgardian literature was written by his own people, Izuku felt compelled to defend it on the one hand. He was pretty sure that his mother owned at least a few romance novels, and was under the impression that such a thing was at least mildly embarrassing given that his mother tended to keep them in her room and not read them in front of him. It was rather forward, then, wasn't it? Bold. He didn't know how to respond to it. He had no idea what she was talking about. Most of his reading had tended to be in the form of manga, and he'd pointedly stayed away from josei manga until this point. It didn't really appeal to him, which was fair given that he wasn't the target audience. Thus, he found himself reverting to his favorite strategy for handling unfamiliar situations: avoidance. Turning to face his right once more, he saw the woman with the dark hair staring at him with the same sly expression that she had been wearing when he'd glanced over at her a few seconds before. He wasn't quite sure what that meant. Was it condescension, or was she just thinking of something amusing that had nothing to do with him? It was simple for him to put up with Sylvie's apathy, but he wasn't sure what to make of her strange little smile. Perhaps he might show a little more bravery today. I apologize for not introducing myself yesterday either. He was courageous enough to return here today and to discover Sylvie's true name. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and the same for your friend? Girls were masters of non-verbal communication, he knew, but in this particular situation he couldn't figure out what the topic of discussion was, so to speak. It was a simple enough question, wasn't it? One's name? Either of them could answer it. Sylvie could introduce her friend or her friend could introduce herself. So what was the matter? Finally, the dark-haired woman offered him a faint smirk. Koli. Only Koli. If it matters to you at all, I don't really like my last name. Izuku, I would say it's a pleasure to meet you, but it's really not because you're immortal. Please pardon me if I don't partake in your charming small address conventions. Even though Sylvie speaks Japanese fluently, I have to rely on Allspeak to communicate and be understood, which does not even come close to interpreting cultural clues. He had questions, starting with the simplest. What's Allspeak? As strange and forward as it was to hear his first name come out of her mouth, without an honorific, even, she was suggesting that it wasn't purposefully Yobasut? Koli finished by bringing one finger back to tap her ear, gesturing first to herself and then to him. Recall the first Asgardian interaction with Earth, or at least the period close to the beginning of the heroic age. When Thor and his companions arrived on Earth, did they suddenly possess a remarkable command of modern English? It doesn't make any sense at all, does it? Neither does the notion that, despite seeing Sylvie less than a week a year, I speak Japanese flawlessly. No, the bulk of more highly evolved creatures naturally possess this ability. You hear me in Japanese, I speak to you in Asgardian, and I hear you in Asgardian. It's a low-level psychic skill, but don't take my word for it. I'm definitely not skilled in the mental arts, but I can use Allspeak with ease. That is really intriguing. So you hear me in Asgardian, and you translate my honorifics into something you can understand better. But when you translate your own speech back into something I can understand, it loses its proper honorifics? It made some sense, but on the other hand? Have you tried being more polite? Izuku's forehead furrowed in concentration as he pondered about that. I'm not going to call Sylvie, Miss Sylvie, constantly just so she turns into Sylvie-san, for you. Koli scoffed before dismissively waving her hand. Or, cute Sylvie, as your Chan. Honorific roughly translates to in Asgardian, and it's just annoying to say that all the time. I will not be referring to you as Mr. Izuku, or anything similar, before you ask. That was fair, given that, if her age was close to Sylvie's, she was at least 2 centuries his senior. Additionally, it would be incredibly rude of Izuku to expect her to alter her speech in order to conform to his cultural expectations, and his mother hadn't reared an oaf. I'll ultimately get over it, but I'll definitely twitch every time I hear you say my name. Do you mind if I refer to you as Koli-san? Koli gave him a decidedly smug smile, snapping her fingers. It wouldn't be my first choice, but if it's my only option, I'll allow it. That being said, if you will pardon me, what honorifics do you know for gods? Izuku shuffled uncomfortably from side to side, looking over at the completely irritated Sylvie. There's Azuma, for those who are higher in status than you. Which refers to gods in culture. In particular, Kami-sama. Means, revered spirit Sama. Yes. I love it, the dark-haired girl said emphatically after giving it some thought. Then address me as Koli-sama. That being said, Asgardians were superhumanly strong and, as Sylvie had shown the day before, some of them had a talent for magic. Considering he didn't want to find himself turned into a frog or something, he was relieved to finally meet someone with more of an ego than Kacchan. Pleasure to meet you, Koli-sama. He found his eyes wandering over her. Long black hair with what looked like. The woman wore a spectacular headgear adorned with golden horns, a long, dark green dress with golden highlights that pooled about her feet on the ground, and actual golden coins of some kind woven into it. Even as Sylvie bit her lip to contain her laughter, Koli appeared rather surprised by the comment. What would make you say that? There's the dress that is all green and gold, huh? Additionally to the horns. Furthermore, to be quite honest, the manner you ask to be called Koli-sama just gives me the impression that you're one step away from requiring me to bow before you or another person. Did I mention the horns? Which Loki famously did in his first appearance on Earth at Stuttgart. Izuku trembled a little as she peered back at him in shock. He nervously pressed his index fingers against each other. Oh, and there's an anagram of Loki in your name. Anagrams aren't my strong suit, but this one only has 4 letters, so. Koli sniffed and dismissively waved her hand, saying, I promise it's all just coincidences. Remember that Loki is dead. Furthermore, I am definitely not a guy, unlike Loki who was. Though Izuku was at least as smart as not to go broadcast his suspicions to the entire park, there was something in her eyes that made him reluctant to just nod and accept her story, as salient as it was. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice a little. Thor made anecdotal references to Loki being a shapeshifter in interviews. He could probably transform into a teenage girl if he could transform into a snake. Additionally, Loki could certainly easily stage his own demise given his magical talents, which include the ability to create illusions. So it's possible that you are Loki. I most certainly am not. Izuku looked her disbelievingly and she huffed. Maybe you're really not Loki, she said, realizing that if she was Loki at all, however that may happen to work, she had clearly lost her touch as the god of lies. You're just trying to dissuade everyone from focusing on you by pretending that I'm Loki. Izuku was pretty sure he could easily disprove the accusation, which he wasn't prepared to have made against him. If I was Loki, why would I be pretending to be a bullied, friendless, quirkless nobody? If I had a quirk, I could use my power to make myself seem attractive and well-liked, since no one could refute it. Also, wouldn't all the green be a little on the nose? He paused, reached up, and squeezed his pencil between 2 fingers to free up his remaining fingers to gently pluck at his hair. Koli gestured to herself, shaking her head slowly. First of all, I'm not a therapist, so I'm not even going to try and unpack everything inherent in the fact that that's how you choose to describe yourself when given the opportunity. And if I was Loki, why would I be pretending to be a teenage Asgardian girl? Koli asked herself. See, it is not logical. I am, after all, Koli. From Tonsberg and no other place. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest and said, I can tell you're lying now. Since Sylvie, with whom you were friends, recently acknowledged that she lives on Asgard. Furthermore, if I understand correctly how you age, which, I fully confess, I might not because it was brought up in passing during a chat a few years ago. Not one of the Tonsberg-born Asgardians is old enough to be living independently yet. Consequently, you cannot be of Tonsberg and nowhere else, and still be in this room with me. It isn't achievable. Well, Loki said, sharing a sad smile with Sylvie, how come no one in Tonsberg has connected the dots even after all these years, yet a little Japanese boy was able to figure it out 5 minutes after I met him? I should probably try to come up with another story to try and sell you on, being the goddess of lies and all, but I really can't be bothered at this point, she said, crossing her arms over her chest and casting a mocking glance down at Izuku. I suppose you should get something for being the first to find it out. Just a heads up, though. I will murder you, literally, if you tell anyone. If you spoil this for me, I'll put an end to your existence. Izuku let out a low squeal, disregarding the danger as he usually did when pursuing hero fights. Mainly because Loki. When he was younger, he had gone through a fairly long Asgardian phase, which had lasted much longer than his Olympian phase due to Stormbreaker's presence in his own backyard. He had always wondered what it would be like if he could. Gathering as much information as possible about his future people, he set out to somehow become a hero like Jane Foster by taking up Thor's mythological hammer, but there wasn't much to go by. Thor had ceased giving interviews for obvious reasons and most of the information he could find was outdated. Even outside of Tonsberg, Asgardians remained reticent. In this small enclave here in Musutafu, they were somewhat more amiable but still very much a closed community. I have so many questions for you. Loki looked down at Izuku after exchanging another, noticeably more uncomfortable glance with Sylvie. I did just threaten to murder you, right? Have you heard that? Kachan threatens to kill me on a daily basis, Izuku said, shaking his backpack off his shoulder and fumbling for his notebook. After around 10 years of that kind of stuff, I'm amazingly desensitized to it. However, I would want to have the answers to some of my long-standing inquiries before I pass away. Could I make you a couple questions? After opening and closing her mouth in shock multiple times, Loki abruptly closed it with a loud click and gave a firm shake of her head. No, you might not. Consult Amora. We grew up together. She experienced most of my early experiences and knows something about my later life misadventures, at the very least. I'm going to leave, she said, swishing her palm in a small circle to form a bright green portal through which she disappeared into the park. Did she just call you, that cute little prick? Amora shook her head angrily and turned to face Izuku, saying, considering that you're constantly full of them, I'm sure you have even more questions for me now. She then daggers at the spot where Loki had been standing until a few seconds ago. I wonder if another one will pop back up if I actually successfully kill her for this. Given that Amora's name had appeared frequently in relation to Jane Foster's Thor adventures, did he really? Well, he did. But he had all afternoon to handle things step by step and avoid becoming sidetracked from the much larger secret that he had just discovered. With a questioning eyebrow, Sylvie said, Loki? Following a trend. Not the one that Thanos killed on the Statesman, according to Thor. The person he discussed after his death is, well, deceased. That's one more Loki. Izuku stopped and tilted his head inquisitively, staring up at Sylvie, his pencil blurring as he jotted down notes. So is it true that Asgardians can reincarnate, then? Was that Koli, the female he reincarnated as after dying at the hands of Thanos? No, that isn't logical at all. I simply brought up the age thing with her. That does make me question, though. Are you basically a brand new clone of yourself, or do you carry all of your memories with you when you reincarnate? Would Koli recall the life of the Loki that everyone is already familiar with if she were resurrected after Thanos? Amora looked as though she hadn't expected the question, even though it didn't take her long to respond. If you were to ask Odin, you might get a different answer because I'm not convinced the Allfather doesn't exist as a perpetually wise old man. But definitely closer to the latter than the former, Amora said in response to the question. We don't usually find remnants of our former selves lying about because Asgard burns at each Ragnarok cycle, and I don't recall anything from before I was reincarnated. More than anything else, our earthly legacy reveals more about our former life. Izuku opened his notebook to the page after the one he'd started on Sylvie, having failed to even begin a page on Loki/Koli, and started writing down details. Asgardians were undoubtedly reincarnated then, that was more than just a rumor. It made him wonder how they kept having the same families and children over and over, cycle after cycle. How was there always a Thor? A Loki? Gosh, he could spend hours questioning Amora about the Asgardian reincarnation cycle alone. Presumably in Amora, based on her comments. How different did they look from cycle to cycle? How different were their personalities? Did the same major events play out time and time again, shaping them into very similar people? What precisely is Koli, therefore, if she is not Loki reincarnated but rather, another Loki? Izuku thought, tapping the end of his pencil against his chin. Loki had demonstrated his capacity to replicate himself in public. Is Koli a duplicate of Loki? No, those scattered after Loki's defeat, I doubt they would survive his demise. Alternatively, I suppose that the rest of the cosmos is far more developed than we are. Before Ragnarok, did Asgard have cloning? Is Loki's clone Koli? Even though Amora appeared amused by the inquiry, Izuku's comprehension of the situation was severely hindered by her soft head shake. I will not be answering every question you have, despite Koli's statement to the contrary. We Asgardians have a propensity to amass a great deal of secrets because we live long lives. I'm not going to just hand them all over because some boy asked me to, who is certainly rather funny. Izuku arched an eyebrow, idly nibbling on the end of his pencil. Will you answer some questions about yourself if you won't answer my questions concerning Koli? Particularly now that I'm aware that you're not Lushton Sylvie at all? Oh right, moaned Amora, I'd almost forgotten that Loki had chosen, in a fit of pique, to reveal my hidden identity before she left. Distress. Remind me to kill her sometime. She sighed, retreated behind the platform, and sat on the stool she had been using when he had come the day before. Very well. I'm feeling giving because I'm bored. Tell me what you would like to know. Izuku turned back to his freshly created Sylvie page, struck out Amora's name, and rewrote her, wondering what he want to know, aside from, well, everything. What did he already know about Amora, just to save himself time? She could use magic. She also wore mostly green and gold, albeit a brighter and slightly yellower shade. She had jumped into the public eye helping Jane Foster's Thor back in the 2020s, becoming a very visible companion for the scientist's entire career as Thor before disappearing just as quickly as she'd appeared. More green than Loki liked. And that was about it. Except that she was skilled at using some kind of magic to manipulate people's minds, particularly male villains. For this reason, she was dubbed Amora the Enchantress. What would he like to ask first? Oh, since she hadn't made an appearance, at least not in the public eye, until Jane turned into Thor. Nobody knew who you were until 2027, even though there had been a number of prior Asgardian contacts. When Foster turned into Thor, what were you doing? Are you referring to the more specific question of what I did on Earth prior to choosing to become friends with Jane? Amora raised her hands, glancing between the two, or are we referring to a broader meaning, such as my existence before arriving to Earth? Izuku stood with his pencil poised over the page of his notebook, ready to record any information that was provided to him, but instead of choosing one, he simply nodded excitedly. Both? With a gentle giggle, Amora said, I guess you'd be curious about either response. Okay. Then I guess we'll talk about the more general meaning. Before Asgard fell, who I was. I was a well-known sorceress. I came to Asgard in search of knowledge after leaving my birthplace of Vanaheimr. Not only are we less intelligent and cultured than the Asgardians, but our people are also more profoundly magical. I left Vanaheimr behind because I knew I would never be able to fully control my abilities there. So are people from Vanaheimr the same as Asgardians? Izuku said, his eyes widening as he regarded his page about Amora and quickly struck out, Asgardian, and replaced it with, from Vanaheimr. He then frowned. What was the demonym for someone from Vanaheimr? You don't really seem much different from the Asgardian people I've spoken to here at the park, really. There's a letter in your notebook that contains the term you're looking for, Vanagnar. Good luck writing it down. And yes, we're pretty much the same as Asgardians save for our greater connection to magic, especially prophecy, Amora said, raising her hand and tracing glowing letters in the air for Izuku to copy down, his tongue sticking out of the corner of his mouth as he dutifully transcribed the foreign character. The Aesir of Asgard and the Vanir of Vanaheim fought each other, and the result was the union of both pantheons into one. Although I was never officially admitted into it, I was considered a de facto Sir because of the substantial part one played in Asgard's affairs. He'd never heard of an Amora in his studies of Norse mythology, but that didn't mean she wasn't known by other names. After all, she seemed competent at that. So I didn't think to write anything down yesterday, but I think I remember you saying that you dated Thor? Fascinating. With a seductive smile, Amora said, "What's that funny mortal term of phrase? I knew him and Jane from the Bible." Izuku flushed, but jotted that down nevertheless, knowing it would probably never be useful, though he couldn't be certain. Section 3 Joe's note. One of my perceptive reviewers noted that the rewrite of this narrative went from, "Hello, I just met you," through, "and this is weird," to, "but I have questions, answer maybe," which I think is logical given that the original version of this story had Izuku meeting Amora and lifing Stormbreaker on the same day, throwing him into a very complex new existence with very little time passing. Since there is now a larger gap between the two events, I've decided to extend that window further and add a few more encounters between Izuku and Amora, explaining why Izuku learns more about the Asgardians before he becomes Thor. Additionally, At Home Cafe is a real, multiple location chain of maid cafes in Japan that has a very good reputation and positive reviews from visitors who speak enough English to review it somewhere I could read it. Unfortunately, most websites do not allow the @ sign, so I was unable to stylize the name exactly as it is in real life. Oh well. Thank you to all of the following people for supporting me on Patra0n. Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis 2, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Earlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, The 10th Ancestor, Lukshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for supporting me. Izuku chose to wait a few days before returning to Inderfaying Park, if only to give himself some time to digest the numerous and varied revelations he had experienced during his previous visit. Loki was alive, after a fashion, but Sylvie had been willing to disclose that underneath her innocent teenage girl exterior, Koli was actually some version of Loki, and Sylvie was actually Amora the goddess. Enchantress, about whom Izuku now knew more than most living mortals, which felt like a feat to him even though it didn't take much considering that she had only been in the public light for 5 years or so about 2 centuries ago. But there was always more he could learn. He had to circle the floors of Aldera Junior High School multiple times to find his friend after dodging Kachan so he could leave school undisturbed. Eventually, though, he was headed to the park and his meeting with Amora, Sylvie, or Lushton, depending on how comfortable he was calling her given that her name was obviously privileged information and that he wasn't comfortable calling her Amora just yet. Izuku made his way into the park and came to a stop near the gazebo as a cute red-headed girl in a junior high school uniform took her turn approaching Stormbreaker. His eyes widened in awe as she actually risked using her quirk in public to try and lift the hammer, her hands enlarging to several times their normal size as she gripped at the handle. She probably had low-level bodily enhancement to go with that, he reasoned, or else actually throwing a punch would be veritably impossible. Either that, or she was just in supremely good shape. He wanted to ask her so many things about her quirk, but he managed to restrain himself to an excited squeak and vibrating in place as he watched her attempt. Predictably enough, she was unable to move the hammer despite her best efforts and quickly gave up before bowing to Amora and departing the park with her parents. As soon as Amora was available, Izuku darted over to her side and held up his notebook excitedly. "I needed a little time to think things over, but I'm back. I also have further queries for you." Amora rolled her eyes and sighed, "Of course you do." It was acceptable to refer to her by her true name, or at least that's what Izuku imagined. She then ran her fingers through her hair. "Rather than bothering me with questions, you just sit there and listen to what I have to say." Izuku nibbled on the end of his pencil and thought about the offer. On the one hand, it meant learning more about this mysterious woman. On the other hand, it meant that not only would he probably end up asking more questions that she probably wouldn't answer either. And then he realized that she wasn't some hero he was meeting in public, someone who couldn't simply brush him off without looking bad. Despite her origin and powers, she was just as much of a private citizen as he was. She didn't have to deal with him at all. She could always tell him to go away before she called the police. Perhaps he should accept the offer and be grateful for it. Storytime sounds great. With a decadent smile, Amora reached over to stroke his curly green hair. "Don't worry, Midoriya. I'll make it worthwhile for you to do," she said. "And what did I say?" She trailed off, looking down at him as he flushed upward at her. Izuku, still blushing deeply, fumbled with the upper corner of his notebook and said, "You called me Midoriya. Unlike Loki, I know you speak Japanese and know better. Yobasuit, Lushton-san, that's really considerate of you. I'm not sure if I could repay the favor. We very recently got together, and I was brought up in a way that..." Amora sighed and gently shook her head, saying, "If anything, you should be thinking that I have no regard at all for you. Not that. Even though I know a lot about Japanese culture, especially in comparison to Koli, for example, it's still foreign to me. Particularly considering that I have practically lived outside of Japan for millennia," Izuku said as he opened his mouth to apologize for his mistake. After all, he had drawn conclusions about her behavior that proved to be incorrect. She waved dismissively. "No, when I initially took on this persona, I made it a point to become fluent in Japanese and all of its nuances. I make an effort to be as courteous and considerate as I can, even when I'm using Allspeak to communicate in a language I'm not familiar with. However, I still consider Japanese to be my fifth language, so occasionally I just forget. Could I call you Izuku-kun, though, if this is going to become a regular thing? Or perhaps Izu-kun? Although I'm not the kind to make friends, since you seem determined to do so." Izuku's wide eyes gazed up at her. You want to give me a nickname? It's been years since I had a moniker other than Deku. I would be honored to do so." He quickly bowed towards her and gazed up over his fringe at her perplexed expression. "What name would you like me to give you? I don't want to go too far by calling you something you don't like." In addition, aside from Kachan, he had never given someone a nickname. He hadn't done so since he was a teenager. If he wasn't sure how good he would be at it, he wasn't sure how good he'd be at it. Lushton Sylvie, Lucille, or Silash. Those two sounded, if he was being honest with himself, completely awful. Just Sil. Or maybe Vi. That would be in line with her idea of calling him Izu-kun. What about Kin-chan? Sufficiently to bestow upon her a nickname. Izu-kun. Sylvie-chan would be alright with me, unless you have a better idea? The others at the compound have tried to nickname me several times, but nothing has managed to stick, Amora said, tilting her head to the side and looking at him inquiringly. While the majority of my alleged classmates are not native speakers, you are. Izuku reached up to pull at his hair, fidgeting nervously. I was thinking maybe Kin-chan. Aside from English loanwords, there isn't a specific term in Japanese for blonde, but your hair type would be Kinpatsu, or gold hair. Essentially, therefore, Gold-chan? Due to your hair and your love of wearing it as an accessory? I suppose it is a rather striking quality of mine here in Japan, Amora said, reaching for a lock of her hair and tugging it forward to examine it. These days, I've seen a few folks with clearly yellow hair, but genuine blonde hair is still uncommon. Or at least hair that is naturally blonde. I'm not usually the judgmental type, but it's not the best look for her. I follow this fascinating girl on TikTok who can split her body into pieces with her quirk, and she's having a Gyaru phase at the moment. Izuku considered showing Amora the photo on his phone, but ultimately decided she probably wouldn't mind. I admit that I'm a little biased because she used to have green hair just like me before deciding to bleach it. Amora laughed out and began pulling at her hair once more. So you like green-haired chicks, huh? What about? Yellowish-green magic gathered around Amora's hand as she ran her fingers through her long blonde hair, turning it into a green that matched her outfit. Which was the same as a few days ago, and the first day that he'd met her. That was odd. Did she have multiple copies of the same outfit and simply keep wearing them one after the other? Or, no, even Thor had worn different outfits in different settings, even though he'd had distinct phases of his main armor. Alternatively, I changed my hair for you and you're just sitting there staring at my chest. Was that the same outfit thing that Thor had broken after acclimating to Earth and Amora still hadn't? Not in a pleasant way either. You are the craziest mortal I've ever met, Izu-kun. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the fact that you've been wearing the same outfit all 3 times that I've come to see you, Izuku said, blushing darkly and jerking his attention upward to Amora's irate face. Is that the standard of some Asgardian culture? Both yes and no. Asgardian society places a strong emphasis on readiness and alertness. Most of us who lived in the palace kept ourselves in a condition that would see us prepared for battle at a moment's notice, even though it was normal to own and wear more casual clothing. Amora looked down at her attire and ran her hands over the green leather covering her stomach. I guess I've just never shaken the habit. Perhaps we can work on it in the future. For the foreseeable future, I will be present here. Even if I'll always be an outsider, I may nevertheless make an effort to fit in as much as possible. Izuku blushed as he imagined taking her shopping and watching her try on clothes for him. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he reluctantly gave her a tentative thumbs up and said, if you want, the Tatooine shopping district has some nice stores. Wait, did she want to go clothes shopping with him or something? Or my mom appears to think well of them, anyway. Which, I guess, isn't exactly a glowing recommendation for someone who needs to dress like a teenager and is acting the part of one. While I'm no stranger to haute couture, it's not exactly the sort of thing that you commonly see walking the streets here in Musutafu, Amora shrugged, running a hand over her hair once again and putting it to rights. A matter for another time, I suppose, seeing as how I'm on duty for several more hours. I wouldn't be averse to buying and wearing clothes that are a bit more commonplace here in Japan, she said after giving the issue some more thought and pulling at the space between them to bring a glowing yellowish-green stool into existence. However, if you'd like to take a seat and hear about the day I met Dr. Strange, I did promise you tale time. Kin-chan. Hello, everyone, are you casting a sorceries to ward off the rain? That is really intriguing, I have inquiries. Turning to face Loki, Amora grinned warmly, Izuku, I may need your phone number, Izu-kun. Before you could even reach where the 2 Asgardians were standing, Loki shook and created a portal beneath her feet, which she suddenly dropped through, disappearing through it and leaving Amora on her own. Amora snapped her fingers and shook her head, I wish I could do that sometimes. I've been trying to get rid of her for an hour and you just... I can't tell if she dislikes you or fears that you might discover more of her closely guarded secrets. Izuku bowed pitifully, one arm holding his umbrella over his head and the other clenching his notepad tightly to his chest. I didn't mean to make her leave, he said. I really want to talk to her. I want to ask her so many questions. I know you do. Most Asgardians seem to have longer hair than him, and fairly straight at that. Perhaps his tangled curls were a novelty to her. Amora laughed gently at that, reaching up to brush his hair as she seemed so fond of doing. You'll eventually manage to catch her and ask her all the questions that have been bothering you. How are things doing with that sludge villain, who's still managing to avoid capture? Izuku tilted his head back a little and glanced upward at the fat droplets of rain that were splattering against the plastic of his umbrella. No, but I don't suppose that'll change today, assuming that he genuinely is some type of... Well, sludge? As the name could suggest, he's most likely on suspension. Disperses inside a liquid medium. Rain would dilute his shape, weakening him and perhaps even interfering with his ability to stay coherent. I find it hard to believe he would put himself in danger by robbing another store today. Even at full strength, that will be a difficult match for him, especially with All Might in the city. A hemisphere of magic, a yellowish-green hue, was being splashed by the rain as Amora hummed softly and looked up at Stormbreaker. Well, I doubt anyone will be coming by today to try their hand at lifting Thor's hammer, and to be honest I can't really bring myself to care if someone does, she said. If it weren't raining, would you be interested in going somewhere? Izuku reached down and brushed his hand against the pocket where his wallet lay. He could go somewhere, but not somewhere pricey, and he could only afford to pay for himself. He had enough money for that Valkyrie, King of Asgard statue that someone had recently listed on eBay out of their private collection, but not if he spent too much on anything else this week. Which wasn't exactly gentlemanly, considering that his mother had always taught him to be the greatest gentleman he could be, even though it was technically Amora who was inviting him somewhere rather than the other way around. Although the statue didn't exactly match the rest of his room, he couldn't help but notice it and thought perhaps he didn't really need another one. Of the tales Amora enjoyed telling him about her travels to Tonsberg and Asgard. Izuku cursed his tendency to get lost in his thoughts. How many other times had he made things awkward by just staring back at a person as his mind raced? Quick, answer. That sounds a lot better than standing out in the rain with you, to be honest. Amora was staring at him. He was being rude by not responding to her question, wasn't he? Did you just not have anything in mind? Raining. A cafe with a maid. Izuku was astounded by Amora's idea, but she nevertheless clapped her hands enthusiastically. There's one nearby that gets great reviews for their food and drinks, and equally good reviews for the quality of their workers, Amora said. Izuku fidgeted nervously, peering down at his hands as they nervously dug into the cover of his notebook, then looking back up at Amora. I've never been to a maid cafe before, he said. I didn't want to become the type of loser that bribes females to act nice to him, even though I'm well aware that I'm a quirkless loser. I didn't want to be so desperate. There are two kinds of desperation for meaningful human connection. He reluctantly lowered his more ordinary umbrella as Amora gave him a comforting grin and made a subtle move to cover him. You won't be a lonely loser visiting a maid cafe if you visit with me, she said. All that will be between us two typical teens is an afternoon out. Within a maid cafe. Similar to when I bring Sigyn and Loki to Hooters. Reaching up, Izuku scratched his temple with the end of his pencil, searching his mind for the meaning of her words. Who's Sigyn? Given the circumstances, it's probably another Asgardian, as I find it difficult to see Loki having human pals. What about Hooters, then? Yes, you're correct. They haven't been present in Japan since the 2030s. It's an American fast casual restaurant business. I searched it up when I got here and couldn't find one, Amora murmured softly, her brow furrowing in concentration. They resemble a maid cafe with a sports motif, I guess. Except they usually don tight shirts and short shorts instead of adorable ensembles. Furthermore, the hiring of servers is typically determined on the size of their chests. That sounded blushworthy, and a bit like an example of Chu de Hampa, which was to say, something between two desirable situations but not enough like either to really make anyone happy. The overt dualized theme of the establishment meant that you couldn't really patronize it without saying something about yourself, but the overall experience was probably inferior to a hostess bar or proper maid cafe because it was a full-fledged restaurant and your waitress would be responsible for a larger number of customers than she could properly interact with. And Coley enjoys eating at this place. Amora grinned and nodded. Loki would never admit it, but she's a bit of a breast girl. Which I don't doubt has something to do with the form that she picked for herself when she became Coley. It also means that her and Sigyn were a match made in heaven. You'll know exactly what I mean if you ever meet her. Meeting another Asgardian sounded like an interesting time, so he was all for it. And when Amora phrased things like that, just two friends at a cafe, it didn't make him sound nearly as pathetic as he feared going alone would make him. And so Izuku nodded hesitantly, swinging his yellow backpack down off one shoulder so that he could tuck his notebook into it. I mean, I know why I would want to go to a maid cafe. As much as I don't want to admit it. I've been reminded by countless people that I'm not much of a guy, but I'm still a guy at the end of the day. Why do you want to go? The pretty girls, of course. Among numerous other partners over the years, I've dated both Thors. I'm perfectly capable of appreciating the fairer the same way you do. When Izuku's face fell, Amora's gaze became considerably more guarded. What? I thought your mortal society was over such hang-ups these days. Izuku flapped his hands anxiously at the scrutiny. No, not that. But you're the only person I really spend time around. How am I ever going to get a girlfriend if you also like girls? Why would anybody pick me if they could have you? A peal of laughter escaped Amora at that. I tell you that I'm Panuel and that's your takeaway. Izu-kun, you're adorable. First of all, we may have considerably different taste in girls. Secondly, even if that's true of the first girl we meet together, if I date her then I'm free to help you date any girls that we meet after that. Unless I date the second one too. I have been polyamorous before. Limitedly, but I do have experience. Fingers itching for the notebook that he just packed away, Izuku gave a start as Amora turned and started to walk away, hurrying to keep up and stay under the protection of the spell that was keeping the rain at bay. Is that a story I can hear? Oh, it's not terribly interesting. I was a couple's unicorn at one point. I don't know if there's a Japanese word for that. Unicorn is definitely an American term. I was, their desperate attempt to spice up a stagnating relationship. Amora flicked out one hand palm up and conjured a pair of glowing busts that made Izuku's eyes widen. You'd probably be interested because of the who, more than the what, since you don't really strike me as the voyeuristic type. It was Scott and Hope Lang. It was back when I was first settling in on Earth, maybe 2 or 3 years after the blip. He was definitely interested in that who. He recognized those names. Ant-Man and the Wasp. Amora had dated 2 members of the second lineup of Avengers. She'd mentioned knowing the Avengers, but Izuku had assumed it was more of a polite, distant, knowing. Like she'd met them in passing because of them coming to visit Thor in Tonsberg or something. Not that she knew them. There were so many gaps in records from that period, and Izuku found himself wondering how many of them Amora might be able to fill for him. In less time than he would have thought, Izuku found himself standing in front of the Musutafu location for at-home cafe as Amora bounced excitedly next to him. Turning to the blonde, Izuku raised an eyebrow curiously. You're more excited about this than I expected. Generally I despise the cult of celebrity that the hero industry has become, but for this, I'll make an exception. I read a lot of reviews online before deciding to ask if you wanted to come here with me. Grabbing Izuku by the hand, Amora pulled him through the doors and into a bustling cafe where all the waitresses were dressed as superhero-themed maids. Izuku's eyes widened as an All Might maid boisterously announced her presence before slipping past him with a tray of drinks. Serving other tables were a scowling Endeavor maid and a Hawks maid with a tiny pair of red wings fastened to the back of her dress. Before Izuku could erupt into muttering as his eyes flicked back and forth around the cafe frantically, Amora tilted her head back and bellowed. Firier Asgar. While most of the occupants of the cafe stared at her in confusion, one maid in particular poked her head out of the kitchen and waved. Was that a miniature version of Stormbreaker? They had a Thor maid? Egmoon Vera Rate Haer? As the hostess showed them to a table, Amora grinned widely at Izuku. They have the only Asgardian speaker outside of Tonsberg at this cafe. I met her in passing a few times at the compound. I suggested using magic to imprint the language onto her, but she thought it was better to learn things the old-fashioned way. Following behind Amora, Izuku pondered that. He was a decently quick learner. Could he learn Asgardian? Would she be amenable to teaching him? They did seem to be becoming friends. Being able to converse with her in her native language would be considerate of him, wouldn't it? Especially given that, well, she hadn't exactly learned Japanese to speak with him, but she could speak his language already. It only seemed fair to learn hers if their friendship continued to grow. What if I wanted to learn Asgardian? I feel like it would be a waste of your time, if we're being honest. When Izuku's face fell, Amora hurried to reassure him. I mean, if you want to learn it, that's an admirable goal. I would definitely respect you for trying. It's a bit of a niche skill, but it could be valuable if you chose to work at the embassy. If you're serious, I could look up Kaveya's schedule and pass it to you. Shorter than me, still taller than you, brown hair, braids. I don't know if you've met her at all when stopping by the park. She's the one who taught Inazuma how to speak Asgardian, so if anyone can teach you, it's her. Politely pulling out a chair for Amora, Izuku waited until she was seated before taking a seat across from her at the table. She doesn't sound familiar, but to be fair, recently I've just been looking to see if you're there and then going home if you're not. Amora made a thoughtful expression at that. You know, maybe I really do need your number. So I can give you my schedule if nothing else. Here, pass me your phone. She held her hand out demandingly and Izuku hesitantly pulled out his phone and passed it to her. Realizing that he'd forgotten to unlock it, Izuku opened his mouth to ask for his phone back only for his jaw to drop as she swiped a glowing fingertip over the screen and bypassed his lock screen. Asgardian magic included technomancy. He had even more questions than before. Without looking up from her work, Amora raised an eyebrow. I can hear you vibrating in your seat from here. I assume you're curious how I just unlocked your phone. Nodding eagerly, Izuku leaned forward to peer down at his phone. He now had his third ever phone contact to go with his mother and the father he never actually called. Sylvie, with 3 green hearts after it. Can you actually hack things with magic? Or is it something simpler? Well, magic is nothing more than the manipulation of energy. Electronics run on one form of energy that I'm able to manipulate. So inherently, magic and technology aren't incompatible. Locking his phone, Amora made a show of waking it and unlocking it again with her glowing fingertip. In this case, I know a spell capable of unlocking mundane locks. It can't overcome magical protections or anything, but most any lock on Midgard can fall prey to it. And since it's a simple intent-driven spell, as long as I see your lock screen as a lock. Izuku's eyes widened. You can will your magic to unlock my phone, because it's just another lock to you. That's so cool. He composed himself a bit as the Thor maid came bouncing over with a pair of menus for him and Amora, handing one to each of them before winking at him playfully. In spite of himself, he found himself blushing at the byplay, which in turn made Amora chuckle softly. So what are you thinking? I'm mostly just thirsty, but I don't know how long you've been out there today. Chapter 4 Joe's Note. I originally intended to explore more of Marvel's Asgardians as well as my homemade additions from Norse mythology in this story, but I couldn't really fit the other characters that I wanted into the plot. Now that I'm going back and decompressing a bit, I have time to do things like add a chapter introducing Sigyn, and then utilize Sigyn later in the story, which is also instrumental to my plans to introduce Helregin. We'll also be seeing Angela, Brunhild, Sif, and Kelda in this story, and possibly the namesake of Amora's teenage incarnation if I can figure out a way to do so organically. For now, though, my first ever time using Loki's canonical wife. Dedications and thanks to Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, the 10th Ancestor, Lukshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Having once again cunningly given Kachan and his friends the slip, his friend was in a bad mood for some reason and he really didn't want to get caught up in it. Izuku waited at the corner as he bounced from one foot to the other excitedly. Amora wanted to go back to at home again today after her shift ended, and he was really looking forward to picking Inazuma's head about her chosen character more. Just like each of the other maids at the cafe, she knew an incredible amount of information about Thor and sometimes even knew things that brought Amora up short. She was fascinating to talk to and Izuku was pretty sure that he had a crush at this point, but he couldn't help it, she was just so interesting. To say nothing of the discussions that him and Kenko, one of the cafe's 2 designated all-might maids, got into. Not to be terribly arrogant, but Izuku had fancied himself a reasonably well-informed and knowledgeable fan of Japan's #1 hero. That assumption had died a messy death 10 minutes after meeting Kenko. She had an encyclopedic level of knowledge of All Might that put his own supposed expertise to shame, and actually owned more All Might merchandise than he did. A few times, He'd ended up paying the hourly rate for the cafe on his own because Amora had gotten bored and abandoned him at Kenko's table to go sit on her own with Inazuma. But it was worth it. But when they did manage to stay at the same table for their entire visit, given that the maids were professionally disinterested in their customers' conversations, sometimes Amora let her guard down and shared what he was reasonably certain was more sensitive information with him. Last time they'd gone, the blonde had mentioned an encounter with the Thor core, which had led to a very brief overview of variants and the multiverse. Just thinking about that particular subject made Izuku's head spin. Countless other realities, all existing side by side with the reality that he knew, just with changes ranging from the subtle to the extraordinary. Maybe there was a reality where he had a fire quirk like his dad, or a telekinetic quirk like his mom. Or perhaps there was a reality where he was just plain less pathetic than he was in this one and had managed to become the first quirkless hero. Maybe there was a reality where he had a girlfriend. Curling his fingers in the straps of his yellow backpack, Izuku looked both ways before crossing the street and making his way back into Inderfaying Park. Knowing that Amora had a bit of time before she got out for the day, he skirted around the perimeter of the park for a bit, really exploring the space for the first time that he could remember before making his way to where Stormbreaker resided. Much to his surprise and excitement, not only was Amora at the podium today but so was Loki, and a third Asgardian for good measure. Racing over, Izuku waved excitedly. "Kin-chan, Koli-sama, you're back." Narrowing her eyes, Loki turned to Amora in disbelief. "You let him give you a nickname? What's next? You're going to start spending time with him outside of work?" Amora waved dismissively before offering Izuku a smile. "This isn't the first time he's called me that in front of you. You need to pay better attention. And we've actually had several enjoyable trips to a maid cafe together." Arching an eyebrow, she held her hand out toward Izuku. "Did you bring it?" "I figured that you'd keep asking until I did, so I finally decided to just humor you." Swinging his backpack off one shoulder, Izuku went into the main compartment and pulled out a shiny red Akane apple. Akane is the best for early season fruit, at least according to my mom, who was very confused about why I was suddenly interested in apples. Why am I suddenly interested in apples, by the way? Loki reached out and plucked the apple out of Izuku's hand, bringing it up to her face and sniffing it curiously before passing it off to Amora. Apples are a sacred fruit to Asgardians. A particular cultivar that grew in Asgard and was transplanted to Tonsberg is the source of our immortality. Nothing else on this miserable planet can possibly compare, but I can understand why Amora would request you bring her one. Rubbing the apple against her dress, Amora took a bite of the fruit with a thoughtful expression on her face. Definitely better than a Fuji apple. A nice blend of sweet and sharp. Very nice. Thank you, Izu-kun. Taking another bite out of her prize, Amora nodded in the direction of the other blonde Asgardian standing quietly nearby. "Oh, and you can introduce yourself if you want. I'm certainly not going to." The paler blonde rolled her eyes before sighing in resignation. "Sometimes I wonder why I consider you a friend, and then I remember that I'm essentially stuck with you because of my husband, and that being your friend is considerably less effort than being at odds with you." Forcing a smile onto her face, she turned to Izuku. "My name is Sigen. Sigen-san will suffice. I don't often use a family name. It's nice to meet you." Midoriya Izuku. "Nice to meet you too, Sigen-san." Izuku lets his eyes bounce from one Asgardian to another as he tried to figure out how they all went together. Wait. Sigen had mentioned a husband. Loki was generally a male, despite his current form. So Sigen was Loki's wife, then, and spent time around Amora because Amora and Loki were friends. And, actually Sigen was smaller-chested than Izuku had been expecting given Amora's previous comments. She wasn't small, per se, quite the opposite really. Especially compared to his classmates and a good number of Japanese adult women. Izuku had been perhaps irrationally expecting more if Sigen was Loki's type and Loki liked to patronize a restaurant known for big-breasted waitresses? Shaking his head and hoping nobody had caught him glancing at Sigen's chest, Izuku reached into his backpack again and pulled out his notebook and a pencil. After considering his options, he decided to focus on the blue-clad newcomer over Loki and Amora. She seemed much more approachable, for some reason. Less physically intimidating as well. She was still taller than him, as all Asgardians seemed to be, but she was only a scant few centimeters taller than him instead of the 20 or so centimeters that Loki and Amora towered over him. "Can you tell me more about yourself? And Koli? I have so many questions after what Amora told me the other day." I actually split most of what Amora's told me out of Volume 13 into a dedicated Volume 14 that's going to be my new Asgardian notebook, and then I'll finish Volume 13 with normal quirked heroes. As Sigyn stared at him with wide eyes, Amora let out a burble of laughter. "I probably should have warned you about Izuku. He has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, particularly heroes. You and I, and Koli, aren't quite heroes, but being Asgardians makes us close." Enough in his eyes. I actually occupy a good 5 or 6 pages in his notebook already, not counting all the times he's drawn me. I'm probably a good half of his notebook at this point. "Oh, and Koli, remember when you saw me staring at you the other day and made that tetchy comment about taking a picture because it would last longer? And I did? Yeah, I sent that to Izuku, so he's got at least one drawing of you too." Loki looked from Amora to him and back with a betrayed look on her face, even as Izuku blushed faintly. He had indeed sketched a full-page piece of Loki using the photograph, although he'd left the page after it empty so that he could do a half-body piece to go with the bust that he already had. Given that Sigyn seemed a bit taken aback at his enthusiasm, maybe he'd better take advantage of Loki being unable to easily retreat for the moment. "Koli-sama. Amora told me that you're a variant the other day. The multiverse seems so fascinating, but I'm still having problems wrapping my head around the concept of just traveling through it like you have. And you've met other variants of yourself. What's that like? What were they like? How different were they? Was one of them a woman? Is that where you got the idea for Koli from? Do you think there's a universe where I'm a woman?" "Nope. I am absolutely not doing this." Loki raised her hands as if to ward off Izuku's barrage of questions, going so far as to actually take 2 steps back and away from the group to put some distance between them. "You already know too much as it is. Telling you more is just inviting disaster." Clucking her tongue, Amora reached out to grab Loki by the bicep and pull her back towards where Izuku was standing. "What's the worst that can happen? There's really no harm in Izuku knowing about these sorts of things, is there? Especially given that he's quirkless. What's he going to do if a Kong shows up? Throw his notebook at him?" Loki regarded Izuku skeptically. He seems like the type who would do exactly that, to be honest. She stared down at Izuku for a few more seconds before sighing in defeat and crossing her arms over her expansive chest. "Fine. But if your head explodes from learning things that you shouldn't or something, I'm absolutely not responsible. To answer the last question first, I would wager that in at least one universe you are indeed a female. The first alternate universes that you would encounter would undoubtedly be Midoriya Izuku's. They tend to be the same players acting out generally. Identical plots with very subtle variations. The deeper you traveled into the multiverse, though, the more things would start to diverge. And I can't imagine, given the sheer variety of the multiverse, that we couldn't find a Midoriya Izumi out there if we applied ourselves. After all, there was a female version of me out there. I wonder if I'm pretty." Izuku pondered that for a few seconds before shaking his head. Even if he could meet a Midoriya Izumi, wouldn't finding her attractive be the height of narcissism? What kind of person would be attracted to their own variant? Well, he could always find her objectively beautiful without being personally attracted to her, right? That wouldn't be weird, would it? Wait, why was he still pondering the dynamics of self-attraction when he could be asking Loki more questions? So, was there a Lady Loki or something? I was right? The question brought a surprisingly wistful look to Koli's face, and a bit of a sour one to Sigyn's. She called herself Sylvie Laufeydaughter. It's where our Sylvie gets her name from, actually. She was actually removed from her timeline by the TVA. Did Sylvie tell you about the TVA? This is getting confusing. She looked back and forth before waving her hand and creating a glowing green bubble around the 4 of them. There. Much better. Now, as I was saying, Did Amora tell you about the TVA when she was explaining things that she really shouldn't have been explaining? Izuku shook his head, flipping quickly through the pages of non-individual notes that he had bunched up near the back of the notebook's 100 pages. Also, Amora was being slightly egotistical. She occupied roughly a quarter to a third of volume 14. Not the half that she claimed. Which was still more than he'd devoted to any one individual short of All Might in the past, but she was worth it. She told me that the multiverse is a construct of branching timelines expanding and branching over and over again. So, does the T stand for time? Surprisingly astute for a mortal. The TVA is the Time Variance Authority. In essence, they tried to control the flow of existence by making everyone adhere to a singular sacred timeline. Loki raised her hand and used magic to create a thick glowing line in the air between them. A thin tendril started to emerge from the top of it and she slashed her hand, slicing through the tendril and severing it from the thicker line. Anything that didn't adhere to the sacred timeline's singular path was judiciously pruned. Let's see, what's a good example? So, Amora tells me that you're quirkless. Presumably, you're supposed to remain quirkless. But imagine in the multiverse, there was an Izuku who was one day given a quirk. Hesitantly raising his hand, Izuku winced as Loki shot him an annoyed look but steeled himself and pushed on anyway. Quirks don't work like that. Loki rolled her eyes. Pretend that they do. Pretend that your alternate self is just given a quirk. If your role in the multiverse was to be quirkless, the TVA would show up moments after your other self was given a quirk and remove that version of you from the time stream before erasing the timeline back to the point before you received the quirk. That was vaguely horrifying. What was the point of there being alternate universes if they all had to be the same? Although, the same was probably relative, if Loki was willing to concede that there was probably a universe where he was a girl. If only a singular course of events was allowed to exist, why hadn't that universe been pruned at his birth? So to get back to your story, the Sylvie Loki was taken out of her timeline by the TVA and... Sighing, Loki waved dismissively. Don't interrupt my story. We'll get to things when we get to them. But yes, Sylvie. She escaped from the TVA and went on the run through time itself as she tried to figure out how to bring them down in revenge for pruning her timeline. After adding another note, Izuku edged his head to the side. Can I ask, why did the TVA do that? What was the point of the sacred timeline? I was thinking it, but I might as well ask, what's the point of alternate realities existing if someone is making them all be exactly the same? Long ago, there was a vast multiversal war. Countless unique timelines battled each other for supremacy, nearly resulting in the total destruction of, well, everything. But then, the all-knowing timekeepers emerged, bringing peace by reorganizing the multiverse into a single timeline, the sacred timeline. Loki smirked as Izuku began writing frantically in his notebook, before putting her hand on the top and pushing it down so that he would look up at her. Or at least that was the TVA's propaganda. Multiversal war was real enough, as was the creation of the sacred timeline. But the universe would not be denied, and alternate universes would continue to try and emerge. This is where things start getting anecdotal, but some universes seem to be so minutely divergent that they were judged benign and allowed to exist almost perfectly. Parallel to the sacred timeline. Like the theoretical universe where Izumi lives. It doesn't hurt anything, so it's left be. Others branched off more sharply from what the TVA called nexus events. Those universes were mercilessly pruned to prevent the re-emergence of a proper multiverse. Considering that for a moment, Izuku found himself nodding slowly as all the pieces slotted themselves into place. So you created a nexus event and the TVA came for you and then, something happened and you ended up here. Are we the sacred timeline? Or are we all variants? Does that mean there's a real Midoriya Izuku and I'm not him? Loki raised her hands in response to the barrage of questions. Oh no, I'm willing to answer some of your questions, but we're not getting into a philosophical debate about the nature of identity and how it applies to the multiverse. Absolutely not. Mostly because I really don't want to debate. As she once posited, whether Sylvie was a girl version of me or whether I'm a boy version of her. And no, This is not the sacred timeline, so you owe your existence as you know it to Sylvie's actions. She was still for a few seconds before shuddering and continuing. My Nexus event was in 2012, when I escaped from the Avengers' custody by seizing the Tesseract and teleporting away. I got as far as Mongolia before the TVA caught up with me. To be honest, I still don't know what I plan to do. Apart from, get far away. I basically made a move when the opportunity presented itself and was making it up as I went from there. Brow furrowing, Izuku tried to remember what made that a Nexus event. 2012 was an awfully long time ago, and he hadn't really bothered to refresh his knowledge on Loki since the woman seemed intent on avoiding him at all costs. But if he remembered correctly, which he honestly might not, that's not how it had gone at all. You didn't do that here. You were taken to Asgard to stand trial, and then, the next few years are sort of vague because it all took place off-planet, but you faked your death, hid for a while, were discovered, had another adventure or two, and then died somewhere between the burning of Asgard and the arrival of the statesman in Tonsberg. You may in fact know more about this reality's Loki than I do. I never bothered to find out what happened to myself apart from confirming that he was dead and that I wouldn't be accidentally running into myself if I stayed in this reality. But yes, escaping caused a branch in the sacred timeline, and the TVA showed up to arrest me and prune the branch. I'm not going to go too far into that particular story today, but to make a long story short, I ended up working for them briefly to try and bring in a more malicious variant who was actively traveling the time stream. That variant turned out to be Sylvie, who I crossed paths with and discovered had a very persuasive story. From there, it gets, if possible, even more complicated, but there was the void at the end of time, several other variants of me, a particularly grand battle that ended with Sylvie and I trekking beyond even the end of time, and then the re-emergence of the multiverse. Oh, and one of the other variants of me happened to be an alligator. I feel like that's noteworthy. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You were an alligator? Because you're a shapeshifter, or are there universes where all of us are animals? Raising an eyebrow in return, Loki gestured to his notebook. I did say that it was noteworthy, but is that really the most important thing you're taking away from everything I just told you? Eyes widening, Izuku found himself flipping back and forth between several pages as he scribbled frantically. A little on Kohli's entry, a little bit more on the page about variance as a concept, a bunch on the page outlining what little he knew about the multiverse. Right, sorry, we'll talk about the alligator later. So there was a multiverse, and then the TVA destroyed it by trimming everything that it didn't like to make one timeline, and then the multiverse came back. And you were part of how it came back. Loki nodded smugly. While I disagree with Sylvie's actions and we parted was because of them, I ultimately understood why she did what she did. She killed He Who Remains, the man who founded the TVA and set in motion the events that led to her being named a variant and her timeline being erased. Because of the nature of time, that caused ripples in the time stream that affected the TVA and how they operated, leading to a less controlling and more observational TVA. Without their aggressive pruning, the timeline promptly fractured and re-emerged into a proper multiverse. Writing down, He Who Remains, Izuku circled it and drew an arrow to the name, Kong, that Loki had mentioned earlier. He Who Remains definitely sounded like a villain name, and Kong didn't exactly sound like a normal person's given or surname either, and so what were the odds that there were two different villains running around messing with the multiverse and the time stream? So you went from 2012 to the TVA to the end of time to here? Why here? After appearing to consider that for several seconds, Loki ultimately shrugged. Why not? My only requirement was, no Loki, and this timeline's Loki finally actually died in 2018. Seemed like the perfect place to settle down, since I didn't have to worry about running into myself. Combining bits of a plan that an older version of myself enacted with the nature of Sylvie's existence, I turned into a female version of myself to keep people from noticing that I had returned and almost immediately stumbled upon Amora. This was back in 2048, a decade and a half after Jane stopped being Thor and a few years after Thor Odinson died. Looping an arm around Loki's shoulders, Amora gave the dark-haired girl a squeeze. I was at loose ends and looking for something to do with myself. So we decided to reinvent ourselves as Asgardian orphans, and thus Sylvie and Coley were born. Nodding along, Loki picked up the story from there. We found a nice woman who lost her children in the burning and agreed to take us in. 175 years later, Sylvie was old enough to sign up to work in Musutafu. I occasionally drop in to visit her, even more rarely so with Sigyn, and that brings us to today, having this conversation. And while Asgardians are generally much like your people in that we agree to join until death do us part, I decided that there wasn't much difference between loving my Loki through all of his shape, species, and gender-changing shenanigans and loving a variant of Loki. Sigyn let out a put-upon sigh before approaching from the opposite side as Amora and wrapping one arm around Loki's waist. Things have been made considerably more awkward by the fact that for years, Loki would take breaks from being Coley to spend time with me, and we conceived a child together. Recently, I decided to de-age myself to match Coley and take up with her publicly. It's gotten me some reproachful looks around Tonsberg, I will admit, but it beats the alternative. Especially because while I've gotten many strange looks while out in public with my daughter, the alternative was to present as a couple with a significant age gap, and I wasn't ready to be looked at as a cradle robber by you mortals. For a moment, Izuku found himself wondering if he'd finally manifested a quirk, and it was one that made his eyes supernaturally wide. Because they definitely felt wider at all of these revelations than they'd ever been before in the past. Loki had an infinitely more interesting past than he ever could have imagined when he started talking to her. Him? Her? He was going to stick to female pronouns until informed otherwise. But just, wow. Time travel, the multiverse, variants, it was enough to make his head spin. He had so many new questions that he genuinely didn't even know where to begin when it came to asking them. And for some reason, he found himself doubling back to fixate on the strangest bit of information. Before my head explodes, can we take a break and go back to the part where you met a version of you that was an alligator? Loki let out a soft chuckle at the question, also clearly adopted by Odin. He bit the hand off of a variant of me who had run for president of the United States and won. I assumed that's what got him pruned. Didn't really have time to ask. Now that I think about it, I have no idea what became of my alligator alter ego or the child variant of me after Sylvie and I defeated Aliath. I lost track of them after we entered the Citadel at the end of time. I do hope they made it out okay. For that matter, I'm still not convinced the older version of me actually died, considering how many times I've faked my own death. If humanly possible, Izuku's eyes got even wider. That's the second time you've mentioned the end of time. First that there was a void, and then you just mentioned going a citadel? There's an actual end to time? And there's a citadel there? And you've been there? Who lives in it? So many questions, and I have so little reason to care enough to answer. Counter to her words, though, Loki waved her hand and conjured a gold and green throne from thin air before plopping down in it. Unlike Amora's magical constructs, it was actually fully colored and tangible, making Izuku wonder if she'd teleported a chair from somewhere rather than creating one out of magic as Amora tended to. Well, I've already come this far. Might as well keep answering questions until I grow well and truly bored enough to take Sigyn and leave. Yes, I've been to the end of time. Chapter 5 Joe's Note. Okay, so now we're going to be getting caught up with where the original story was by the end of the second chapter, which means that I've only wasted around 8,000 words with world building in this incarnation. Just kidding. Fleshing out the world, especially in a crossover, is never a waste in my opinion. At least when you're actually doing something different. To be honest, I sorta cringe and skim when I see stories doing the 47th retelling of Izuku trying to save the bullied kid from Bakugo when he was 5. At a certain point, you need to assume that people reading fanfiction have a bit of a grasp of the original product. I mean, I could have done a chapter focusing on the Avengers beating Thanos and energy being released or something, but I chose not to because I figured that you all know how Endgame unfolded. Dedications and thanks to Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R. Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, The 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter0n, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. After spending perhaps more time than was probably advisable questioning Loki about the multiverse and her adventures in it, strangely enough, the Mercurial Asgardian kept threatening to leave but never actually made good on the threat. Izuku decided to give his brain some time to absorb all the new information that he'd received. Saying his farewells to Loki and Sigyn and especially Amora, he reluctantly made his way out of the park and headed for home. As much as he wanted to go back to at home with Amora, she clearly had other company for the afternoon. Their original plans could wait for another day. Or at least he was headed for home right up until an explosion rent the air, drawing Izuku's attention to where a cloud of smoke was rising from the Tatooine shopping district. There wasn't anything particularly explosive in that area, Izuku knew. Even a transformer exploding wouldn't have caused that much of a commotion. That meant only one thing, at least as far as he was concerned. Villainous activity. And where there were villains, there were heroes. Heroes he could observe and take notes on. Bursting into a run, Izuku began making his way through the streets expertly, cutting down alleys to get to the fight as fast as possible. As he ran, he expertly slung his backpack off his shoulder and dug through it, exchanging his Asgardian-specific Volume 14 notebook for his General Hero Volume 13 notebook. Then he came around a corner and reached the scene of the action. What he saw in front of him shocked him. Presumably this was the sludge villain who had been plaguing the neighborhood for weeks now. Or if not the particular sludge villain who had crossed All Might's path, it was definitely a mass of sludge with eyes that was up to no good. Surrounded by fire, it kept flailing with thick tentacles of greenish-brown goo, somehow managing to keep Death Arms and Kamui Woods at bay. Nearby, Backdraft was doing his best to put out the fires, or at least keep them from spreading, while Mount Lady stood at the mouth of the alley where everything was going down, nervously bouncing from foot to foot as she looked around wildly. There were two other heroes that even Izuku didn't recognize, but before he could get excited about his good fortune, two completely new heroes to help fill out Volume 13 of his notebook collection, he realized that the heroes weren't exactly winning the fight, or even really fighting. Apart from Backdraft, everyone else was just hanging back from the villain. Why? Why aren't the heroes doing anything? It looks like they've met their match. Plus the villain captured a kid. Things aren't looking good for the heroes. Pushing his way into the crowd a bit, Izuku forced himself up onto his toes so he could get a better look. Sure enough, peeking out of the amorphous blob of sludge was a head of spiky blonde hair, and then the blonde turned his head enough for Izuku to catch sight of terrified red eyes. The sludge villain had a hostage. That hostage was Bakugo Katsuki. Talk about bad luck. I hear that's the villain that All Might has been chasing for weeks now. Oh hey, I heard about that on the news. But if All Might's been chasing him, why isn't he here now? Can someone call him or something? Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help the other heroes with this? Someone was going to show up, right? A stronger hero? Maybe even All Might? Because as much as Katsuki tormented him, bullied him, and degraded his dreams of becoming a hero despite his quirkless state, despite even what he'd said and done to him a few days ago, Izuku didn't think he deserved to die. Nobody deserved that. Izuku continued to whip his head back and forth, desperately searching for someone. Anyone. Maybe even one of the Asgardians who he'd spent the afternoon talking to in the park. Amora could probably use her magic to make short work of the villain, to say nothing of Loki. Sigyn might be able to take him as well. Honestly, he didn't know much about her. If she was married to Loki, though, she had to be powerful in some fashion in her own right. Surely they could do something to help, right? The park wasn't that far away. They couldn't be unaware of what was going on. Perched on her stool in the gazebo in Inderfaying Park, Amora looked away from Loki and Sigyn to let out a disgusted sigh as smoke began to rise over the city again. Humans were so destructive. And foolish. Undoubtedly some pathetic villain was making trouble again, destroying property as he went about his mediocre dastardly deeds. Humans had no real concept of villainy anymore, she thought derisively. Now Thanos, he was a villain. Sir Thor was a villain. Angela was a villain. Some idiot running around downtown Musutafu destroying things and lighting them on fire. He was, at best, a nuisance. Back in the good old days, a single Einherjar would have been enough to capture and detain what now took 3 or more human heroes to defeat. A hand waved in front of her face and Amora jerked backward, looking over to find Loki staring at her with an annoyed look on her face. "I at least do you the courtesy of pretending to look interested when you talk to me." Rolling her eyes, Amora batted at Loki's hand before beckoning for the dark-haired woman to continue. "I'm sorry, I was just reminiscing. You were saying?" "I was saying that I have concerns about this newfound friendship that you're striking up with this mortal of yours." Loki brought her hand up to her chest, affecting a concerned expression as she stared at Amora. "He's entirely too perceptive but not intelligent enough to know when not to speak. He knows far too much about us for my comfort. What if he tells?" Amora let out a scoff at the question. While part of her had genuinely worried about the same thing, a more callous part of her had realized that even if their secrets weren't safe with Izuku, they were still safe. He's just one mortal. A 14-year-old quirkless boy. Who would believe him? Not that I'm saying I think that he would. I'm just pointing out that if he did, we're still not at risk. Not really. Loki nodded to concede the point and the blonde arched a brow. Besides, you're worried about my new friendship? You're the one. Dating a mortal. I would posit that your girlfriend is a considerably bigger risk than my friend is. Even if she's a biracial girl in Japan, she's still a rich and well-connected biracial girl. Crossing her arms over her chest, Loki shook her head defiantly. She doesn't know I'm anything other than Coley of Tonsberg. She couldn't betray us even if she wanted to. Which she wouldn't, because she loves me. Speaking as a love goddess, I know very well from experience that there's a very thin line that separates love and hate. Today's shared secrets are tomorrow's ammunition for revenge. Amora leaned forward to place her elbows on the podium, resting her chin in her hands. I just hope that you, and Sigyn and Helregen, don't come to regret anything that you've chosen to reveal to your new mortal paramour. As Amora did her best to keep her eyes on Loki and an interested expression on her face as the dark-haired woman began babbling in an attempt to counter her warning, she was looking in the entirely wrong direction to notice as Stormbreaker began to twitch. After watching Kacchan struggle with the sludge villain for another minute, it slowly dawned on Izuku that nobody was coming. Nobody was going to swoop in at the last minute, shout a catchphrase, and save his childhood friend from mortal peril. And so if he was going to be saved, it looked like Izuku was going to have to do it himself. His notebook tumbling to the pavement, Izuku dashed forward toward the sludge villain, nimbly dodging between death arms and a baseball-themed hero as they tried to restrain his flight. Rushing forward as a cacophony erupted behind him, the heroes and the crowd all shouting at him to stop, Izuku's mind raced as he tried to come up with some sort of plan, any plan, now that he'd gone and involved himself in what was going on. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? What do I do? What would a hero do right now? Those questions and more swirled through Izuku's head, but he pushed them away as he tried his best to focus on the problem in front of him. Clearly the sludge couldn't be punched into submission. Otherwise Death Arms would have been able to defeat, or at least engage, the villain and free Kacchan. That same liquid nature meant that it couldn't be restrained easily, or else Kamui Woods would have been able to save the day. Backdraft might have been able to do something with his powers. Izuku had hypothesized previously that the sludge could be weakened via dilution. Unfortunately, he was focused on the fires at the moment and Izuku had no way of imitating what the rescue specialist could do anyway. Izuku's mind drifted back to the notebook that he'd left laying on the pavement. Even if he wasn't a pro hero with a sensational quirk to back him up, successful tactics would still remain the same from them to him. What would a pro hero do right now? Easy. Distract the villain to try and manipulate him into opening up a weak spot that the hero could exploit. How could he do that? Izuku eyed the villain thoughtfully before his gaze traveled upward to what passed for the man's face. Well, what about going for the eyes? Getting poked in the eye hurt an awful lot. The same was probably true even for a sludge villain, right? Swinging his yellow backpack down off his shoulders, Izuku gave a war cry as he spun and launched the bag forward, hurling it with unerring accuracy directly into the villain's right eye. The villain recoiled with a cry of pain, in the process relaxing its grip on Katsuki enough that the blonde could wrench his head free and draw in a deep breath. Kachan. Now what? The sludge was thin and gooey, and he had the villain distracted. Maybe he could claw through it in specific spots. Help. Katsuki free one of his hands. If the blonde could get even one hand free, he could press it against the villain's body and blow it straight to hell. That would solve the villain problem nicely, wouldn't it? As Izuku began scrabbling at the viscous slime, Katsuki narrowed his red eyes at him. What the hell? Why are you here? I don't know, my legs, they just started moving. Izuku continued to claw desperately at the sludge, pulling it away in small handfuls as he tried to burrow his way through to where Katsuki's arm was. Was the sludge getting thinner in that spot? Was it wishful thinking? Izuku had no idea, but he had no other plan, so he was pretty much stuck just going all out and hoping for the best at this point. Kachan, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Suddenly, Izuku found his body screaming at him and he instinctively reared back, raising his right arm high. Something heavy and wooden slapped against his outstretched hand, and his fingers instinctually curled around it. Looking over, the verdette's eyes went wide as he discovered Stormbreaker clutched in his hand. The alley abruptly went silent save for the crackling of the fires started by Katsuki's explosions, even the villain staring at Izuku in silent awe. A pseudopod of muck wiggled out of the villain and pointed itself at Izuku. What the hell? Is that, Stormbreaker? It was? Or was it? Was he just seeing things? Maybe the sludge villain had managed to grab him too and this was all just a hallucination brought on by lack of oxygen. Bringing the hammer down, Izuku ran his free hand over the head worshipfully, feeling tiny prickles of power arc between his hand and the metal. Well, if this was a hallucination, it was certainly a very convincing one. Again finding himself operating on instinct, Izuku raised the hammer up over his head and then thrust it skyward more purposefully. With a loud crack, lightning branched down out of the cloudless sky, striking the head of Stormbreaker. Izuku watched as the electricity crackled over his hand and then down his arm, leaving fine metal scales in its wake. It quickly spread over his entire body, until he was completely clad in what was either the original armor that Thor had been wearing when he appeared in Puente Antiguo all the way back in May 2010 or a very convincing reproduction. He, was passingly familiar with the sequence events, to the point that he had drawn his interpretation of the battle between Thor and the Destroyer back in his Asgardian phase. Poorly, but he'd drawn it. After taking probably longer than was advisable to admire himself and his new armor, Izuku looked back up at the tableau in front of him and furrowed his brow in thought. Assuming that his understanding was correct, which it quite possibly wasn't, given that very little was known about Stormbreaker in general. It was a conduit to energy. He could summon lightning, but he was also quite capable of generating lightning on his own. If, of course, he now actually had some semblance of Thor's power and wasn't just waving a famous axe around as a weapon. Very few living things responded well to being electrocuted. What would happen if he zapped the sludge? No time like the present to find out, Izuku decided. Furrowing his brow, he spun Stormbreaker around and thrust it out toward the villain, willing lightning to appear as the head penetrated the viscous sludge holding his friend captive. Much to his delight, a tendril of lightning crawled over Stormbreaker and then penetrated the sludge, making the area surrounding the gleaming head bubble outward and then pop. The smell was revolting, but it was an amazing proof of concept. He could fight the sludge villain. He could possibly even beat the sludge villain. Not entirely sure how much electricity he could safely channel through the sludge without harming Kacchan, Izuku decided to try. His hand had a different approach. He could always go back to frying small portions of sludge at a time, but maybe this would be faster? Lancing out with the axe face of his new weapon, he slashed hesitantly at the smelly goo making up the villain's body. The gleaming metal head sliced through the villain with ease, making the amorphous sludge blob cry out in pain as a chunk of his body fell away. I can save you, Kacchan. Look, I'm worthy. Do you think it can do everything that Stormbreaker could do for Thor? Katsuki seemed genuinely curious, and so Izuku looked down at the hammer in his hands before hesitantly shrugging. He didn't see why not. Not that the hammer came with an instinctive ability to use it or anything, so anything beyond swinging the hammer at things and zapping them was a bit beyond him at the moment. He didn't even know how he was going to change back to his school uniform yet, but in theory, he could probably learn to do some pretty cool stuff with it. Then how about you try and summon the Rainbow Bridge and teleport yourself out of here so I don't have to get saved by a useless Deku like you? Letting out a sigh, Izuku took another swing and pruned away more of the blob of sludge holding his friend captive. Kacchan, would you really want me to do that if I could? Katsuki nodded vehemently. If the alternative is getting saved by you? Absolutely. Wow. Being complaining about one's savior while being held hostage in mortal peril took some big energy, but that was Kacchan for you. Well, tough luck. I'm the only one here who can save you. So I'm going to save you, even though you don't want me to. Because sticking your nose into things is the essence of being a hero. Fine. Just stop quoting All Might and make yourself useful already. Katsuki began struggling more aggressively, his hands peppering the villain with explosions as he took advantage of the villain's relaxed hold to try and wrench himself free once and for all. And don't even think of trying to shoot full on lighting at this idiot, I'm still inside him. Not that he hadn't already realized that for himself, but, thanks, Kacchan. Rearing back, Izuku brought Stormbreaker down again and again, carefully trimming away at the sludge that surrounded Katsuki's writhing body. Finally, Izuku had pared away enough of the villain's body that he could reach out with his free hand, somehow ignoring the constant stream of explosions flowing from Katsuki's palm as he grabbed his friend by the hand and yanked him free. Wrapping his arm around his friend's waist, he flexed his legs and launched himself backward away from the villain even as he brought Stormbreaker up high over his head. Stormbreaker had responded to wishes he hadn't even known he'd had once already. Maybe it was just a matter of wanting it to do something. Visualize and actualize. Thunder, smash. Lightning pierced down out of a cloudless sky for the second time as Izuku swung Stormbreaker forward, the slash guiding the bolts of electricity to their desired destination. Crackling bolts of energy crawled over the alleyway, tearing into what remained of the villain and superheating his body. With a series of pops, he exploded, splattering the steaming remains of his mass across the pavement and walls. And then it was over, and Izuku could breathe. For all of a second or two. Within seconds, Katsuki was fighting his way free of his grasp and slamming a fist crackling with explosions into the side of his face, sending Izuku stumbling back a few steps until he planted Stormbreaker against the ground to halt his stumbling. You idiot! You Deku! Why would you do something like that? Inko Obasan is going to kill you. Besides, I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me, and what the hell is Thunder Smash, you Otaku? It's not bad enough that you're evidently the new Thor. You need to go and rip off All Might at the same time. Have some damn originality with your super moves. In my defense, I didn't really have time to prepare for this. I'm literally making things up as I go. But I'm always open to criticism. Thunder Smash, maybe not the best name for a move. I'll workshop things a bit when I get home, see what I can come up with. Not that he'd ever been terribly creative in that regard. All Might Jr. obsessive research into American city names to help come up with move names appropriate to All Might's successor A bit high on the twin thrills of defeating a villain on his own and being judged worthy by a powerful Asgardian artifact, Izuku just gave Katsuki gave a bemused grin as he reached up to rub his surprisingly pain-free jaw. "Oh, and you're welcome." Before Katsuki could regroup and launch himself at Izuku again, there was a flash of greenish-yellow light and a crackling disk of eldritch energy snapped into existence around his feet on the pavement. Leaning forward, Katsuki pushed against the air to find that there was now a barrier between himself and Izuku, one that not even one of his explosions could penetrate. "Are you doing this? Because you might as well just take your lumps like a man, Deku. If I have to wait until later, it's just going to be worse for you." Thinking back to all the other times that he'd seen magic of this exact color, Izuku shook his head as he glanced from Katsuki to the magical field and back. "Can you stop at my place on your way home and let my mother know that I'm alright? She'll probably have seen all of this on the news and, well, I have a feeling it'll be a bit before I get back home." And then he fell through the energy, the smoldering alley disappearing from around him. Thankfully he didn't fall too far or for long, landing with a grunt back in Interfeying Park. Scraggly trees? Check. Gazebo? Check. Amora and Loki and Sigan? Check and check and check. So he'd been moved several blocks in a split second. That put some of the best teleporting quirks, or at least the registered ones that people were willing to publicly admit to having, to shame. Was there anything Amora's magic couldn't do? Leaning over him, Loki offered him an unreadable but not entirely friendly look. "I believe you have something of ours." Planting the wide head of Stormbreaker against the ground, Izuku pushed himself back to his feet before looking down at the hammer uncertainly. "Is it something of yours? Or something of mine? If the hammer thinks I'm worthy, then I suppose that makes you something of ours now too. Not that being judged as worthy has turned you into a proper Asgardian or anything, but close enough." Loki closed the distance between them with a considering look on her face, before reaching out to grab at one of his arms. He blushed darkly as she started at the wrist near Stormbreaker, gently squeezing at his arm as she ran her hand all the way up to his shoulder and then inward to rest on his chest. Thank the Allfather that Thor took care of the worst of Earth's enemies before his run-in with Galactus. "You may be worthy, but you feel like you'd blow away in a stiff breeze. And that armor, it's very nostalgic." Letting go of Stormbreaker, Izuku patted at the armor covering his body. The breastplate was very solid, but the mail covering his arms was surprisingly supple and flexible. It made his skin tingle a bit, too. "Does anyone have any idea how to get this off? I can't go to school like this, and I'm not really keen on going home like this either." The question earned him a roll of Loki's eyes and she flicked one glossy black fingernail against his bicep. "Simple. Just will it to disappear. Possibly while holding Stormbreaker? I don't need a focus to conjure or dismiss what I'm wearing, but Thor was never without a weapon, so I'm uncertain as to whether or not he was capable of it on his own." Izuku picked up Stormbreaker, hesitating a few seconds before raising it over his head for good measure. He hadn't consciously called for the armor, it had shown up of its own volition. But he definitely wanted it to disappear so he could go back to wearing his Gakurin. Trying to get all the way home without people spotting Stormbreaker was going to be difficult enough. Wandering through town dressed as Thor would make things even more difficult for him. Thankfully, there was a crack of thunder and then lightning streaked down out of the sky, striking Stormbreaker and then racing down over his body. Faster than Izuku could blink, the armor was gone and he was back to normal. Loki gave his arm another squeeze before shaking her head despondently. A stiff breeze. Amora gave an uncaring shrug at that, making her way over to Izuku's unoccupied side and curling herself around his body. His blush darkened at that, the world spinning a bit as the blonde brought her head down to rest on his shoulder. Two cute girls were touching him. One cute girl was leaning on him. Nothing in his life had prepared him for this moment. What was he supposed to do in a situation like this? Amora had occasionally touched him in the past, tousling his hair and the like, but nothing like this. Okay, so he doesn't look like much, I'll give you that, but he's evidently worthy. That's good enough for me. Taking a step back, Loki eyed him speculatively for a moment before letting out a soft snort. He looks like he's about to faint. You definitely have your work cut out for you with him. Can you blame him for being overwhelmed? Amora peered up at Izuku for a moment before shooting a glare at her friend. He just went from a quirkless nobody to someone with the power of a god. And he's in the presence of 3 goddesses, at least one of which is going to be his new girlfriend. Probably me. With what I've learned about him over the past few weeks, I think he'd do terribly with a tsundere like you, and Sigen is the goddess of fidelity after all. Also, you may or may not be polysaturated at this point. I've never bothered to ask. Don't particularly care about your love life, to be honest. It took a few seconds for those words to fully penetrate Izuku's head, and then he fainted. Chapter 6 Joe's Note. Am I the only one who thinks Loki is kind of a tsundere in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Like literally everything he does that's even remotely positive is to prove himself worthy to Thor, but at the same time he's all like, it's not like I did it for your approval or anything, baka. It's actually even worse in the Thor, Son of Asgard series that ran from 2004 to 2005, chronicling the adventures of Thor and Loki, Sif, and Amora, as a teenager. Then again, given that it's written by Yoshida Akira, I guess I can't say that I'm terribly surprised. Moving right along, it's time to find out more about Izuku's 2 new intrepid companions, along with more of the background of this world. Where is Thor? What was that about Galactus? Why is Stormbreaker in Musutafu? Read on to find out. Dedications and thanks to Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygan 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrogue, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, the 10th Ancestor, Lukshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Patra 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Blinking his eyes blearily, Izuku slowly came back to awareness to find himself laying on the grass at Inderfeying Park for the second time that afternoon. Or at least most of him was resting on the sun-warmed grass. His head and shoulders were resting on something a bit cooler and considerably softer than the ground. Specifically, Amora's lap. Izuku shot upright so fast that he would have slammed face first into his makeshift pillow if not for her own heightened reflexes. Amora leaning back to clear a path for him, hands gripping at his pants. Nervously, Izuku looked back and forth between her and Loki, and then over at Sigen to see if she might have any answers to the questions forming in his head. She just looked amused, so he turned his attention back to Amora. Why was I on your lap? And what do you mean, new girlfriend? The corner of Amora's mouth quirked upward as she stared at Izuku. To answer your questions in order. Why were you on my lap? Because I'm kind and the ground around here is harder than it looks. Also, I know from media that many boys your age long to achieve the coveted thigh pillow. So I thought I'd treat you. As for the new girlfriend thing, I figured it'd be self-explanatory. I dated Thor for a bit when we were younger. Actually did selfless things for a while because I was dating Jane and she refused to date someone as selfish as I generally tend to be. I want to see if the third time's the charm with Green Thor. Izuku hesitantly looked over at where Stormbreaker was sitting on the grass next to him, unable to keep his mind from fixating on the entirely wrong part of that pronouncement. That's not actually going to be my hero name, is it? Scoffing, Amora scooted across the grass toward him, pressing up against him from behind and looping her arms around his shoulders. Ah, cute girl. Cute girl was touching him again. Breasts were pressing against his back. He thought he'd be used to it by now, but this was so much more touching than Amora normally did. Don't be ridiculous. You'll be Thor, just like Thor and Thor were. Well, we'll probably assign you some sort of adjective for marketing purposes. Like how Jane went out and trademarked Mighty Thor for herself. Perhaps the resurgent Thor or, ooh, the indomitable Thor sounds intimidating, doesn't it? Unless that's not the vibe you're going for, in which case we could do the friendly neighborhood Thor. I think that particular trademark lapsed a few years after May Parker retired. Despite spending several months obsessing over the idea of potentially lifting Stormbreaker for himself, which now seemed either ironic or prescient, he wasn't sure which, Izuku had never actually considered what he would call himself. Then again, perhaps that was for the best given the age he'd been at the time. He probably would have come up with Thor Boy or something equally asinine. Indomitable Thor doesn't sound bad. I mean, we have time to work on it. It'll be a year before I can even enroll in a hero school, and 3 years of high school before I can even go out and try to be someone's sidekick. Fair enough, I suppose. I'll come up with a list of viable ideas for you to pick from. Or we can work together to come up with something for you. Leaning forward, Amora raised an eyebrow at Izuku. And do you really think that you'll ever be a mere sidekick with the power that you now possess? Izuku shrugged helplessly. There's got to be some sort of electrical hero who would be willing to take me on as a sidekick after graduation. I can't imagine that I'll learn everything I need to know about being a hero in a mere 3 years of schooling. After a few seconds of silence, Izuku felt Amora shrug against his back, but to go back to your question, no, not actually Green Thor. You'll have an adjective for marketing purposes, but the holder of Stormbreaker has so far just been Thor. The only people who called Jane, Lady Thor, were misogynists. Most of whom she hid with Stormbreaker. Well, misogynists and Loki called her that. And got hit for it, isn't that right? If you could be a little bit less free with that name, Sylvie, I'd appreciate it. We dispelled the privacy bubble after Izuku left, and unless one of us wants to attract more attention to ourselves by recasting it, we need to be considerably more careful about what we say. Especially now that the entire world will be descending on us in search of information about Stormbreaker's new wielder. Giving Amora a narrow-eyed glare until the blonde held her hands up in surrender, Loki then let out a huff and shifted her attention to Izuku. And for the record, she didn't hit me because I called her Lady Thor. She hit me because she hated me. We already had a fairly well-established hate-hate relationship when she took up Stormbreaker and became Lady Thor. She sniffed again, crossing her arms over her chest. Not like I wanted her to like me at that point or anything. Who cares what some jumped-up hammer-wielding mortal thinks of me? Wow. She really was a tsundere. If you're thinking that Koli is a tsundere, you're not wrong. Amora leaned down, resting her cheek atop Izuku's head. And let me tell you, your culture categorizing the different ways that people in love behave with cute little terms like that is one of my favorite things about Japan. Given that he couldn't properly face her at the moment, Izuku settled for tilting his head back slightly and then looking upward as best he could. And if Koli is a tsundere, what are you, then? Amora hummed softly as she considered that. I haven't been in a relationship in the longest time, but looking back on my past relationships, I would say that I'm possibly a hyakasudere? Frowning, Izuku tried to match that description against his sparse knowledge of anime and manga tropes. Obsessing over heroes had left him with limited time to do anything else, including indulge in non-hero pop culture. He knew maybe 4 archetypes of deer. Tsunere included, and that wasn't one of them. Are you making that up? Think Hachikuji Mayoi from the Monogatari series or Hollow from Spice and Wolf. Izuku didn't have any idea who either of those characters were, but he made a mental note to look them up as soon as he got home. If for no other reason than to have some idea of what he was in for. Assuming, of course, that he actually ended up dating Amora. Should he be assuming that? She seemed rather certain of it. But in the interest of not spending all afternoon sitting on the ground, maybe we should move on. Amora unwound her arms from around Izuku's shoulders, grabbing him under his arms and pulling him upright with her. Holy crap, she was strong. Wait. He had the power of Thor now. Didn't that mean he was just as strong now? Or even stronger? Once they were vertical, Amora immediately insinuated herself at Izuku's right hand, snuggling up against his side as she stared down at him. Meeting her gaze, Izuku licked his lips nervously. You're much touchier than usual today. I'm hard to classify, really. I suppose I'm somewhere between a hyakasudere and a deradere. I do like to tease and torment now and then, but I'm also quite good at openly expressing my affection in a healthy way, bumping her hip against his playfully, or more accurately, her hip against his side, given the height difference. She nodded in the direction of Stormbreaker. To get this conversation back on track. Now at this point, if I was you, I'm sure that I would be wondering, why me? What makes me worthy? Why now, when I wasn't the first time? Glancing down at Stormbreaker, Izuku raised an eyebrow curiously. I mean, I assume it had something to do with me rushing in to save Kacchan when nobody else would, but if just wanting to save someone was enough to be considered worthy, then dozens or even hundreds of heroes would have been able to lift Stormbreaker by now. Pausing, he edged his head to the side as something occurred to him. Can All Might lift Stormbreaker? Amora hummed softly as she contemplated the question. I don't know. I feel like if he ever came and tried to lift it, I would have been told. That seems to be the sort of thing that would get around the dorms. That being said, do you really want him to be able to? Considering that if he could, the Japanese government would almost certainly insist that you give it to him? Well, when she put it like that, absolutely not. Izuku shook his head vehemently before returning to his contemplation of worthiness. Maybe it's because it was pretty much a hopeless situation, but I still put myself in danger to help someone else. I'm seldom honest, but I'm going to be this time in the interest of expediency and getting you acclimated to your new reality as fast as possible. And the truth is, we don't entirely know. The original Mjolnir was enchanted by Odin as a punishment against Thor, and then the enchantment layered onto Stormbreaker was done so by an older and wiser Thor during an interesting period in his life. And he always held his own counsel as to the necessity of doing so. Reaching out, Amora rested her hand on the butt of Stormbreaker's handle. So the honest truth is, if you were hoping that we could explain to you why the hammer has decided you're worthy, we're honestly not sure why it picked you either. Loki cleared her throat softly, eyes darting down to where Stormbreaker sat innocently on the grassy ground of the park. I would rate that as, technically the truth, although I have my own suspicions. As I said, Jane and I didn't particularly get along, but Thor was willing to indulge my interest in the mystical side of Stormbreaker when I presented myself as a young mystic seeking knowledge. The hammer is sentient and even capable of moving under its own power. That being said, it is a conduit for various powers rather than powerful unto itself. I suspect that's why it stayed here in Musutafu unclaimed for as long as it did. It needed somebody worthy to come along and want to wield it in order to unlock its full potential. Reaching down, Izuku curled his fingers around the handle of Stormbreaker, lifting it into the air with the same ease that he'd displayed in the alley while saving Katsuki. After a few seconds, he started to feel strange just standing there waving a giant war hammer around and set it back down on the grass. Are we sure that's the reason why it didn't find another hero in all that time? That someone had to come to it. What if it's just that nobody has been worthy enough to appease Stormbreaker between Thor and me? Quite possibly true, albeit depressing even for someone who dislikes mortals for the most part. Also, it has the potential to give you an incredibly big head once the shock wears off. Loki pondered that for a few seconds before shaking her head. Moving right along, if you're as much of a hero otaku as you seem to be, she trailed off, mouthing the words, hero otaku, before glaring at Amora. That wasn't all speak translating for me. I actually went and called him an otaku instead of a fanboy. All of these trips to visit you here in Japan have infected me. I hope you're happy. Amora giggled softly before shooting Loki an amused look. Considering that the last thing you infected me with took Ayer's intervention and 6 weeks of medication to clear up, I feel like you don't really have a right to complain. Izuku furrowed his brow at that, looking from Amora to Loki and back as the former continued to giggle and the latter pointedly looked away. Wait, had the two of them, but what about Sigyn? Before he could bring himself to ask, Amora correctly interpreted his expression and explained. Koli is polyamorous. We've had situationships over the years. What the heck was a situationship? Izuku frowned and then decided that he didn't have anything to lose by asking, what does that mean? By the Allfather, you're sheltered. A situationship is less than a relationship, BT more than a booty call. Given that he had absolutely no experience with either, Izuku had been utterly unaware that it was possible for a gray area to exist between the two. As Amora continued to explain, he just found himself with more questions. It refers to a romantic relationship that is, and will remain, undefined. Yeah, this wasn't helping things at all. And they were getting off track again. Maybe we can discuss this next time we're alone. Back to the hammer? Sobering, Amora nodded in the direction of where Stormbreaker was sitting on the ground again. In all seriousness, and not to stroke your ego too much, you could be entirely correct about the lack of worthy recipients for the hammer. Thor met a lot of heroes in his day. And out of all of them, only 3 individuals were able to lift either Mjolnir or Stormbreaker. The original Captain America was worthy of lifting Mjolnir and also wielded Stormbreaker before it was enchanted, which I feel is possibly a plot hole since it hadn't been imbued with Thor's power at the time and should have just been a large war hammer in a mortal's hands. Then the original Vision was worthy of lifting Mjolnir, but the reconstructed version proved unworthy of lifting Stormbreaker years later when the government attempted to take possession of it. And then obviously Jane was worthy of lifting Stormbreaker after it was enchanted and fought with Thor's power. Humming thoughtfully, Izuku did his best to put Amora's position out of his mind as he let his gaze drift back down to rest on Stormbreaker. Where, exactly, is Thor these days? He just sort of stopped appearing one day and Stormbreaker showed up in Musutafu, but I could never actually find a definitive source that said, this is what happened to Thor, no matter how hard I looked. Is he going to show up someday and demand his hammer back? Do I have to worry about not being worthy enough and that I'll end up going back to being quirkless and useless at some point? Well, it depends. If you're allowed to eat a golden apple, survive all the way until the end of this cycle, and come out the other side of Ragnarok with Stormbreaker still in your grip, it's possible that the next Thor might take exception to you existing. For now, though. No, Amora's answer made Loki scowl and look away, causing Izuku to look back and forth between the two in confusion. Right now, Thor is currently quite dead. By the time it happened, he was a bit of a boogeyman to the rising class of quirked criminals since there was nobody capable of matching him. Even the dreaded All for One. Wait, he's not written about anywhere that you would find, forget I said that name. But no, the world needed to continue thinking that Thor might swoop down at any moment to mete out justice onto criminals, so the Avengers decided not to reveal his passing. Given that he's a god and known for disappearing for years at a time, the public assumption that's never been successfully challenged is that he's just away for the moment. Izuku blinked in disbelief. He'd sort of assumed at this point, after over a century of no appearances, that Thor was either dead or so supremely disenfranchised with humanity that he'd chosen to leave his own people to a fate that he couldn't tolerate just to get away from Earth. To have it confirmed, though, was something else entirely. If no quirked criminal could match him, then who did? And how did this never make the news? Raising her free hand, Amora pointed upward into the sky. Because his fall took place somewhere that the rest of the world wasn't capable of observing. No. It wasn't a quirked criminal or Dr. Doom or the Talakanil or any other terrestrial threat. Thor became aware of a cosmic entity named Galactus who quite literally devoured entire planets to sustain himself. Or more importantly, Thor was informed by the herald of this being that Galactus had designs on Earth. After losing Asgard to Angela and Surtur, he was unwilling to lose his home a second time. With the help of the day's roster of Avengers, he drew Galactus into a confrontation on the moon and fought him to a standstill. Unfortunately, he lost his own life in the process. Oh wow. The idea of an entity that could, literally, eat a planet was so alien to his sensibilities that Izuku couldn't even wrap his head around it. And Thor had managed to drive off such an entity. Izuku curled his hand around Stormbreaker's haft once more, lifting it into the air again so that he could study it more closely. This was the weapon of a god. Of a king. Of a man who had fought a creature that could devour entire worlds. And now it was his. The thought was intimidating to say the least. Gently pulling his hand out of Amora's grip, Izuku waited for her to settle back into place with her arms wrapped around his waist before tracing his fingers over the runes carved into Stormbreaker's handle. So we covered where Thor is. And also why I have the hammer, Which is to say that nobody really knows, but the fact remains that I do. We've never really discussed why you came to Japan and settled in here to watch Stormbreaker, but I'm going to assume it's because you have a thing for Thors and wanted to know the instant a new one was found. Koli is like his sister, brother, sibling. So obviously she has a vested interest in who holds the hammer. Sigyn, you honestly don't seem to care about any of this, and so I feel like you're just here because your spouse is here. Sigyn thought about that for a few seconds before nodding agreeably. Oh, here's a question. Why's the hammer here? If Thor died on the moon, shouldn't the hammer be sitting in a lunar crater somewhere instead of downtown Musutafu? That's actually a really intelligent question, and I just so happen to know the answer. Amora craned her neck, staring up at where the moon was faintly visible between two clouds in the afternoon daylight. By the time Thor fought Galactus, Jane had already come and gone as Thor and Captain America had wielded Mjolnir in the fight against Thanos. Thor knew for a fact that his power could be passed on, that others could take his place and take up his powers and legacy. And so with his dying breath, he hurled Stormbreaker back toward Earth with all of his might so that it might find someone worthy of passing his power on to. Loki nodded in agreement, jerking her thumb in the rough direction of the crater where Stormbreaker had previously rested in the park. It's completely coincidental that it landed here in Japan, in your hometown. Various governments tried to move it somewhere safer, or at least somewhere more accessible to more people so we could find the next Thor faster. Chief among them the Americans, possibly because over half of their citizens can't legally visit Japan to try their hand at picking up Stormbreaker. They even went so far as to try and involve Vision in the process, which was when they discovered that somewhere between his death at Thanos' hands and his resurrection by sword, he stopped being worthy. I'm sure you can guess how their more mundane attempts ended up, seeing as how we're all here. Considering that it was impossible to lift Stormbreaker unless one was worthy? Yeah, Izuku could hazard a guess as to how those attempts had gone. Although it did make him wonder what would happen if he put Stormbreaker in the bed of a truck, or perhaps on the floor of an elevator headed upward. Would the elevator fail to ascend because it wasn't worthy of lifting Stormbreaker? Wait, no, that was stupid. The hammer wasn't digging a hole into the ground. So logically putting Stormbreaker on an inanimate surface and then moving the surface would still work. Ooh. Even more intriguing question. If an elevator could raise Stormbreaker, what about a non-sentient robot? Vision was the only self-mobile AI in the world, but did it really take a synthezoid to lift the hammer? Could he find a more mundane robot to help him perform that experiment? Maybe Ua had robots? Izuku shook his head, trying to focus back on the matter at hand. One last question, I promise, and then we can figure out where we go from here. But the enchantment on the hammer mentions the power of Thor. What exactly does that entail? What will I be able to do once I learn how to wield Stormbreaker properly? That's a difficult question to answer, given that Jane wasn't Thor long enough to truly master the full spectrum of abilities that she logically should have had. And Stormbreaker is merely a conduit to a greater force. You'll find yourself developing powers that aren't strictly tied to it. Amora tilted her head to the side, staring off into space with a thoughtful expression as she ticked off points on her fingers. But to name a few things: increased strength, speed, durability, and reflexes, all of which will start off in the realm of superhuman and grow to become godly as you train yourself. You'll gain access to the Allspeak. Jane was the first to discover that she could fly without using Stormbreaker, and then Thor learned that ability from her. You'll also gain access to vast energy manipulation and admakinetic powers, which Stormbreaker will do a great deal to help you focus. I feel like I'm forgetting. Oh right, you'll be able to summon the Bifrost with Stormbreaker specifically. And possibly some degree of dimensional travel. I know that Thor had at least one adventure in an alternate reality and returned successfully. Given some of the places he was able to travel with Stormbreaker, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that another reality was one of them. That was a lot. Izuku's head swam as he tried to picture himself doing all of those things. Especially because it was so much more than he ever even fantasized about being able to do. The strength, the durability, that he was familiar with from all of his idle daydreams about being All Might's successor. But he'd never even imagined being able to, atmokinetic? He could control the weather. Sure, Thor was known for his control of lightning, but Amora was flat out stating that he could do considerably more than that. He found himself regretting promising that asking about the extent of the power of Thor would be his last question. Sighing, he began mentally assembling a list of questions to ask when he next saw them. Which would be, when? Suddenly, he realized that there was at least one more question that he absolutely had to ask. So now what? I have Stormbreaker and the three of you. Where do I go from here? Apart from maybe home? My mom is going to kill me. At this point, I should probably walk you home. I've seen enough Midgardian entertainment to know that's expected of the stronger partner. And, well, Amora reached up to squeeze Izuku's bicep the same way that Loki had earlier before coughing softly. Yeah. Besides, I think it might be fun to meet my future mother-in-law. It's not like I have any parents to contribute to our extended family, so here's hoping that your mother and I get along well. Izuku's heart thudded ominously. He wasn't sure he was ready for any sort of girlfriend, much less someone as carefree and forward as Amora. After that, we start training you. This obviously isn't without precedent. Jane, after all. If I could help a middle-aged scientist turn herself into a better hero than Thor alone could teach her to be, the three of us can do the same for a teenage otaku who actually wants to be a hero. Loki nodded agreeably before raising her arm and flexing it. She wasn't particularly muscular by either human or Asgardian standards, but she was still brawnier than his completely untrained physique. Besides, your foolish mortal society has practically turned heroism into an art form these days. There's got to be somewhere you can go to learn how to fight and get stronger. Or failing that, there's got to be someone willing to train a budding Asgardian in the same. Because you will. Get stronger, that is. Jane got an immediate strength boost when she took up Stormbreaker, but as she got herself into even better shape, her power only increased. Izuku looked down at his hands in wonder. Today, he'd stopped a villain without even really knowing what he was doing. If he could grow into this power, grow stronger and more capable through training and honing his abilities, what could he do tomorrow? Or the day after? Not to mention that there was the whole magical hammer that he now possessed and needed to learn how to use properly. Forget being able to someday punch his problems away. What was he going to be able to do once he mastered Stormbreaker? Chapter 7 Joe's Note. Originally the entirety of this chapter would have been covered over the span of 3 or 4 paragraphs in what's now Chapter 8, but then I realized I was falling into the trap of telling instead of showing, which is easy to do when writing a new and active fandom where everybody knows exactly how things unfold in canon. At that point, why bother taking up the time and space exploring something yourself? Well, when you decide to wander off the beaten path a bit, because nobody else is going to show it. So instead of Amora's first trip to the Midoriya household being a passing mention in another chapter, it's going to get the entire chapter that it deserves. Mostly because it opens up a lot of great opportunities for world building and exposition. After all, Izuku has an entire notebook about the Asgardians and a willing source of information. He's got the opportunity to learn a lot of things in a short period of time, as do you. Hopefully you'll enjoy this chapter as much as the last, and leave a review. Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, The 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Izuku looked down at the larger hand firmly ensconced in his, fighting the urge to blush any more darkly than he already was. He was quickly coming to the conclusion that Amora was an even more tactile person with partners than she was with friends. When they were stationary, she snuggled against his side. When they walked, she held his hand. It almost seemed as if she was unwilling to let him out of her sight now that she'd found him, which, if she was as enamored with attaching herself to Thor's as she'd made herself out to be, was probably close to the truth. As they made their way down the street that his apartment was on, Izuku finally gathered up the courage to raise their clasped hands and clear his throat softly. "Are you going to be like this all the time? Not trying to complain or anything, at least I guess I'm not. It's just a little strange for me, considering that I've never had a girlfriend before. I've barely had any time having a girl who is my friend. I haven't really talked to girls before you. And Loki and Sigyn, I guess. Have I mentioned yet that I'm a pretty sad excuse for a human being? And like Loki said, I'm not a therapist, but you should probably talk to one about your self-worth issues. I mean, even if your life is as bad as you say it is, you could probably have a better outlook on it with some therapy." Amora considered that for a few seconds before shrugging. "Also, I'm a bit hurt that you described yourself as friendless to Loki. What happened to Kin-chan and Izuku?" Rolling his eyes, Izuku did his best to rub his shoulder against Amora's bicep as they walked. "Of course you're my friend. I meant more in a general sense. Although if you've decided that we're dating now, I've got one girlfriend and no friends again." Amora rubbed her chin with the hand that wasn't holding his. "I suppose that's one way to look at it. Alternatively, girlfriends are friends too. It's in the name and everything. But maybe now that you have me to help you be more sociable, we can work on getting you some other friends? Or more girlfriends. I'm open to either." Her response made Izuku stumble, threatening to drop Stormbreaker as his free, or at least not held by Amora, arm windmilled wildly. She managed to pull him back upright and he turned to stare at her with wide eyes. "I still have no idea what's even going on with my own life at this point, so, what?" "What? Polyamory can be a lot of fun. Instead of needing to find everything you've ever wanted in a single partner, you can spread it out over multiple partners. Loki is polyamorous." Amora offered a faint shrug before tugging gently on his hand to get Izuku moving again. "It's just a thought for the future. Keep it in mind." Considering he'd never expected a single girl to want to date him at all ever, Izuku had a hard time imagining any sort of situation where he was dating multiple girls. Not to mention that he still wasn't entirely sure as to why this particular girl wanted to date him. "So, I went from friend material to boyfriend material because I lifted Stormbreaker? That seems shallow?" Amora looked over at him with an exasperated expression. "Izuku, it's not that you lifted Stormbreaker and are going to become the new Thor. Not really. I mean, yes, I've dated both previous Thors, but not because I'm some sort of Thor groupie or something. No, you see, I'm attracted to what all of this represents. Izuku, you're worthy. While we don't know entirely what makes someone worthy, it's generally accepted that it's someone of strong moral conviction, of sincere beliefs, of selflessness. Someone dedicated to the preservation of life, someone who does the right thing. Why wouldn't I think someone like that is boyfriend material?" Well, when she put it like that, he sounded like a much better catch than he'd thought. It did make him wonder whether or not he was in fact as worthy as the Hammer thought he was. But perhaps that was part of being worthy. If he was arrogant and full of himself, would he still be the sort of person that Stormbreaker wanted to be wielded by? Had Kachan ever tried to lift Stormbreaker? Izuku glanced back down at the hand holding his. "Isn't this rushing things a bit? I mean, you just decided you wanted to date me today. Like, an hour ago." Chuckling softly, Amora swung their arms a bit more energetically, raising their intertwined hands higher up into the air. And exactly what is wrong with enjoying a simple public display of affection? Because to be brutally honest, I'm not really used to anyone other than my mother tolerating my existence, much less appreciating it. You've been a notable exception to that lately, which is the main reason I'm not freaking out entirely. But, Izuku brought his other hand up to rub at the back of his neck, only to end up blushing both at the incredulous look that Amora was shooting him and his own stupidity as the head of Stormbreaker smacked him upside the back of his head. That's a big part of why I'm not sure that Stormbreaker chose the right person. I'm just a quirkless Deku, to borrow Kacchan's favorite phrase. Worthless. There's nothing special or unique or desirable about me in the least. Taking advantage of their joined hands to pull Izuku to a stop, Amora scowled down at him, and even after spending weeks with her, he still wasn't used to that. While he was far from being the tallest boy in his year, he was tall enough that all of his female classmates either looked up to him or met his eyes evenly. Even his own mother was a handful of centimeters shorter than him at this point. But both Amora and Loki towered over him by over 20 centimeters. He'd never really expected to be attracted to taller women, but, well, here he was. That may have been true yesterday, but today is a brand new day for you, Izuku. Today you were judged and found worthy. Out of all the people on this planet who have stopped by that park and tried to lift that hammer, up to and including that obnoxious little Kacchan of yours, you alone were considered to be worthy to wield the power of Thor. There's more to you than you think there is, more to you than anyone around you has been willing to acknowledge and nurture, and I intend to help you learn to appreciate those things. Izuku let out a thoughtful hum at that, letting Stormbreaker drop back down to hang at his side as he looked from Amora's face to their conjoined hands and back several times. I guess that's true. And you're not wrong about me needing to learn to appreciate myself. I'm smart. I've got the second best grades in my class after Kacchan. I guess I'm kind of cute. 2 girls at school told me they would have dated me if I wasn't quirkless. My social skills need a bit of work, but that's understandable considering nobody wants to socialize with me. And I was brave enough to try and save Kacchan when nobody else would. That's got to count for something, right? That question earned him a throaty chuckle from Amora, the blonde spinning around and tugging him forward again, leading him unerringly toward the wrong apartment complex. He pulled her to a stop this time, coughing lightly before nodding in the direction of his building. She blushed faintly at her mistake but quickly regained her composure, tossing her hair haughtily. Exactly. And I bet those 2 girls are going to be kicking themselves when you get to school tomorrow. Another reason I want to stake my claim now. Not that I think they're any sort of competition, but, well, the early bird gets the worm. Or in this case, the Thor. Not the most graceful person even while not holding a large war hammer, Izuku stumbled over the first step of the stairs leading up to his apartment, nearly pulling them both down in the process. Then Stormbreaker wasn't enough to save him, the head of the hammer hitting the concrete stair at an angle and skittering off sideways as he tipped forward. Thankfully Amora proved to be as strong as she was tall, easily planting her feet and supporting their combined weight to keep Izuku from tumbling completely. He blinked owlishly at the display before quickly scrambling back to his feet as he let out a nervous chuckle. You're very strong. And very pretty. I'm not sure which one is more intimidating at this point. Considering that in no time at all you'll be as strong as me, and then even stronger shortly thereafter, you should definitely be intimidated by my beauty. Or my poise or charm. I'll accept any of the 3. Possibly my intellect. I'm admittedly not the sharpest of my brethren, but compared to you mere mortals, Amora brought their joined hands up to chest level before putting her free hand atop it and slowly raising that hand up over her head. Yeah. Deciding for once in his relatively mundane and an interesting life to just go with the flow, Izuku offered Amora a shy smile. Well then I guess it's lucky for me that I find intelligent women attractive? That earned him a burble of laughter from the blonde as she continued to lead him up the stairs, pausing briefly at the top of each flight to see if she should keep going. That continued all the way to the top floor, at which point she began leading him down the hallway with a slight hesitation in front of each door. Eventually, they ended up in front of his apartment and he gave her an anxious smile before unlocking the door. Here's to hoping that my mother wasn't watching the news. Izuku. My baby boy, so much for that vain hope. Izuku braced himself as he stepped into the apartment, releasing Amora's hand and carefully lowering Stormbreaker onto the floor behind him and resting his weight on the handle. It turned out to be in vain as his mother came barreling around the corner, engulfing him in a powerful hug that nearly bowled him over backward. There was a soft chuckle from behind him as Amora reached up, placing her hands on his shoulders to keep him from falling back onto her and then slowly easing him back upright as he patted his mother's back awkwardly with his free hand. "Hey, Mom. It's me. You're all over the news. They're saying that you rushed into the alley trying to save Katsuki when the pro-heroes couldn't, and then that famous magical hammer from the park came flying out of nowhere and, trailing off, Midoriya Inko leaned to one side, peering past Izuku at the hammer that he was leaning against. That hammer. It's all true, then? You're really the new wielder of Stormbreaker? You have the power of Thor now?" Before Izuku could formulate an answer that wouldn't freak out his overly emotional, highly protective, and generally overbearing mother, Amora decided to insert herself into the conversation. Taking a step forward, she pressed herself against his back, wrapping one arm around his shoulders as she offered the other to his mother. "As of today, he is indeed. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. My name is, oh bother, if you're my boyfriend's mother, I might as well use my real name. Inkantare Amora, at your service. I'm one of the Asgardians assigned to monitor Stormbreaker for changes, and your son's new girlfriend. I look forward to getting to know you in the coming days and months." Izuku let out a groan of resignation as he brought his free hand up to cover his face, already anticipating his mother's reaction to Amora's introduction. She didn't disappoint. "You're my Izuku's girlfriend? My little boy has found himself a girlfriend. Oh, he's growing up so fast, and look at you. So strong and powerful and beautiful. My Izuku sure knows how to pick them, doesn't he? Actually, I believe that technically I'm the one who picked him on account of deciding that I should complete my Thor collection, but yes, let's go with that for the sake of your motherly pride." Amora turned herself sideways, squeezing past both Izuku and Inko and stepping into the apartment proper. Looking around speculatively, she did her best to mask the distaste that Izuku could tell she was feeling. And if someone as socially inept as he could tell how she was feeling, chances were that literally anyone else could as well. "You come from very humble beginnings, don't you, Izuku? That's okay. Every hero has to start somewhere, I suppose." Wanting to act before his mother could recover from her shock and realize that someone was insulting her home, or, even worse, double back to ask him any more questions about inheriting Stormbreaker and the power of Thor, Izuku slipped his shoes off and left them in the Gencon as he padded into the living room after Amora, who was no longer wearing her green boots, of which there were no sign. Magic, he supposed. She'd used it only sparingly around him in the past, but if they were going to start spending even more time together, that was probably going to become the answer to many of his questions in the future. No, you've been asking about my room. And my collection. Do you want to see it?" Amora pouted faintly, clearly interested in continuing to explore his dwelling, before perking up as she realized that he was offering to let her explore somewhere that she wouldn't be allowed to enter on her own. "Good idea. I think that'd be an excellent way to pass the time until dinner. Assuming, of course, that your mother doesn't object to me joining you too." Were people allowed to invite themselves to dinner? Wasn't that rude? Or was that only rude if you weren't an Asgardian? Maybe it was normal to them. Or maybe it was just Amora being Amora. Whatever the cause, Izuku took Amora's hand before looking over at his mother, who gave him an excited smile and a thumbs up. Right then. Dinner for 3 it was. "Mom seems okay with it, so I guess you're eating with us tonight." "But Izuku, I have more questions for you and your," trailing off, Inko's eyes dropped down to their clasped hands and she smiled giddily. "Never mind. Why don't you go show her your room? No funny business, though." Blushing brightly, Izuku gave a gentle tug on Amora's hand as he fled the room, pulling the laughing blonde along behind him. Stopping in front of a wide door adorned with an All Might name plaque, he braced himself for the coming judgment. "Just to warn you, I feel like I may have undersold how much of a hero otaku I really am. As a whole, but especially when it comes to All Might." And then he opened the door, leading a girl into his personal space for the first time. Amora let out a low whistle as she looked around, taking in the All Might figures and posters and sheets and alarm clock and throw rug. Yeah, this is more than just a bit, Izuku. Turning in a slow circle, she came to a halt while looking at his slow but growing Asgardian corner, which now included, is that me? It arrived yesterday. It's still raw resin, I haven't had a chance to paint it yet. Slipping past her, Izuku picked up his 1/7 scale Sylvie bust and held it out to her. It's a little stylized because the guy didn't really do realistic models, but I paid for someone to model you and print you from my drawings. Because obviously there's no Amora the Enchantress merchandise out there on the market. Taking it from him, Amora turned it over in her hands, examining it from every angle. That's adorable. I love it. Although you're not entirely correct. There may not be any remaining merchandise of me, at least on the secondary market, but I distinctly remember there being action figures of me that were sold alongside Jane's Thor. The odds of you finding a collector with 200-year-old American toys who's willing to part with any of them is slim, though. Izuku nodded, moving to sit in his desk chair as Amora continued to marvel over the statue of her. I'll keep an eye out. Maybe I could use one of those middleman sites that lets me shop on American websites. Amora edged her head to the side curiously and Izuku blushed, pointing at one of his young age All Might figures. There are a couple companies who will let you use their warehouse as a delivery point if you buy stuff on American sites who aren't willing to ship to Japan. Then they pack it up and ship it over here. For a fee, obviously. Most of my young age merchandise got here through those companies. Apart from some commemorative stuff, Japan didn't really produce merchandise until All Might was already in his silver age. I see. Industrious of you. Let me knows how that goes, and tell me after you've painted this statue. I want to take pictures and show Loki. She's going to be so jealous that there's new merchandise of me after 200 years and none of her. Izuku opened his mouth to admit that he was probably going to commission the same guy to make him a statue of Loki's coliform once he had better pictures to work from before deciding that he would let Amora have this moment. I'd offer to let you paint me like one of your French statues, but I feel like that's a reference that would go over your head. Handing the statue back to him, Amora moved to sit on the edge of his bed, smirking up at him faintly as she casually crossed one leg over the other. Just think, give it 4 years or so for you to finish junior high and then children will be buying figures and posters of you. Won't that be something? Izuku returned the statue of Amora to its place between Thor and Mighty Thor on his shelf and was halfway to the bookshelf containing the other volumes of Hero Analysis for the Future when he froze at her question before slowly turning to look over at her. Merchandise? Of me? You really think that I'll be famous enough someday to have merchandise? They still make replicas of Mjolnir for people to buy, and that particular hammer of Thor's hasn't existed in over 2 centuries. Why wouldn't they make merchandise of the hero who stepped up to inherit Thor's legacy? Amora brought her hands up, pressing them together before drawing them apart vertically, yellowish-green light sparkling between her palms as she created a small glowing construct of Izuku. I'm still leaning toward Indomitable Thor. It just has a certain energy to it that feels like it would sell well. Making his way over to his bookshelf, Izuku hummed thoughtfully as he scanned the collected volumes. I guess, I felt like that's a concern for a considerably future me, though. I'm not even in high school yet. And I won't get my provisional hero license until at least my 2nd year. Heck, I'm not even accepted into a hero course yet. Worrying about what I'm going to call myself as a hero seems a bit premature from where I'm sitting. That made Amora raise an eyebrow condescendingly. Do you really think that a hero program is going to turn down the inheritor of Thor's legacy? No, I'm precisely as concerned about your future as I should be. In the blink of an eye, you'll be graduated and out there doing hero work and you're going to need someone to look after your business concerns. Especially given that you're not affiliated with the Starks, who did an adequate job of managing all of the Avengers images for them. Perhaps I should set my sights on entering the UA business course? For the past few years, Loki's been nattering on about enrolling herself in Immortal School to see how her Asgardian scientific knowledge stacks up against the constant tide of human technological advancement, but she had no real pressing reason to until today. I imagine she'll be considering UA's support course in short order. Izuku turned his attention back to his bookshelf, navigating all the way back to Volume 4 and pulling it free before turning to face Amora. He'd constantly forgotten to bring it to one of his meetings with her, but as long as she was here, why not? Returning to his spot at his desk, he sat back down opposite Amora and opened his old notebook. It was a bit cringy, to be honest. His writing was considerably less legible, to the point that he had to squint a bit to try and figure out what some of the kanji were supposed to be. While it wasn't in crayon like Volume 1, it wasn't great. Setting it down, he dug out Volume 14 and opened it to the next blank page, deciding that if he could have 4 separate entries on All Might across his first 13 volumes, he could definitely have second entries for a handful of specific Asgardians. Then he paused, realizing that he'd never responded to Amora's previous statement. All 3 of us at UA together. That could definitely be an interesting way to spend my high school career. I mean, I definitely wouldn't mind sharing a school with you, although we'd probably only see each other in passing if we were in separate courses. Loki, on the other hand, she still doesn't seem terribly fond of me, so I don't know if she'd even want to walk to school with us or eat lunch with us in the cafeteria. Considering she told me that her girlfriend is a hero course hopeful, she'd probably have someone else to eat lunch with. Assuming she's applying to UA and actually makes it in. I haven't asked her too many questions about the girl yet. Maybe I should change that. Amora pondered that for a few seconds before shrugging and gesturing to the desk in front of Izuku. You clearly have questions. You're making that face again. Was he that easy to read, or was she already getting good at understanding his expressions? Izuku was curious, but not curious enough to be distracted from his notebook. I do? There's a burning question that's been bugging me since I started researching Asgardians. What the heck ever happened to Sif? She was your most prolific visitor to Earth by number of appearances, other than Thor, of course, but dropped off the radar right before the rest of you moved to Tonsberg. The question earned him a faintly disgusted look from Amora, who gave a full-body shudder before answering. Vanaheimar. Sif decided to relocate somewhere a bit less active, for personal reasons, and as such managed to miss both Angela's return to Asgard and the burning. Our access to the Bifrost has been limited between Stormbreaker's hibernation and the lack of proper terminus in Tonsberg, so I have neither seen nor heard from her in a great many years. At the end of the day, though, she is a formidable warrior, and there's no reason to think that she's not still defending her adopted people. Grabbing a pencil off of his desk, Izuku's hand flew back and forth over the page as he recorded the new information. When he finished, he tapped his pen against his cheek thoughtfully. Now that I hold Stormbreaker, I can go to Vanaheimar and meet her for myself. Imagine what she could tell me about Thor, Asgard before its fall. Other heroes that she worked with here on Earth. Amora let out an affronted noise and Izuku looked over at her, waving his hands placatingly. Of course I have you for that, but another perspective never hurts, right? But that's all in the far future, seeing as how I don't know how to do, well, much of anything with Stormbreaker at this point. Moving on, what about the 3 men who appeared with Sif during the Puente Antiguo incident? They were never seen again as far as I know, and Thor never mentioned them during any of his interviews. The Warriors 3. A group even more tiresome than Sif, especially Fandral the self-declared dashing. They perished slightly before the burning, during Angela's return to Asgard. Amora brought one hand up, tapping a finger against her chin for a few seconds before gesturing to the notebook that he was holding. Here's some information that literally no living mortal happens to possess. Let me tell you about your erstwhile half-sister, and the bloody swath she cut through Asgard during her attempt to usurp the throne from Thor. Chapter 8. Joe's Note. So, after a chapter of exposition, a chapter of action, and another chapter of exposition, I guess that means it's time for another chapter of exposition and world building. No, really, the unfortunate truth of any story is that unless you're doing something that slavishly adheres to canon, you have to spend an awful lot of the story's early days building your world. Because it's not the same world that everyone in the fandom is used to, and you can't rely solely on their pre-existing knowledge. We as authors are exploring brave new worlds with our readers, which inevitably requires us to construct said worlds. Hopefully this will cover the last of the necessary exposition, though, leaving us free to pursue action and adventure from here on out. Also, shout out to the 44 people who favorited this story and the 56 people who have me on alert. You guys rock. Dedications and thanks to Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis 2, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Earlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, the 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter0n, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Not that I'm complaining about the idea of meeting up with you for some training, because we both know I definitely need it. But why are we here? Izuku felt it was a fair question, given that Dagoba Municipal Beach Park hardly seemed like the sort of place that someone as sophisticated as Amora would enjoy spending her time. What with the giant piles of junk and circling seagulls and occasional juvenile delinquent and all. But she had in fact been the one to insist on meeting him at the beach. At a really early hour of the morning. It was more proof that no matter how much he learned about the blonde, he didn't really know or understand her at all. Even nearly 2 weeks after he'd lifted Stormbreaker, so much of his new dynamic with Amora continued to confound Izuku. While she'd been minimally exposed to his peculiarities before, she was now with him almost every waking moment outside of school and being exposed to the full brunt of his eccentricities. If possible, though, she seemed to have grown even more gracious in tolerating them than she had been when they'd just been meeting in the park every so often. Instead of snapping at him when he did something odd, the way Ost people did, she just endured each incident with a bemused smile followed by a gentle nudge, trying her best to correct his behavior rather than simply growing frustrated with it. True to her word, Amora had stayed at his side that first night until dinner was ready and then returned there after they'd finished eating, answering every question that he could think of about the Asgardians. Hell, she'd actually gone and read over his shoulder at one point, volunteering some information that he hadn't asked for, even. And when it was finally time for her to leave, she'd graced him with a kiss on the lips that had left Izuku as red as his shoes. Then she'd commandeered his phone, adding contact information for Loki, Sigyn, and someone named Brunhild, before promising to contact him soon, once she'd made some arrangements for his training. The next day, his normal existence did its level best to reassert itself, as if something massively life-changing hadn't happened the afternoon before. He got up when his all-might alarm clock went off, going through all the normal motions and heading to school just like always. When he arrived, he found himself the center of quite literally everyone's attention for a vaguely positive reason for the first time. While the news hadn't identified him in the reports about the incident. Possibly because he was a minor, possibly because he'd been teleported away before they could interview him, it hadn't been hard for his classmates to match the uniform and the curly green hair and figure out who had lifted Stormbreaker. And everyone wanted to know, well, pretty much everything. Well, everyone except for Kachan, who seemed to be indulging in a bit of a sulk as he pointedly ignored his presence all day. And of course, everyone had wanted to see his famous new possession, which he'd opted to leave home for obvious reasons. While he wasn't sure whether or not it technically counted as quirk support gear and was even allowed to come to school with him, carrying Stormbreaker around all day just seemed tiresome. Besides, according to the legends about Thor, he could summon his hammer to himself from anywhere. Bringing it to school was an accident, or incident, waiting to happen, especially compared to the relatively safe option of leaving it home with his mother. By the time school let out for the day, Amora still hadn't called or texted. Instead, she'd chosen to pop up at Aldera Junior High School so that she could walk home with him. Evidently him taking possession of Stormbreaker meant that she and her fellow Asgardians were effectively out of a job, and so she had nothing but free time, free time that she wanted to spend with him. Her presence set his classmates to gossiping as much, or possibly more than, his new hammer, not that he'd had much time to process their renewed attention to his existence. Amora had up and taken his hand like they were some sort of couple or something, leading him off toward a nearby arcade. And then a ramen stand. And then a nearby park, where they'd watched the world go by until sunset. At which point she'd brought him back home, kissed him goodnight again, and disappeared into the night. The next day proved that wasn't a fluke, the blonde repeating the behavior, picking him up from another exasperating day of being the center of everyone's attention because in the quirkest world that he lived in, being powerful now meant he had worth to them. She'd whisked him off on what was unquestionably a second date. That behavior had repeated itself every day after that, leaving him able to do little but enjoy his good fortune in her company. This morning, he'd awoken to the persistent buzzing of his cell phone, Amora bombarding his phone with a series of short messages to try and wake him up. It had worked, and once awake, he'd agreed to meet her at the nearby Dagoba beach because, well, she'd asked nicely enough for Amora. Well, come to the beach if you want to learn more about being Thor, wasn't really asking so much as a thinly veiled summons if one wanted to get technical, but he'd gone along with it anyway. And so here he was, wondering why he was there. Simple. He may have been our king and a mighty warrior indeed, but the original Thor was an arrogant little swat when he was your age. Or, well, what passed for your age as an Asgardian? As an adolescent, let's say. I've decided that I'm going to nip that in the bud by teaching you some humility right out of the gate. Not that you're not almost obnoxiously meek as it stands, but no reason to give the power a chance to go to your head. Shivering a bit in the cool ocean breeze, Amora gestured to the dingy beach with one green mitten. You need to learn how to harness and control your new powers, especially the strength, speed, and durability that comes with being a vessel for Thor's power. I need a beach near your house that I can actually enjoy going to. You're going to clean up Dagoba Beach as training, and in return, you'll not only become more powerful but get to see me in a bikini on a regular basis as the beach gets cleaner and the weather warms up. That's a fair trade, yes? Izuku nodded eagerly before catching himself and blushing darkly at where his thoughts had gone. While ostensibly they were dating and he was allowed to like seeing his girlfriend in a bikini, wait, were they dating? Neither of them had come out and asked the other out. Amora had simply declared that she was going to be his girlfriend and he hadn't possessed the courage to contradict her. Did that mean they were dating now? Shaking his head, he forced that and other irrelevant thoughts out as he tried to focus on the more pertinent portion of her explanation. I need to train my strength. I thought that maybe we'd be meeting so I could learn how to fight or master Stormbreaker's abilities or something. And that I'd just grow into my more physical abilities as I got better with my martial ones. Arching an eyebrow, Amora regarded him with a distinct air of haughty disdain. First of all, that's not how it works at all. You don't learn how to fight and then decide to get in shape. And while your ability to summon and direct energy is similar enough to how I cast magic that I can give you pointers, do I really strike you as the type who would be able to teach you anything about how to properly and adequately swing a hammer around to smite your foes? She made an exceptionally good point, at least on one level. Sure, she could teach him energy projection, in the same way that Endeavor's ability to direct flames could probably teach him basic things about wielding lightning. He was going to be in for a lot of self-exploration and trial and error to figure out how things worked. So I need to learn how to fight, but first I need to learn how to be Thor, basically. Yes, exactly, at his prime, Thor was capable of fighting Galactus. We haven't actually gone ahead and quantified your abilities yet because they're so new, but I would guess that you're weaker than Jane was when she took up the hammer. Her own physical fitness was her greatest enemy when it came to her time as Thor. And so we're going to get you into shape. And then, trailing off, Amora mumbled a few words under her breath before waving her hand, summoning a yellowish-green energy construct that was a dead ringer for the pictures and videos of Thor that Izuku was familiar with from historical documentaries. Thor was a hero in his own way, but I can assure you that Thor was by no means a hero by modern Japanese society's standards. Izuku bristled at that. eyes bouncing back and forth rapidly between the likeness of Thor and the sorceress generating it. I'm starting to realize from some of the stories that you've told me that you didn't always have the best and healthiest relationship with him, but isn't that an awfully cruel thing to say about someone who did so much good? Someone who I'm supposed to be living up to the legacy of. After considering that for a moment, Amora manipulated the magical simulacra to show Thor bashing some unknown creature's head in with his hammer. History is written by the victors, and so my people see him as a valiant warrior on the side of righteousness. So do your people, for that matter. But the fact remains that most of what he did was kill, frequently, violently. That doesn't necessarily translate well into being the #1 hero of a society that has idealized its civic defenders. All might puts people in jail. Thor put people in coffins. So while we're obviously going to work on helping you grow into the power that you've inherited, we're also going to need to teach you how to use said same power, appropriately. Do you understand now? Nodding slowly, Izuku watched as the magical construct reset and Thor bashed his enemy's head in again. I certainly can't do that to a villain. Not if I want to make it to #1, that is. Wanton destruction and disregard for human life is a big part of why Endeavor is perpetually stuck at #2. And even he tries to limit his villain casualties as best possible despite the fact that his power is, well, burning things. Sighing, Amora closed the distance between them and grabbed Izuku by the bicep, squeezing it gently. Now that we've established why we'll be doing what we're doing, let's get back to our original topic. The power of Thor is a bit difficult to explain, mostly because today's society separates quirks into neat little categories and being the inheritor of Thor's power doesn't fit neatly into any of them. I feel like Thor would fit mostly under the emitter classification. Izuku winced as Amora shot him a miffed look, raising his hands in surrender. Sorry. I'm not trying to argue. He obviously has what our society would deem as multiple quirks, but they all seem like they would fall under the emitter category. He doesn't transform. And he's not a heteromorph, so logically he would be an emitter type. Amora continued to frown at him for a few more seconds before sighing. I guess I just have to accept that you're obsessed with quirks and heroes and will want to consider these things. I suppose you're right about him having multiple emitter powers. I suppose I would also, given that I have the equivalent of a moderate enhancer quirk in my magical abilities. Given that enhancer quirks ranged anywhere from being able to lift twice as much as a normal person to, well, all might. Izuku was curious exactly what her definition of moderate was. He was aware enough to know that now wasn't the time to ask, though. Sorry for interrupting, though. You were clearly going somewhere when I distracted you. Nodding, Amora gave his bicep another squeeze before stepping back and pressing her hands together in front of her before slowly drawing them an inch or so apart. Let's try an analogy to see if that makes this go any smoother. Okay, imagine that human strength in your quirk society can be measured on a scale of 1 to 10. While I'm already quite fond of you, I think we can both agree that right now you'd be a 1. Now imagine that having the power of Thor multiplies your strength by 3. Your pathetic 1 becomes a 3. Still below average but a slight bit more respectable. But then if you build up your own strength and naturally become a 2. Then with Thor's power, I'd effectively be a 6. And if I become a 3, then I'm all the way up at 9. Izuku bounced excitedly on his toes, looking from Amora to the nearby piles of garbage and back as his mind continued to whirl. A 5 would put me into the realm of serious strength-enhancing quirks at 15, and getting all the way to 10 would make me practically all might at 30. I get it, so I need to clean this beach to raise my base strength number to increase. How strong the power of Thor makes me. Slowly spreading her hands farther apart as Izuku spoke, Amora nodded in agreement before letting some sparkles of magic dance between her palms. Granted, it's all much more complex than that in actuality because being Thor's successor involves channeling immense amounts of power and mastering complex abilities. And Thor was capable of going one-on-one with beings like the Hulk, meaning his top strength level is so far removed from what you can do that we should be talking on a scale of 1 to 100 or maybe even 1 to 500 at the moment. But the analogy works well enough for now. You understand why you need to get stronger. We're on the same page. Izuku edged his head to the side curiously as he thought back to the previous wielder of the hammer, or rather the previous host of Thor's power. Is there a transformative quality to the power? Not counting the ability to summon armor like I did the other day, that is. Actually personally transformative. Because I've seen a few pictures of Jane Foster from before she became Thor and... Laughter bubbled up out of Amora and she raised her mittened hand, wobbling it from side to side. As you've already realized, you will be able to conjure armor so that your hero costume will never be out of reach, but you won't necessarily be changing. That was a conscious choice on Jane's part, not wanting to be recognized when she was in the field. Then someone leaked who she really was, which meant her efforts were for naught, but she did in fact try to keep those two halves of her life separate. You will likely remain looking like yourself just in Asgardian armor, unless you consciously choose to do otherwise. Furrowing his brow, Izuku tried to visualize what he might look like someday as indomitable Thor certainly had a nice ring to it, he had to agree. The process made his head spin, mostly because all of the images that floated through his head involved him looking like a green-haired version of All Might. Which was probably because Thor bore a strong resemblance to All Might. He could look like the kind of person who actually could be the #1 hero if he wanted. But did he want to? Granted, he was going to go through with Amora's proposal to maximize his own strength and improve his fitness and physique, but did he honestly want to do more than that? Was there anything wrong with looking like the best Izuku he could manage to be? Sure, he was a bit on the short side and would never be as bulky as Endeavor or All Might, but did he have to be a hero? I honestly don't think I'd want that. Sure, I admire the heck out of All Might, but that doesn't mean I have to be a clone of him to be a good hero. He was just going to ignore the existence of his old notebook with his very All Might-inspired costume designs and potential names like Small Might, All Might Jr., and Almighty Boy. Very mature of you. It also takes a toll on your body, which Jane learned the hard way when her career as Thor flared out after a measly 5 years. Amora held up both of her hands comparatively, looking back and forth from one to the other. Your fitness will also play a role in how well you adjust to the power and how long you can wield it. Thor was an Asgardian who kept himself in outstanding physical shape. Jane, on the other hand, was a scientist who was roughly as fit as a russet potato. Jane also declined the golden apple that she was offered, which is an entirely different discussion for another time. All of that made a good deal of sense to Izuku. He wasn't an Asgardian. His body wasn't meant to handle the kind of power that Thor's body could easily accommodate. But while he'd never be as physically hale as an Asgardian, the more he closed that gap, the better off he'd be. The better hero he'd turn out to be. Right then, how should I get started? Amora wriggled her hand out of her mitten, making a series of complex gestures that culminated with a yellowish-green portal springing to life a few feet from the nearest pile of trash. Pick something up and dump it in here. The portal will take it to the Lotho incineration facility to be properly disposed of. Oh. Fisting her other hand in Izuku's t-shirt, Amora pulled him in for a quick peck on the lips that set him back to blushing as she quirked an eyebrow. And thank you for agreeing to my idea. You didn't have to. You could have taken my warnings and come up with your own plan to improve your fitness. I appreciate that you're putting this much trust in me. Reaching up to rub the back of his head sheepishly, Izuku shrugged. I mean, of course I'm going to trust you. You've been dealing with this Thor stuff for centuries at this point. You obviously know more about it than I do. Also, we're trailing off. He tilted his head to the side and peered up at her uncertainly. Are we dating? You just sort of told me that you were going to be my girlfriend. Is that actually how it works? I've never dated anyone before. I thought there'd be more of an asking and agreeing process involved. Oh, by Odin's saggy right nut, fine. Midoriya Izuku. Amora released Izuku's shirt, gesturing first at him and then down at herself. Would you like to go out with me? Was this what Marizata Keiichi from My Goddess felt like? Izuku idly found himself wondering. Because would he? Obviously. He'd have to be an idiot to say no, and not just because he didn't exactly have any other girls beating his door down wanting to go out with him. Or Well, he did, but they were all girls who wouldn't give him the time of day back before he picked up Stormbreaker, and so he wasn't inclined to accept their advances now that he was powerful and accordingly had worth. Amora was powerful, intelligent, beyond gorgeous. She was practically perfect in every way save for being perhaps a little too forward and aggressive with him. Which, if he was honest with himself, might not be the worst thing. He had absolutely no idea how to be a friend anymore, much less a boyfriend. Having someone willing to take the reins and steer him through the process would probably benefit him greatly. But at the same time, a small part of Izuku had him wanting to decline her offer for her own good. After all, there had to be someone more deserving of Amora's attention and affection than a quirkless loser like him. Except that while he may still be quirkless, he wasn't helpless anymore. Or hopeless. He had a power all his own in the form of Stormbreaker and Thor's abilities. Despite what Kacchan and everyone else had told him, he was going to be a hero someday. And if Amora really wanted to stand by his side through that journey, who was he to tell her no? Although he did still have a question or two first. Is it weird that I'm so much younger than you? It feels a little weird? I mean, you have to look at things from my perspective. The oldest human in Japan is the equivalent of an Asgardian child. The actual adolescent Asgardians in Musutafu are older than Quirks. The youngest of them was still born on Asgard. My cover persona was ostensibly born on Asgard, and so was Koli. Amora furrowed her brow in thought for a few seconds before ultimately shrugging helplessly. So no matter how you look at it, there's a truly imposing age gap between any of my people and any of yours. Izuku nodded as he considered her point. He'd originally meant the fact that he was a teenager, while the last known Asgardian, human romance had involved a woman significantly older than him, but if he understood Asgardian aging and maturity properly, the difference between him now and Jane Foster when she met Thor was the equivalent of a year in terms of Asgardian growth and maturity. As she'd so astutely pointed out, human supercentenarians were the equivalent of Asgardian 8-year-olds. So from Amora's perspective, the difference between him and Jane was the equivalent of whether or not he'd date someone already in their first year of high school. Which he personally didn't find to be too big of a deal. So the fact that he was on the younger side probably didn't bother her if she was already willing to lower herself to dating a human. Which she clearly was, given that she dated Jane over 2 centuries ago. The fact that she dated Jane was definitely encouraging for their future prospects. Unlike when Thor first came to Earth and met Jane, they wouldn't be having any of the hilarious cross-species misunderstandings that Thor had anecdotally mentioned in interviews. Hell, Amora had lived in Japan for long enough that they wouldn't even be having cross-cultural misunderstandings. And the fact that she dated a human for an extended period of time meant that she knew what to expect on the romantic side of things. Well, maybe not in Japan given how prone she was to public displays of affection, but she at least had a decent grasp of the human experience and how to date one of them. And she was just asking him to date her. It wasn't like she was proposing marriage or something. Which evidently carried, "till death do us part," implications in Asgardian society, if he'd understood Sigyn's comment correctly. But just dating, if they didn't work out, they didn't work out. They could always break up, and did people who broke up actually manage to go back to being friends? If television and movies were anything to go by, sure. Judging by what he'd seen of his classmates, considerably less often in real life. Did he want to risk that? With his literal only friend at the moment? Izuku jerked as Amora cleared her throat, still staring at him expectantly, and he realized in horror that he'd just been standing there staring at her for an unknown period of time. Not answering the question that she'd asked him. Shit. Well, heroes were supposed to be brave, right? I'd be honored to be your boyfriend, Amora-chan. Grinning impishly, Amora treated him to his longest kiss yet, both of the morning and overall. Excellent. And I'm not sure how I feel about you calling me by my actual name. I was actually getting used to Kin-chan. It fits this form, too, if you want to keep using it. She thought for a moment before turning and gesturing to the beach. And now that we've got that settled, I do believe it's time for you to haul some trash. Izuku sagged a bit at that, leaning back as he looked over at the towering piles of trash that covered the beach. I thought we were having a moment. After flicking her hand one more time to push a bit more magic into her portal, or at least that's what it looked like, Izuku still knew practically nothing about how her magic actually worked. Amora slipped her hand back into her mitten and gave him a pat on the back. Now you and the trash can have a moment. Dare I say the first of many moments? Izuku sighed. Chapter 9 Joe's Note. This chapter didn't exist in the rushed original version or the more expansive second version. Mostly because I stayed too closely hewed to canon events, in that Izuku was trying to exercise his way to glory and just never learned how to actually use abilities other than hitting people with a hammer. I decided to change that for this version. Debated between a solely Izuku and Amora chapter versus having the larger group of Asgardians show up, and decided on the latter. As always, I write these notes at the start of my chapter writing process rather than the end, so it might be Amora and Loki and maybe Sigyn. I might have a few other original Asgardian teenagers make an appearance. Not really sure yet. Let's see where this goes. Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Joshua, Michael, Howard, Sile, Tiber, MJ, Daniel, Bisco, TR Gren, Reaper CB 919, Wild Martin, Sam, Lazy G3 News 22, Arkantos 59, Glenn, M Potato, Gerald, Roofcrawler, P Book R, Charles, Craigan 20, Morgan, Joseph, Zirio, Enigma, William, Will, Bunsenburner, Xavier, Reinhold, Fun Game 2, Beekneys, Uncreative Name 01, Hans Gruber, David, The 10th Ancestor, Bloody Lord, Lookshi, Wesley, and Warren for sponsoring me on Patra 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Okay, so I only get one notebook question today. Does that mean I don't get to ask your friend any questions? That's between you and her. One notebook question from me. Gotcha. Okay. I was doing some math last night, and if Asgardians age at 1/15 the speed of humans, wouldn't Thor have been a senior citizen by the time he came to Earth? I mean, he was roughly 1,000? 1,000 divided by 15 is 66. Exchanging a look with her nameless companion, Amora gestured from her to Izuku and back. I'll take pity on him. If you want to answer this for me, I'll let him hang on to his notebook question for the day. The brunette offered a shrug in response before nodding. No idea what a notebook question is, but sure. Thor Heike, you're forgetting something about Asgardians. The golden apples. So while yes, we naturally age at 1/15 the speed of humans, most Asgardians freeze their age at a certain point and remain there for the majority of the cycle. I'm almost 300 and I probably won't eat my golden apple for another 100 or 150 years. Mostly because I want to be taken seriously, and being perpetually trapped in the body of a young adult isn't the way to do that. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Ever since I got that first bit of information about Asgardian aging, I struggled to reconcile what I knew about Thor's age against his visible age. Izuku offered the girl a bright smile before reaching out to offer his hand. And I'm sorry if we've met before at the park. I don't remember it. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Please take care of me. Taking his hand, the brunette shook it eagerly. Gondal. Gondal the Foolish. It's an absolute pleasure to be here speaking to you, Thor Heike. Focused on her actual answer, Izuku hadn't quite registered the first time that she'd called him that. The second time was harder to miss, though. Thor Heike? That feels a bit strange to me. Am I Thor now? Or am I just Izuku with Thor's powers? I don't have a problem with the idea of branding myself as Thor professionally, but I'm not sure I'm ready to use that name in more casual contexts. Not to mention, Heike? Gondal shrugged before gesturing to where Stormbreaker hung loosely in his left hand. You have the hammer. You're Thor now. And while Thor may have ceded the throne to Valkyrie at two different points in his life, that doesn't make him any less the head of the royal family and the one true king of Asgard. So like I said, now that you're Thor, it means that you have a people behind you, whether you like it or not. If it's a name issue, I could possibly be bargained down to Midoriya Heike, but that's it. Oh, please stop before you give him a swelled head. Loki shot him an exasperated look from where she stood on the opposite side of Amora. I'm absolutely not calling you Izuku Heika, mostly because I'm not calling you Izuku anything. You're just Izuku to me. As Gondal shot Loki a scandalized look, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Especially with the considering look on Amura's face, he had the feeling that a new nickname might be coming his way soon now that she remembered what he was supposed to represent to her greater people. And if they were all going to call him something Heika, Izuku was suddenly considerably less eager to meet the remaining Asgardians in Musutafu. Speaking of which, why was he meeting a new Asgardian? Not that he was opposed to starting a new page in Volume 14 for Gondal. He was especially curious why she was the foolish, but it was a distinct departure from the trash hauling that he'd been doing for the last 2 weeks. Loki's presence was another question mark. He hadn't seen her since the day that he'd lifted Stormbreaker. Why was she here now? Was it at all connected to Gondal's presence? Well, he wasn't going to get anywhere just staring at them thinking. So Izuku offered his brightest smile to Gondal. Well, it's nice to meet you. What brings you to my corner of the city? We're here to help you with your powers. Gondal puffed up a bit before looking over at her companions and deflating with a slightly sheepish look on her face. I'm less powerful and experienced than Sylvie-chan and Koli-chan, so they thought that I might be a better person to talk to about summoning and channeling energy. Which is basically what Thor's easiest offensive power is. She paused before amending her statement. Well, hitting things with Stormbreaker is his easiest offensive power, but I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I use a wand. Amora gestured to Gondal. Which is the other reason we selected her. Not only is she newer to learning how to wield magic, something that's second nature to Koli and I, but she uses a focus unlike either of us. We felt that might make her more relatable too. You. The whole explanation made Izuku perk up excitedly. While his muscles were already starting to develop with inhuman speed on a seemingly exponential curve, he was keenly aware that hitting things really hard was the barest fraction of what he'd be capable of doing once he properly understood his new powers. This was a first step into a very big new world for him, right? How do we start? Stretching her arm out, Amora gestured down at Stormbreaker. The first thing you need to ask yourself is, are you the god of thunder, or the god of hammers? I mean, I'm neither. I'm not a god. Izuku frowned as he looked from Stormbreaker to Amora and back. I'm imbued with Thor's power. But, Amora sighed even as Loki let out a snicker beside her. You're overthinking things again, Izu-kun. Fine. Are you imbued with the power of the god of thunder, or imbued with the power of the god of hammers? That, he knew the answer to. At least Izuku thought he did. Thor was the god of thunder, obviously. I don't really know if any pantheon explicitly has a god of hammers. Maybe I'll look that up later. I'm a bit confused as to where this is going, though. Where I'm going with this is, during the burning, Thor had already lost Mjolnir and had yet to obtain Stormbreaker, but was able to fight his half-sister and her forces. With lightning. Stepping forward, Amora wrapped her hands around Stormbreaker's oversized head and tugged insistently on it. Outside of the connection to the Bifrost, the hammer is a conduit, not the source of your powers. You don't need it to access your powers. The power is inside you now. Stepping forward, Gondal pulled out a polished length of wood with a flourish and then flicked Amora on the arm with it, forcing the blonde to back off. Like I said, that's where I come into things. The power is inside of you. Stormbreaker is going to be your conduit for it. If you want to try summoning lightning from your hands first, we can do that instead, although that'll be a bit of a mixed lesson between me and the other two since I can't cast magic with my bare hands yet. Given that he hadn't tested his durability yet in any meaningful way, shooting lightning bolts out of his hands sounded potentially painful. And so Izuku hefted Stormbreaker, swinging it casually up onto his shoulder. Let's start with using Stormbreaker as a focus. Considering it's going to be presented as the source of all my powers, I don't think I really want to be seen doing anything Thor-like without it, at least in public. It might raise questions. Gondal offered him a thumbs up. On one hand, fair enough. On the other, Sylvie-chan told me that you were quirkless. If you learn how to summon lightning from your hands, you could always tell people that you have a quirk, but you were just a late bloomer. Maybe that it's so powerful that it had to wait until your body was developed enough to handle it, and that lifting Stormbreaker is just a happy coincidence. That was certainly a thought. It might banish the stigma of being quirkless once and for all. Even now, some of his braver classmates tended to remark that they couldn't believe a quirkless person like him had been able to lift Stormbreaker. On the other hand, it was inherently dishonest, and that wasn't the way his mother had raised him. I think I'll stick to being the quirkless boy who lifted Stormbreaker. But I'd like to be the quirkless boy who can shoot lightning with Stormbreaker. Right. Yes. Let's do it. Grabbing Izuku's free hand, Gondal led him over to where a series of metal fence poles had been driven into the ground a few feet apart with various small appliances balanced on top. Our shooting gallery. Your missio, should you choose to accept it, is to hit each of those targets with your lightning. That didn't sound too bad. The targets weren't too small, either. He was aiming for things like blenders and toasters. And what looked like a bachelor-sized air fryer, turned upside down to balance it on top of a pole. Izuku nodded and brought Stormbreaker up to point at the first target. Any tips? I managed to use Stormbreaker a little against the sludge villain, but I'm open to any advice you want to give me. Gondal reached up to rub her chin thoughtfully as she looked from Izuku to the targets and back. Magic is basically a conscious expression of will. I can feel a sort of power deep down inside myself. And then I will it to rise up, flow down my arm through the wand, and then out into the world to achieve the result that I want. So it's my own power, shaped by my will and conscious thoughts. Does that help any? It did, after a fashion. Izuku had done his best to steadily ignore the weird tingling well of power that he'd felt inside of himself since lifting Stormbreaker, mostly because he didn't want to accidentally destroy his own apartment or anything. So he was keenly aware the power was there. If Gondal was right, taking a deep breath, Izuku willed the power to rise up into his chest, and then flow down his arm. Crackles of lightning flickered into existence, racing down his arm to coalesce around Stormbreaker's head. Thrusting the hammer out, he willed the electricity to jump through the air and hit his target, and it did. Yes. That's it. Dashing over, Gondal waved her wand over the smoking toaster and levitated it back up onto the pole where it had been sitting. She cast another spell that removed the blackened impact spot and the dent underneath before returning to Izuku's side. Alright. Do you want to try that again, or do you want to try something more advanced? Riding high off his first intentional use of Stormbreaker, Izuku considered the two options before deciding in favor of the latter. He could always repeat what he'd just done on his own time. If she wanted to teach him more complicated things that he could also practice and master later, he was all ears. Something more advanced. Gondal giggled and offered him a thumbs up before pointing at the toaster, and then the blender next to it. We're going to skip to the more complicated way of hitting multiple targets. Chain lightning. So you're going to hit the toaster again and then will the power to move from the toaster to the blender to the air fryer if you can, and maybe even the air fryer to the alarm clock if you're really good. Conjuring forking lightning and hitting all four of them at the same time is pretty much the same as conjuring a single bolt of lightning. Spreading your lightning is going to be much more difficult. To be honest, trying to hit multiple targets simultaneously sounded like a better next step than trying to hit them consecutively, but if Gondal thought he was ready for it, then who was he to second-guess her? Tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth, Izuku summoned the lightning again and lashed out at his target. Tendrils of blue electricity lit up the space between the two of them, crackling as it struck the toaster. Before it could be blown off the post, Izuku's eyes darted to the blender next to it and willed the lightning to make the connection. It did, and he let out an incredulous laugh as he spread his power onward to the other two appliances. I did it. Letting out an approving whistle, Gondal tucked her wand back into wherever it was that she had pulled it out of. Given that she was wearing a purple t-shirt and tight-fitting jeans, Izuku wasn't sure where that was and was reasonably sure that he didn't want to know. So unless you want to practice hitting combinations of targets while I repair them and put them back in place, we're pretty much halfway through what I have to teach you and it's only been 2 minutes. I guess you're just a good teacher, Gondal-san. Izuku turned and fired forking lightning at a nearby pile of trash, watching it crackle and roam over the refuse leaving burn marks in its wake. So single target lightning, check. Multiple targets at once, check. Multiple targets in sequence, check. Maybe this power of Thor thing wasn't as difficult as he'd worried it would be. What's the other half of the lesson? Gondal gestured upward. Flying. Which we're basically going to be making up as we go because it's something inherent in Stormbreaker, and I'm pretty sure that none of the three of us have any idea how it works. Right, Koli-chan, Sylvie-chan. Rolling her eyes and mouthing, Koli-chan, Loki sighed and pantomimed thrusting something in her hand upward. Presumably Stormbreaker. So we were a little young to remember it, but originally Thor could fly by spinning Mjolnir and releasing it and letting the hammer pull him through the air. Stormbreaker, on the other hand, is capable of moving on its own and extended that ability to Thor, somehow. It definitely took Thor some time to master, and I'm not sure Foster ever did. Sylvie would be a better person to ask about that. She's positively obsessed with Foster's Thor. More like she had worked closely with Jane's Thor, but obviously Loki couldn't say as much considering Sylvie would have been a child at the time. Amora let out an aggravated huff, bumping her hip again. Loki's. I get that her breasts weren't up to your standards, but Foster was still gorgeous as Thor. Of course I'm interested in her. Turning her attention to Izuku, she shook her head. Self-propelled flight was something that Jane never mastered, or at least never demonstrated in public. So while we know it's possible from Thor, the exact mechanics are a bit of a mystery. Well, that's just great. Bringing Stormbreaker up toward his face, carefully, he didn't want to concuss himself. Izuku stared at it intently. Kin-chan, you told me that the hammer is sentient, right? Or at least limitedly so. Is there any way to actually communicate with it? Amora furrowed her brow in thought, glancing over at Loki, who offered a helpless expression in response before turning back to Izuku. I don't know. Jane and Thor both had one-sided conversations with the hammer on occasion, but while it clearly understood what was being said, I don't think it projected thoughts back at them or anything. Or at least if it did, neither of them ever told anyone. So much for his idea of meditating with the hammer and learning directly from it. Not that he knew how to properly meditate or anything, but did it really matter, seeing as how it wasn't a viable path to unlocking this particular power? Izuku frowned down at Stormbreaker. So either it had fine enough control over electromagnetism that it could levitate itself that way, or some sort of bullshit Asgardian magical flight ability. As much as his logical side would have preferred the first, he was forced to concede it was probably the second. After all, if Stormbreaker conferred mastery over magnetism, surely that would have come up by now? So basically the hammer could fly, and Thor holding the hammer could fly. What if whatever magical field allowed the hammer to fly was being extended to the person holding it? Like a 5-point touch quirk, but in reverse? Izuku took a step back from Amora and raised Stormbreaker into the air. He pictured an invisible field surrounding the hammer, and then spreading down his arm to envelop the rest of his body as well. And then he pictured himself lifting off the ground. And he did. Whoa, hey, I'm doing it. Evidently the orientation of Stormbreaker didn't particularly matter, as he continued to slowly float upward as he windmilled his arms. Demanding that the hammer stop ascending did the trick, and Izuku found himself floating a few feet above his companions, who stared up at him in disbelief. It's going to take some getting used to. I'm not afraid of heights, but my rational brain probably isn't going to be thrilled about being suspended dozens or hundreds of feet above the ground, but, Tada. Down below him, Gondal applauded excitedly while Loki just looked bored with everything. Amora stared up at him thoughtfully before bending her knees and launching herself into the air, floating up to join him. Izuku stared at her with awe. He'd had no idea that I can fly. Sorcery has many applications. Koli's not particularly good at this one. She prefers to teleport everywhere. But, yes, I can fly. Reaching out his empty hand, Izuku grabbed Amora's and then spun them around in midair, making her laugh. This is so cool. Depending on how fast I can fly, I could easily surpass Hawks's mobility and crime response times when I'm a hero. It would also open up a wider range for patrols if I can fly over the city reliably instead of walking through it. He let out a gasp, letting go of Amura's hand so he could wave his excitedly. If I can perform as good or better than the number 3 hero, does that mean that I could be the number 3 hero someday? Amura shook her head with an amused smile on her face. Izuku, with the power that you command, or rather the power that you will command, you can easily be the number 1 hero someday. All Might can change the weather with a punch. You can change the weather with a thought. Or you will be able to. Atmokinesis is going to be way down on the list of things that we teach you because I doubt your neighbors would be keen on you changing the weather 12 times in an afternoon to practice. Oh, right. In his prime, Thor had been capable of doing much more than changing the weather. He'd been capable of both calling and dispersing incredibly destructive storms like typhoons and tornadoes. Obviously he wouldn't be mucking about with anything like that while in an inhabited area. Then something occurred to him. We're going to be coming into typhoon season soon. Do you think I can practice dissipating typhoons so they don't hit Japan? I don't think we'll be testing your ability to utilize atmokinesis that quickly. And even if we did, do you really want to put yourself in the path of a storm like that to see if you can affect it? You're far less durable than Thor was in his prime, at least for now. As Izuku considered that, Amura floated closer and wrapped an arm around his waist before offering him an impish grin. So, this new power of yours opens up definite potential for making out. Blushing brightly, Izuku found himself jetting backwards a bit, only to bring Amura with him due to her grasp on his waist. Kin-chan, that's lewd. We've only been dating for 2 weeks at this point. Also, we're in public. And Koli and Gondal are right there. Amura rolled her eyes in response but pressed a quick kiss to the corner of Izuku's mouth before releasing him and drifting away. It was just a thought. Also, for the record, Koli has seen me do much worse than kiss someone in front of her. That raised any number of questions regarding the circumstances of the situationship that Amura had admitted to being in with the dark-haired goddess, and Izuku felt comfortable asking exactly none of them. So he drifted around over the beach for a bit longer before coming in for a landing near Gondal and Loki. So, now what? Now you practice day in and day out until everything you just did is second nature, and you can do it without conscious thought. Heroes need to have split-second decision-making skills. A moment lost in thought can be a life lost. And while you're doing that, Sigyn and I have an afternoon planned in London. So, cheerio. Loki gave Izuku a mocking little wave before dropping through a green portal and disappearing from sight. Gondal let out a little snicker and shook her head in amusement. I've often wondered what sort of upbringing Koli had to end up so dramatic. Especially since Sylvie is so lighthearted and fun in comparison. I'm especially curious to know what Sigyn sees in her, considering that she's actually 1200 and Koli is a little bit young than me. As much as Izuku inherently wanted to correct Gondal's misconception, he also remembered that Loki had threatened to kill him if he revealed her, and so he kept his mouth shut. Well, I set aside my entire day to try and help you, so I have nowhere to be if you want to come up with a plan to train your powers for the rest of the day. And then maybe we can go and get dinner. I usually eat Asgardian-style food at the compound, so going native could be fun. Did he have any plans for after this? Not that he remembered. Izuku looked to Amura in askance. She was better at keeping track of their plans than he was. But she just shot in a grin and gestured back to Gondal. It was only then that he realized, are you suggesting dinner as a friend thing or asking me to dinner in a date sort of way? Shrugging, Gondal raised her hand and wobbled it from side to side. Either? Hoping for the second one, but if you're not interested, the first would be fine too. I've been here in Japan for 15 years and I eat out maybe once a month, and it's generally sushi. Trying something new could be fun. I'm flattered, but I'm dating Sylvie. Izuku glanced over at Amura, only to be taken aback by the fact that she was frowning at him. Why? He was doing the right thing in response to another girl asking him out, right? The three of us could go out for food, though. Gondal shot Amura a long look, and while Izuku knew very little about girls, as a whole, but especially Asgardian ones, even he could tell that some sort of silent communication was taking place. After almost a minute, the brunette finally turned back to Izuku. I mean, the fact that it'd be the three of us doesn't preclude it from being a date. Eyes widening, Izuku glanced back and forth between Amora and Gondal incredulously. While the blonde had made a reference or two to the possibility of polyamory, he had expected that to be a concern for future Izuku, not current Izuku. They'd only been dating for 2 weeks at this point. Wasn't that too soon for them to be adding another girl to their relationship? For that matter, what was the appropriate time frame for adding another partner to one's relationship? There was so much about polyamory that he didn't know, and he hadn't bothered to research it at all yet. It was then that Izuku took his first real look at Gondal. Given that he'd shown up and been thrown straight into experimenting with his powers, he hadn't really properly appraised her as a person, more categorizing her as a resource. She was, of course, taller than him but only by 10 centimeters or so. Like many of the Asgardians he had met so far, she appeared to be Caucasian. Her medium brown hair was pulled back into a thick braid, and her eyes were a slightly lighter shade of brown. And she was decidedly more physically mature than girls he was used to dealing with, which was very obviously highlighted by the brown leather pants and purple corset she was wearing. Was she pretty? Yes. Was he interested in her as a person? Yes. Was he going to put her in his notebook? Absolutely, if she was willing to answer his questions. But did he want to encourage the interest of someone who literally knew nothing about him but was already asking him out on a date? Presumably because he was Thor? Absolutely not. To be honest, he was still trying to determine whether Amora was genuinely interested in him or if she was just in it for Stormbreaker. He wasn't going to actively encourage someone he definitely knew was just attracted to his power. Izuku offered Gondal his best smile and held out his phone. Like I said, I'm flattered but I don't think I'm ready for that just yet. If you want to exchange contact information, then maybe once we know each other and I've settled into my new role a bit better, we can give things a try. I guess. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be in town, since we don't exactly have a job anymore, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Gondal took his phone and tapped at the screen, entering her contact information before handing it back. I suppose that's all the more reason to go out to dinner WIHU when we're done here. Next thing I know, I'm going to be in Tonsberg and the nearest Japanese food will be 5,000 miles away. Wait, were the Asgardians going to be leaving because of him? Oops. Chapter 10 Joe's Note. This is another chapter that was added during the rewrite that brought us an actual look at Amora's trip to Izuku's house on their first night knowing each other because, well, to be honest, I excel at slice of life style writing, and so stretching out the period between when they first met and when Izuku takes the entrance exam benefits me greatly. I'm not going to lie, though, I'm really looking forward to getting toward the school year, which I really need to do some research into. I know the Japanese school year differs greatly from the American school year, and for that matter, the British or rather Scottish school year, which I'm closely familiar with from all my time writing Harry Potter fanfic. But I really don't want to be one of those people who screws up basic timekeeping, because if you honestly think that Izuku took the exam in the spring, got his results over the summer, and then returned to school in September, how do you explain that he's at a summer camp a few arcs into the story? It's especially unacceptable given that you can find the information you need with like 2 minutes on Google. Dedications and thanks to MJ, Nicholas, Howard, Sile, Tiber, Daniel, Danny, T.R. Gren, Reaper CB 919, Wild Martin, Lazy G3 News 22, Glenn, M. Potato, Bibliomaniac, Roofcrawler, P. Book R, Charles, Craigan 20, Edward, Morgan, Joseph, Enigma, William, Will, Polly_W 4535, Nye 13 Shade, Marcus, Bunsenburner, Reinhold, Fun Game 2, Uncreative Name 01, Hans Gruber, The 10th Ancestor, Wesley, and Warren for sponsoring me on Patra 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Faster than he would have suspected possible, Izuku managed to carve out a circle of clean sand on Dagoba Beach, giving him somewhere to rest when he wasn't actively carrying assorted junk to the portal that led off to the Lotho incineration facility. From there, he gradually began working his way outward in concentric circles, enlarging the patch of clean beach with each sweep that he made, until the narrow but definite gap in the rubbish actually ran all the way down to the water. Not that he wanted to go for a dip or anything, it was still far too cold for that. But Amora seemed intent on having a beach to relax on when it got warmer, so it was an important milestone nonetheless. She now had somewhere to relax and sun herself. In bikinis, she'd promised. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. He was making especially good progress this week, given that school was out for Golden Week. Which was a bit of a misnomer, given that the festivities encompassed a full 10 days this year. At this point, Izuku was vaguely curious why they didn't just add another holiday or two and turn it into a full 2-week stretch of time off from school. Technically today was Greenery Day, and he was supposed to be communing with nature and reflecting on its blessings. He supposed that working to restore the natural beauty of the beach was close enough to the spirit of the holiday, and he had to make up for taking off yesterday to tour the National Diet with Amora for Constitution Memorial Day. Speaking of Amora, where had his girlfriend gone? She usually lingered somewhere within his sightline, often perched daintily on a piece of trash, which was a necessary evil albeit considerably at odds with her carefully maintained appearance. But today, he craned his neck in either direction, trying to spot the blonde. Today, she was nowhere to be found. Not that he was worried or anything, she was supremely capable of taking care of herself and could always teleport back to him if she encountered something beyond her ability to handle. But it was strange. After wasting a few minutes searching for her, Izuku eventually gave up and returned to what he was doing. After all, just because she was masquerading as a teenager didn't make Amora any less of a grown, and very capable, adult. An adult Asgardian at that, who had fought alongside genuine heroes in the past. Well, hero singular if one wanted to get pedantic. Still counted, though. He could probably use her supervision more than she could use his. And so if she wanted to wander off now and then while he was working, that was her prerogative. As Izuku went back to trying to pry a washing machine out of a pile of refuse, and who threw out what appeared to be a perfectly good washer, he froze and edged his head to the side as he heard voices approaching. To be more precise, 2 unfamiliar voices. Every so often, Izuku would spot people wandering past the beach up by the road. Now and then, they would even be passing by when he was warming up, and would stop to talk to him for a few minutes. And once in a while, people would make their way along the top of the seawall to the pavilion that overlooked the trash-infested beach. This time, though, the voices sounded different, closer. Like they were actually down on the beach itself with him, only slightly muffled instead of almost completely incoherent by the mountain of trash still remaining between the water and the road. And so Izuku abandoned his fight with the washing machine for the time being and began picking his way through the trash, trying to figure out who was there with him and Amora. It didn't sound like Loki or Sigyn or even Gondal, and Amora didn't seem to have terribly many friends or acquaintances. Then Izuku came around a corner and got the shock of his life. Standing there in a very unassuming white t-shirt and green pants was unquestionably All Might. I am here, visiting this very messy beach with my protege. Standing there in all his 2¼ meter glory was Japan's #1 hero, beaming with his signature smile as his massive left hand rested on the shoulder of a considerably shorter girl with green hair a few shades darker than his own. Might I ask what you are doing here, my boy? This is hardly a desirable area for a young man to be spending his time. Pushing up on his toes, Izuku jerked a thumb back over his shoulder at the cleaned area that was barely visible beyond the piles of trash. I'm trying to clean the beach as training to help me master my new abilities and get into UA High. That made All Might perk up and he gestured down at the comparatively small green-haired girl standing at his side. What a stupendous idea. I had intended for my protege to do the same for very similar reasons. That, and because community service is a sadly neglected part of the heroic experience these days. Say, what is your name? Midoriya Izuku, sir. And let me just say that it's an honor to meet you and, trailing off, Izuku let out a soft whine as something occurred to him. Oh no, I didn't bring my backpack today. How am I going to get your autograph if I don't have my notebook with me? Before All Might could respond, Amora stepped out from behind the same pile of trash that Izuku had rounded to discover the 2 interlopers. I'm in an exceptionally good mood today, so I'll do you a favor and pop back home and grab your bag for you. That made Izuku perk back up, and the blonde offered him a smile and a dismissive wave. I know, I'm the best. You're welcome. You can thank me by using Stormbreaker to carve up that one car right on the waterline and sending it off to be recycled. That's going to be prime sunbathing real estate as soon as you've gotten it cleared. Midoriya, I've seen that name in a few emails that have crossed my desk recently, and everybody knows the name Stormbreaker. You're the inheritor of Thor's power, aren't you, my boy? All Might let out a Might clap that shook the piles of trash around them before letting out a sheepish chuckle as he looked around nervously. Sorry, sometimes I forget my own strength. But you are him, right? The newest Thor? Izuku nodded before holding his hand up over his head. After a few seconds, Stormbreaker lifted off the sand where had left the hammer in the clean zone and came whipping through the air to slap against his hand. I still have a long way to go when it comes to understanding the power that I've inherited, but I'm making progress. Every day. Small steps, sure, but they're all steps toward my dream of being a hero. Nodding, All Might gestured to the hammer that was resting in Izuku's hand. Would you be willing to let me give it a try? I've always been curious. I wasn't worthy when I was your age and tried to lift it, but I've done a lot of good since then. Never found a way to discreetly visit the park, though, and so. On one hand, it was All Might, the #1 hero, Izuku's idol. How could he say no to the man? On the other hand, it was All Might. If All Might turned out to be just as worthy as he was, would they let him keep the hammer? How much more of a hero would All Might be capable of being if they combined his already legendary strength with the power of Thor? Was his dream going to come to an end already, on this partially cleaned beach? One way to find out, Izuku decided. Nodding slowly, he stretched out his hand. Stormbreaker grasped tightly in his grip. All Might eagerly stuck his hand out to receive it, and then Izuku thought better of things. If you're not worthy, it's going to drop and pull you down. Possibly trap your hand. It might be safer to, spinning the hammer around. He carefully deposited it on its head in the sand and took a step back. Much safer, I think. Right you are, Midoriya Shonen. I appreciate your forethought. Sometimes I take my own strength for granted. That could have been embarrassing. Stepping forward, All Might wrapped his hand around the handle of Stormbreaker and gave a mighty pull, to no avail. Frowning, he pulled a bit harder, his arms visibly bulging from the effort. After a few more seconds, he shrugged and stepped back before wiping his brow. I always admired Roger's Steve. I guess I haven't lived up to his legacy quite as well as I'd hoped. Thank you for giving me the chance. Midoriya Shonen. Now tell me, why clean this disgusting beach when you could be doing, well, so many other things to train to become a hero? Calling Stormbreaker back to his hand, he wasn't rubbing in that he was worthy, really. Izuku flexed his arm and used his free hand to gesture to his bicep. There's a whole lot more to possessing the power of Thor than just swinging a hammer. I have to grow into it so that I can properly use it. So I'm trying to clean this beach to get stronger. Sylvie also says that it's to help teach me humility that the original Thor lacked when he was my age. Well, his developmental age. Considering Asgardians lived for thousands of years, a 14-year-old Thor was probably their version of an infant. The green-haired girl let out a surprised croaking noise as All Might gave another excited clap before offering Izuku a thumbs up. Precisely, my boy. Being a hero isn't just about fighting the villain and saving the day, it's about serving the community that you call home. That is why I was going to have Asui Shouju clean this beach for me, that, and, well, she has a fearsome kick but the rest of her is still rather noodly. The now named Asui offered Izuku a wave before gesturing down at her lower body. My name is Asui Suyu. Call me Su. And it's understandable, really. I'm a frog. We're not exactly known for our upper body strength. You might be standing at the starting line as a frog, but by the time you're done, you will be a mighty, super frog. All Might gave Suyu a slap on the back, sending her sprawling forward into the sand. The towering blonde gave a nervous chuckle at that. Oops. Reaching down, Izuku helped Tsuyu to her feet before looking around consideringly. Well, I had only staked out a slice down the center of the beach to clean. I mean, even with Sylvie's portals doing the hard work and the power of Thor, this is too much work for just me to get done before the entrance exam for UA High, and all. Probably be too busy after that, well, assuming of course that I get in. What if we just split the beach in half and I clean one half and Asui-san cleans the other half? Tsuyu nodded agreeably before swinging a backpack off of her shoulders and opening it up so that she could pull out a pair of gloves sized for her slightly larger than average hands. Which made her eminently more sensible than him right out of the starting gate, given that he was barehanding the trash and relying on the first strains of his Thor-given durability to keep from getting hurt by jagged edges and rusty metal. Call me Sue. Makes sense. I don't think the plan was for me to clean the entire beach before the entrance exam. Was it, All Might? After considering the question for a few seconds, All Might eventually shook his head. This is also a prime opportunity for you to network, Asui Shouju. Midoriya Shonen would make a mighty ally in your quest to become a hero. Turning to Izuku, Tsuyu held out her gloved hand as she raised an eyebrow at him. First hero team up. First hero team up. Izuku shook her hand before he could think better of the fact that he was touching another reasonably pretty girl his age, backing off to put a little distance between them as soon as they separated. Oh, I didn't have a chance to properly introduce you to my companion before she popped out. Lushton Sylvie. She's Asgardian. She was one of the guardians of Stormbreaker and she decided to follow me after I took up the hammer and the rest of the Asgardians packed up and returned to Tonsberg because she decided that she wanted to date me. Tsuyu blinked slowly. Was that actually in Japanese or another language entirely, Midoriya-kun? Blushing faintly, Izuku reached up to rub the back of his head with his free hand. As Kachan frequently reminded him, as did his teachers regularly, as well as a steady stream of other people. His mumbling tended to be incomprehensible at best and off-putting at worst. Amora was growing remarkably adept at deciphering what he said, but she had a vested interest in understanding him. After all, we're dating. Letting out a soft croak of comprehension, Tsuyu brought her finger up to the corner of her mouth as she stared back at him. So she's already taken then? That's a pity, Kiro. She's really pretty. Not to mention that I'm 1.5 meters exactly and she's got to be a good 40 centimeters taller than me. I kind of want her to step on me. Tsuyu stared at him impassively for a second before finishing off her statement. Kiro. Izuku's eyebrows shot upward at that. He did his best to ignore the interesting but very personal revelation and focus on the more pertinent. At least to where he was comfortable taking this conversation. Admission on Tsuyu's part. You like girls? I like people, Kiro. Tsuyu's dark eyes roamed up and down over his body in a manner that was far too predatory for a frog. One thing that you'll discover about me quickly is that I like to speak my mind, Midoriya-kun. You're not unappealing either, albeit in a completely different way. You have more of a boyish charm. You're like a lightning-wielding cinnamon roll. Deciding to push her frank but ultimately positive evaluation to the back of his mind, Izuku was flattered, but he had a girlfriend, after all. He reflected on how he felt about her fairly blunt appreciation of Amora. He was well aware that Amora was attractive but was still on the fence when it came to pondering it too extensively. Amora didn't seem to mind the times she caught him staring at her, but he was still leery of turning into the sort of guy who was too forward with a girl. Whether or not that was even possible with someone as bold as Amora was another matter entirely. At the same time, Izuku didn't reckon he was the type to get jealous about other people finding his girlfriend attractive and decided to test that theory a little. She says she's going to start wearing a bathing suit here once I get the beach cleaned up enough for her. Tsuyu's eyes widened slightly and then the corners of her mouth quirked upward. I look forward to us making progress, then. Nope. Not a single shred of jealousy. Even though Amora was completely out of his league and the blonde could very well decide to leave him for All Might's protege. Who was definitely pretty, was obviously powerful if she had All Might's attention, and seemed significantly better socially adjusted than him. Interesting. Shaking his head to clear it, he turned and gestured to the beach. So, do you want the left half of the right half? And did you two have a plan for how you were going to get the trash out, or do you want to share a portal with me? Suyu looked up at All Might, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hey. I did not in fact think that far ahead. Your assistance would be more than welcome, although I am curious where that portal came from. Is that one of Stormbreaker's lesser-known powers? No, that would be one of my powers. Izuku jumped slightly as Amura draped an arm across his shoulders and pushed his unfinished 13th volume into his free hand. She was back already. He hadn't even seen her leave. Just a bit of good old-fashioned Asgardian magic at work. Once he masters the hammer, Izuku will be able to transport himself places using the Bifrost, but that's entirely different from the portals that I can create. Even as his protégé's gaze remained firmly fixed on Amura, All Might pushed up on his toes and peered past Izuku and Amura as if in search of the aforementioned portal. Fascinating. I've always been so curious about Asgardians, but you're a tough nut to crack. Even the friendliest Asgardianmustafu is rather cagey when it comes to their people and what you all can do. Amura shook her head at that. We learned the cost of sharing our secrets with outsiders 2 centuries ago. For the same reason that the masters of the mystic arts retreated from the public eye after the death of Stephen Strange. Our magic is indeed powerful and capable of a great many things, but we are not here to cure all that ails your society. As well you shouldn't. I was mostly curious about the enemies that your people have faced. All Might brought his hands up, shifting from side to side before throwing a punch into the space between him and Amura. I have faced my share of dangerous opponents, sure, but I would love to hear about some of the epic battles that your people have fought. I have fought villains and gangs, but Thor fought armies and gods. Given that she was prone to bragging and storytelling, Izuku was momentarily worried that Amura might blow her cover to indulge All Might's curiosity, but thankfully she managed to remember who she was supposed to be playing at the moment. Well, that wouldn't be a question for one of us. The oldest Asgardian in residence at the compound before it was shut down was only 315 this year. In mortal terms, they would have been 7 or 8 when Asgard fell and we relocated to Tonsberg. Even as All Might considered that new information, Izuku turned to Amura as something occurred to him. Her and Loki had disguised themselves as orphans, by their own admission. If the oldest Asgardian in Musutafu had been the Asgardian equivalent of a child when they came to Earth, did that mean that Amura had de-aged herself into an actual child to perpetuate her scheme? He had so many questions that he would probably never ask, given that Amura seemed touchy about her age. But she also liked to brag about her deviousness, so maybe she'd be willing to discuss it? As Izuku considered that train of thought, obviously not in front of All Might and Suyu, he was curious but he wasn't stupid. He was jarred from his thoughts by All Might perking up. Midoriya Shonen. When I was a young hero in the States, I met Banner Bruce once but he was unwilling to indulge me. Would you perhaps be willing to punch me? What? So, how did you and All Might meet? I mean, he is the #1 hero in Japan. Symbol of peace and all that. It's just a little strange that he would randomly take a teenage girl under his wing and train her, especially with everything else that he has going on. I would say potentially even borderline inappropriate, but as an Asgardian dallying with a human, I'm the last person to ask about appropriateness when it comes to differences in age. Amura eyed Suyu curiously as the green-haired girl gave a huff and dumped another microwave into the swirling portal near her feet. Despite their best attempts, the two hero hopefuls had quickly ranged far enough apart that sharing a portal just slowed them down and added unnecessary work to their already considerable load, and so Amura had conjured up a separate portal for Suyu that led to the Raxus junkyard. Spread the work, and profitable scrap, around, she figured. The girl was a mystery compared to the vedette that she was dating. Her vedette, if she was feeling possessive, which she often was, who sometimes couldn't stop talking. Suyu was a girl of relatively few words, but Amora was going to figure out her secrets if it killed her. I saved a child from being run over at one of his fights. Pulling her right glove off, Tsuyu smoothed her bangs back out of her face before taking a sip from the bright yellow hydration pack that she was wearing on her back. Izuku made do with a pair of water bottles each day, but then again, he wasn't an amphibious complex mutant with what Amora presumed were appropriately increased hydration requirements. He was breaking up a bank robbery and some of the thieves tried to make a run for it in a getaway car. They didn't care who was in their way and tried to run over people gathered in the street to watch the fight. I used my legs to push the car off course so it crashed into a streetlight. All Might was impressed by my quick thinking and bravery, and that my body moved. Before you could think? Amora offered a faint grin at that before gesturing over at where Izuku was using Stormbreaker to hack a refrigerator into more manageable pieces. Not that he couldn't lift the refrigerator's weight at this point, but the sheer size of it made it difficult to lift and carry on his own. Maybe she'd see about getting some professional-grade lifting straps in the near future. Otherwise, he'd quickly plateau in terms of his muscle-building endeavors. Him too. You've probably seen the video by now. He ran into the middle of the sludge villain attack to save his own bully because his body moved before he could think. Tsuyu gave a quick nod as she followed Amora's gaze over to where Izuku was working. That was especially brave of him given that he was functionally quirkless at the time, if I remember the report correctly. I knew what my body was capable of, even if I'd never applied it quite like that before. He had no idea if he would survive, but he threw himself into danger anyway. Nodding, Amora shot a fond smile at Izuku's back. He did. Not that I should expect anything less, given that he was judged worthy. We'd actually been friends for a short time at that point. He was this amusing quirkless kid who actually thought to try and talk to me, and then suddenly he was more. And I look forward to seeing what he can become now that he has a chance to apply himself. It seems like we'll get to witness that together. It should be interesting. I'm not much of a hero otaku, but even I know who Thor was. The idea of someone having that sort of power again I'm not really sure how I feel about it, to be honest. Tsuyu brought her finger up to the corner of her mouth as she continued to stare at Izuku. It bodes poorly for my aspirations of being the #1 hero, though, even with All Might in my corner. Amora let out a soft chuckle at that. If you ask nicely, maybe he'll be a slow starter for you. After all, once I convince him to eat a golden apple, he's going to have centuries to be a hero. Letting you have a decade or two in the top position would just be considerate at that point. Peering up at Amora, Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. You want him to be immortal with you? WW. That's more serious than I thought a relationship between an Asgardian and a mortal teenager could be. Which also bodes poorly for my chances with either of you, Kiro. Not necessarily. I'm quite open to being polyamorous. The one you're going to have to convince is Izuku. Amora shook her head resignedly, watching as Izuku strode across the beach with a chunk of fridge hoisted up onto each shoulder. By Odin's beard, that was hot. If you'll remember, he was quirkless before receiving his new powers, and quirkless in your generation aren't exactly treated well. He has the requisite self-worth and self-esteem issues that come from growing up that way. He's still not sure why I'm willing to date him, and has already brushed off one potential third partner. Tsuyu considered that, her tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth and slowly inching down her chin as she thought. After watching Izuku with her for a bit, she reeled her tongue back in and responded. So what's standing between me and getting stepped on by you? Is Izuku gaining some confidence? Challenge. Accepted. Amora grinned. Chapter 11 Joe's Note. This chapter breaks a 15-year tradition of mine by being a direct response to reviewer feedback. I generally write 4 or 5 chapters ahead, so by the time it's posted and people review, it's just sorta welp, what is, guess they can deal with it. But while nobody brought this up on the original version of the story, which time skipped the majority of the intervening year between him lifting Stormbreaker and him applying to go to a high, the decompression means that it's harder to not deal with a certain topic. So, here we go. 6 of you asked for it, so enjoy. Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Joshua, Michael, Howard, Sile, Tiber, MJ, Daniel, Bisco, TR Green, Reaper CB 919, Wild Martin, Sam, Lazy G3 News 22, Arcontos 59, Glenn, M Potato, Gerald, Roofcrawler, P Book R, Charles, Krygon 20, Morgan, Joseph, Zerio, Enigma, William, Will, Bunsenburner, Xavier, Reinhold, Fun Game 2, Beanies, Uncreative Name 01, Hans Gruber, David, The 10th Ancestor, Bloody Lord, Lookshi, Wesley, and Warren for sponsoring me on Patra0n, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Resting her chin in her hands, Amora stared down at Izuku from her perch atop a nearby refrigerator. So out of morbid curiosity, are you going to acquiesce to All Might's demand that you hit him? Izuku turned away from where he was dragging an oven out of a heap of trash to stare up at her incredulously. Of course not. First of all, he's All Might, my childhood idol. He's still my idol. How could I ever hit him? I'm not sure I could handle learning to fight from him because as much as him training me would fulfill like, half my childhood fantasies. I'm pretty sure that hitting the number one hero in a spar is still hitting the number one hero and I don't know if I could do that. Raising his hands, he ticked a second point off on his fingers. Secondly, I feel like being responsible for the hospitalization of the number one hero would have disastrous consequences on my future hero career. I mean, he's All Might but I'm Thor. Like, Thor fought gods. All Might is a powerful man but he's still just a man. I have concerns. You're giving yourself an awful lot of credit for someone who's struggling to move a stove. You may have inherited the power of Thor and be holding it at the moment, but you absolutely do not have the training and physique to fully utilize it. Which is why we're here, if you'll remember. Smirking, Amora nodded in the direction of where Suyu was diligently working away on her half of the beach. That being said, if you want to indulge him next time he stops by to check on her, I'm pretty sure that if you really apply yourself, and use Stormbreaker to help things along, you're at least strong enough to knock All Might on his ass. Which would be hilarious to watch. Shaking his head, Izuku sighed and turned back to the stove. It probably weighed a good 90 kilograms, which was a lot for him but probably not altogether impressive to Amora, who had confessed that she could lift up several tons when she put her mind to it. Nor was it impressive compared to Thor in his prime, who Amora claimed had once held his own against a spaceship attempting to fly in the opposite direction. Sure, Izuku had a long way to go. But compared to where he'd started a month ago, it was progress. He managed to wrestle the stove free and carry, rather than drag, it across the beach to where the portal to the disposal facility was waiting. A microwave quickly joined it, and then a toaster oven, making Izuku decide to take a break before that particular pile dwindled down into like, carrying a toaster or something. Then a question that had been nagging at him the night before slipped to the forefront of his mind again, and he turned back to his girlfriend. Amora-chan. Is it just me, or is it weird that I'm not getting, I don't know, more attention than I am? As the inheritor of Stormbreaker. The question made Amora raise an eyebrow at him curiously. What do you mean? I guess it was caught on camera. Even if nobody at the scene caught my name and knows that Midoriya Izuku lifted Stormbreaker, the trail is pretty obvious. Green-haired schoolboy. Who was in the area pretty soon after school let out and wearing a school uniform, so it would be easy to assume that I'm from Musutafu. I know the news at least reported I'm quirkless, so that narrows it down even further. Not to mention that I can't imagine that none of my classmates have posted about going to school with me on their social media. Izuku brought his hand up to run his fingers through his hair, causing the curly locks to stand up even more than usual. So I guess I just think it's a little weird that I haven't gotten any requests for interviews. Or like, met the Prime Minister or the Emperor or anyone prominent in the government. I've met All Might, but that feels more like a coincidence than anything else. Shouldn't the HPSC be interested in me at a minimum? And what about the rest of the Asgardians? Not the ones you were living with, the actual Tonsberg Asgardians. King Valkyrie, specifically. From her perch atop the fridge, Amora let out a soft burst of laughter before dipping her fingers into her cleavage and pulling out a 10,000 yen note. I owe Loki now. You're adorable but delightfully oblivious sometimes. I bet her that you wouldn't notice for at least 2 months, but it took you only one. For one, as you've voiced previous suspicions, the press was unable to release your name because you were a minor involved in a police incident. You haven't tried to make your famous off it, so basically the whole world knows that a green-haired quirkless boy is now the wielder of Stormbreaker but not who that boy is. And you might not know this, but the Quirk Registry, or list of quirkless people, is a government database that civilians don't have access to. With that said, the short answer is that I am taking care of things. Was that as ominously concerning as it sounded? Izuku had a feeling that it might be. Tugging off his gloves, he shot a look over at where Tsuyu was still working away on her section of the beach. With a grunt, he pulled himself up on top of the fridge next to Amora, and leaned in so that he could lower his voice. And the long answer? Well, I've stabbed 3 HPSC agents who wouldn't take no for an answer. Dumped them off for medical treatment, so nobody's died, and I didn't use a quirk, so it's technically not actually villainous activity. Criminal, presumably, although I do have some diplomatic immunity as an Asgardian. Amora met Izuku's wide eyes with a faint smirk. Yes, those times I forgot something and needed to go back, we were being shadowed. I judiciously removed our shadow. Izuku's jaw dropped, working soundlessly for a few seconds before he managed a coherent thought. Namely, Amora-chan. You can't just stab people. Especially people who work for the government. Crossing her arms over her chest, Amora pouted in response to his chastisement. Why not? Loki stabs people all the time. Hell, Loki stabbed Thor a few times. I feel like if Loki can stab the Crown Prince of Asgard, it's certainly permissible for me to stab a few random government workers. Wait, Loki stabs people too? Is Loki helping you stab people? Is this some big stabbing-filled criminal conspiracy of yours? When Amora whistled innocently and pointedly looked away, Izuku shook his head. I feel like this isn't me making things about me because they're already about me, but have you considered what this is going to do to my ability to be a hero? The people in charge of heroes want to talk to me, and you're reacting in a decidedly non-heroic fashion. What if they think you're doing it on my orders? Letting out a snort, Amora bumped her shoulder against his playfully. You may be worthy of Thor's legacy, but it will be some time before I'm willing to take orders from you. They don't know that. Burying his face in his hands, Izuku let out a groan. Who else have you been stabbing? Reporters? Sidekicks? Is that why I haven't been approached by a hero agency waiting to sponsor me for the recommendation exam at UA? Not that I want to get in that way, I want to properly earn my way in. But I feel like somebody would want to be known as the agency that sponsored Thor. A few agencies have made overtures but I politely declined on your behalf. Mostly because I already knew exactly what you just said. Snapping her fingers, Amora perked up a bit, her green eyes gleaming. You do have an internship offer with Maruko that I've already accepted on your behalf, although I do recommend that you try to finish highly in the sports festival next year to prove that her interest isn't misplaced. Presumably in first place, for my own pridefulness if no other reason. That brought Izuku up short, which seemed to be a common theme for this conversation. He'd gone into it fully prepared for Amora to laugh indulgently at his thoughts and then dismiss them. Tell him that he was getting full of himself because he'd managed to lift Stormbreaker, perhaps make a suitably unflattering comparison to Kachan. She didn't like that boy one whit for some reason, and Izuku had still yet to figure out why. Finding out that she was running around stabbing people and negotiating things on his behalf, and who knew what else was the exact opposite of how he'd expected it to go. Wait a minute, you're telling me that I have an internship lined up with the number 5 hero and you didn't think to even ask me? First, Amora raised an eyebrow at that. Do you not want the internship? That's not the point. Groaning again, Izuku leaned his head back and stared up at the sky for a few seconds as he tried to gather his thoughts. He'd known that he was definitely a complacent partner when it came to several different levels of their relationship. Amora led and he followed. It wasn't exactly the behavior of a future top hero, But, could anyone really blame him? He was a teenager. She was older, significantly more experienced, and also markedly more intelligent than him. It was only natural to let her take the lead with, well, almost everything. Now he was finding himself regretting that immensely. The real question, though, was whether or not the situation was irreversible. Would Amora be willing to see things from his perspective and change her behavior? For that matter, what was the full extent of her poor behavior? Exactly how bad was the situation that he was in? Okay. I want you to break it down for me, slowly and clearly. What have you been doing that I should know about? Amora hummed softly, tilting her head to the side as she considered the question. Well, have you noticed that you feel, I guess itchy is the best term? When we're out in public together. I take to glamour magic naturally, but that's how Jane described me using it on her. To be honest, Izuku hadn't really put much thought into the slightly off feeling that he'd been experiencing lately, but now that she mentioned it, it was vaguely itch-like. He'd chalked it up to pollen or airborne pollution living in a bustling metropolis. Was there a more nefarious explanation for it? Glamour magic? Nodding, Amora wiggled her fingers, sparks of yellowish-green magic dancing from the tips. Your name may not have been released, but your image is all over the news, as you already mentioned. Green hair isn't a terribly uncommon thing these days, but combining the green hair with your particular uniform and then wandering Musutafu, it's just begging to be recognized. So I figured better safe than sorry and started applying a glamour to you when we go out. Huh. That's not so bad, I suppose. Izuku peered down at his hands curiously before something occurred to him. What do I look like? Amora grinned impishly. I thought it would be humorous to make you look like a younger version of All Might. I got my hands on some pictures of him from his so-called young age, and then just extrapolated backwards from there. Jaw-dropping, Izuku brought his hands up to where the tufts would have been above his forehead if he actually had All Might's hairstyle. Wait. I've been walking around Musutafu looking like a teenage version of All Might for the last month, and you genuinely thought this would be less conspicuous than me looking like myself? Mostly I just thought it'd be ironic given who you are. And in my own defense, given that you are very clearly not All Might's civilian form on account of being a teenager and all, has anyone come up to us in the last month and assumed you were All Might? Or, failing that, his son or something? When Izuku slowly shook his head no, Amora grinned smugly and crossed her arms over her chest. See, I know what I'm doing. I didn't think you wanted anyone bothering you when we were out on dates or just traveling through the city. So I've been using magic to obscure your identity. If your possession of Thor's power takes on a transformative aspect at some point, that may be less of an issue, but for now, I judged it necessary. That seemed fair. Honestly, Izuku didn't really know how he'd take being mobbed in the streets, or even approached by one or two individuals at a time. It was something that he'd have to learn to deal with to become a professional hero, but for now he was still a very anxious and skittish person. So he could appreciate what Amora was doing for him. Okay, so you've been hiding my identity so people don't bother me around town. That's not only not a bad thing, it's actually appreciated. But I feel like that's just the tip of the iceberg, considering there have been stabbings and such. What else have you been doing? The fact that Amora actually had to think before replying was worrisome in itself. Was she doing so many things in his life that she couldn't keep track of them all? One finger tapping against her chin, Amora tilted her head to the side in thought. Well, the aforementioned stabbings, obviously. That's been a passing fair amount of my time. What else? Oh, I also convinced your mother to sign over control of media requests and appearances to me. We're not going to be doing any for a while, but that's one burden lifted off of her shoulders when your name actually gets out there and people start clamoring more aggressively for you. After considering that for a few seconds, Izuku nodded agreeably. His mother still didn't seem terribly comfortable with the revival of his dream of being a hero. Or perhaps newfound viability was a better turn of phrase, given that he'd never truly abandoned it, and that was something that the mild-mannered woman would be ill-prepared to handle on her own. Okay, that I'm fine with, especially if you're going to UA for the business course to become my manager full-time after we graduate. Have you considered how you're going to do that yet? That brought Amora up short. I was going to apply and get admitted, of course. What else would I do? Izuku let out a soft sigh at her reply. It wasn't often that he was the wiser partner in tear pairing, or the one that thought further ahead for that matter. Obviously Inkantare Amora is right out, but what were you going to do? Apply as Lushton Sylvie? The teenage Asgardian older than Quirks? I can't see them letting you into a Japanese high school that way, even if you're supposedly developmentally on par with human teenagers. Opening and closing her mouth repeatedly, Amora settled on a perplexed look. Presumably she'd been intending to do exactly that. After a few seconds, she let out a harumph and looked over at him. Do you have a better idea, then? As a matter of fact, he actually did. Izuku looked back over Amora's shoulder, spotting his signature yellow backpack hanging from her shoulder. Unzipping it, he dug inside for his latest notebook and pulled it out, opening to page after Amora's proper entry. Kinkyo Miwaku. Quirk. Enchantress. A mutation quirk that gives you overall physical enhancement by channeling what we commonly refer to as magic through your body, and also some limited capability to wield it. Limited because we don't want anyone asking why you're not applying for the hero course. First of all, the name is a bit on the nose. I'm seeing kanji for, what, gold, demon, woman, and charm or fascination. Amora scoffed softly, shaking her head in amusement. Not sure how I feel about having the kanji for demon in my last name. Ouch. You wound me. Secondly, you're cribbing half of my Wikipedia article's name for my first name. You don't think anyone's going to notice? Izuku shrugged. It's a weird sort of serendipity or possibly good genetic counseling, but a lot of my generation have names that reflect their quirks. You having a name that overlaps with your quirk will actually make you blend in more. Green fingernail tapping against the page. Amora looked from the notebook to Izuku and then over at Tsuyu. Considering we're sharing a beach with Frog Puff rainy season, over there, you may be onto something. Although there's nothing really quirk related about your name. I wonder if it was fated that you would end up being quirkless. After considering that for a bit, Amora shrugged and turned back to the entry that Izuku had created. I can't help but notice that Miwaku here is very Japanese. And I'm very not. Yes, I thought it might be a good idea to get a fresh start for your high school career. Frowning, Izuku stared down at the slightly smudgy, repeatedly erased and redrawn portrait of what Miwaku might look like. I'm no hacker or anything, so I have no idea how we'd make you legally exist, but I wanted to divorce you as completely as possible from Lushton Sylvie and Inkantare Amora for your high school identity. Amora returned her gaze to the notebook. There aren't any white girls at UA High? Shrugging helplessly, Izuku looked up to meet her skeptical gaze. I don't know? Maybe? Probably not, though. I imagine Europeans and Americans would go to their own schools in their own countries. UA High has an amazing reputation, but just like there are separate billboard charts in each country has their own premier hero school. Well, there's probably going to be a black girl going to UA High next year, but turning myself black would be just as different as turning myself Japanese. Amora let out a resigned sigh as she made a pulling motion, the sketch of Miwaku peeling off the page in a series of green lines that expanded into a glowing yellowish-green bust. She's not ugly. Is this really what you want me to look like for the next 3 years of our relationship? Izuku shrugged, poking a finger through the construct's forehead. We can workshop it. I pulled up pictures of a bunch of currently famous models and sort of freestyled a bit. The Japanese part is all that's really important. If you'll agree to that, we can change almost anything else. Nodding, Amora used her fingers to rotate the construct and then began running her fingers over the model directly, reshaping her features subtly. I might want to go Midorikyo or Midokijo or something instead of Kinkyo. If I'm going to be reinventing myself, you seem to have a bit of a thing for green hair. I do not. Half of your following feed on TikTok is green-haired girls. You clearly have a type. Yes. Well, half of my TikTok is not green-haired girls? So no, I don't? That earned him a skeptical look, but Amora seemed willing to let things go. For the moment at least, if for no other reason than that she discovered something new to grab her attention. Why'd I have drill curls? Izuku shrugged helplessly. They're cute. I wanted to play down your age a little and you didn't seem like the pigtail type. Mount Lady has a bit of a curl at the end of her bangs which gave me the idea. Raising her hand, Amora brought a section of her hair forward and then wiggled her fingers, yellowish-green energy playing over the strands as they reshaped into the aforementioned style. Pulling out her phone, Amora studied her own reflection in the front-facing camera. They're not awful. I suppose I could get used to them. After leaning over to press a kiss to Amora's cheek, Izuku flipped several pages further into his notebook. Now the real struggle. Convincing Loki to go along with this. Aoichi Shimoko. Again on the nose, spelling her with blue, blood, and frost. At least you didn't call her like Shimokijo something or another. Wait, I see that crossed out. At least you thought better of it and came up with another name. And quirk. Jotun. Amora looked from the notebook to Izuku and back, disbelief plain on her face. You think I can actually talk Loki into walking around in anything resembling her real form? The question made Izuku shrug again. She thought calling herself Koli was a good disguise and I saw through it how fast. If she's going to be attending UA High with us, she's going to need an identity that will stand up to stronger scrutiny. I can't think of anything better than completely changing up her looks and known modus operandi. Given that Thor mentioned Loki violently rejected his origins, nobody is going to suspect a blue girl with frost powers of being related to either Loki himself or the Asgardian girl who was seen around Musutafu regularly after I lifted Stormbreaker. Frowning, Amora considered the drawing of a black-haired, blue-skinned girl again, who also had visibly Japanese features, for the same reason that Miwaku did. I mean, you're not wrong, but I still don't think I'll be able to talk her into this. You might need to. Could he? Izuku was passing fair at being persuasive. He was discovering, although Loki was the goddess of mischief and lies, meaning his own abilities might be insufficient. Izuku chewed on his lower lip for a second before shrugging and nodding. The least he could do was give it a shot. If she didn't agree, they'd cross that bridge when they got to it. Then something else occurred to him. Wait. What am I going to tell Sue and All Might and my mother? How are we going to explain that I'm dating Sylvie now and Miwaku in high school? The easiest answer would be for me to be Miwaku in school and just be your classmate, and then turn back into Sylvie outside of school. Which means also that Miwaku can't really have friends, and that I can't get too close to you in school without people thinking that we're cheating. Amora tapped her finger against her chin thoughtfully. You could be dating Sylvie and Miwaku, but that would then raise awkward questions about why we're never seen in the same place at the same time. I could be my own metamor, I suppose, but that would just be awkward. I wonder how many people Loki's girlfriend has introduced her to. Could she just replace Koli with Shimoko, or is she going to have this problem too? I'll give it some thought. And put my head together with Loki. She's even better at lying than I am. Surely she'll be able to figure something out. A problem for future me was a concept that Izuku was very familiar with. Getting into shape and figuring out how to pass the UA High entrance exam had been long-standing problems for a future him, after all. Then he shook his head. Caught up in sharing his plans for the future, they'd wandered a decent ways afield from where their conversation started. We got a little off track. Apart from stabbing people and managing my media appearances, what else should I know about at this point? All Might had a bunch of questions for me yesterday once I made it clear to him that you were working and not to be disturbed. Presumably all questions that the HPSC has forwarded to established heroes in case they make contact with you. As far as go-betweens go, he's tolerable. I feel that the government would accept him in that role too. Possibly because he could punch you into the stratosphere if you did get up to no good. Amora made a punching motion that unbalanced her enough that she almost fell off her perch, blushing darkly as she resettled herself. Although fun fact, did you know that they're arguing over whether you can qualify for a hero license and the hero rankings at this point? Puffing up indignantly, Izuku scowled at the news. Why wouldn't I? I'm going to be a hero, maybe the best hero since All Might. With the power of Thor at my fingertips, There's no way I won't be a top 10 hero almost as soon as I graduate from school. Amora nodded agreeably before holding up a single finger. The power of Thor is the sticking point. Technically, legally, all the definitions of heroism, and villainy, for that matter, involve quirk usage. You still don't have a quirk. As it stands, All Might was hoping you wouldn't figure it out, but I pressured him into admitting that as it stands, you're legally exempt from vigilantism laws because you wouldn't be fighting crime with your non-existent quirk. Depending on what you waded into, you could be charged with interfering with the police if they felt like it, but that's a bit of a stretch, really. Possibly some assault, maybe assault with a deadly weapon because Stormbreaker is, well, incredibly dangerous. Opening his mouth, Izuku wanted to protest the idea of him not being considered a hero because he had Thor's power instead of a quirk was ludicrous. Because honestly, it was. Thor was a widely recognized and well-regarded hero from pre-quirk times. Why wouldn't he be considered a hero now as Thor's successor? And then the second half of Amora's explanation sank in and his eyes widened. So wait, you're telling me that instead of just cleaning up garbage constantly, I could actually be out there learning how to be a hero by doing actual heroic things, and legally there's nothing that anyone can do to stop me? Amora nodded slowly. Izuku grinned widely. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, probably not even next month, but once he was stronger, tougher, and all around better adjusted to his new powers, he could work with that. Chapter 12 Joe's Note. When I grabbed a Japanese calendar and sat down to outline this story as a more slice-of-life narrative that actually made use of the year gap between the start of My Hero Academia and the entrance exam, I made notes about a lot of different holidays, and this was honestly the first holiday that I figured out a chapter for. This chapter has been coming since I figured out that I was going to have Loki and Sigyn both in my story. I'm super excited for it. Mostly because Ares shows up early, and Dad. Izuku with cast-offs are hugely popular tropes in the fandom, so I'm really curious to see how people take my idea. Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Joshua, Michael, Howard, Sile, Tiber, MJ, Daniel, Bisco, TR Green, Reaper CB 919, Wild Martin, Sam, Lazy G3 News 22, Arcontos 59, Glenn, M. Potato, Gerald, Roofcrawler, P. Book R, Charles, Krygon 20, Morgan, Joseph, Zirio, Enigma, William, Will, Bunsenburner, Xavier, Reinhold, Fun Game 2, Beanies, Uncreative Name 01, Hans Gruber, David, The 10th Ancestor, Bloody Lord, Lookshi, Wesley, and Warren for sponsoring me on Patra 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Meeting Amora at the base of the steps for his apartment complex, Izuku grinned as he watched her play with the end of smallest blue koinobori hanging from a pole mounted above his first-floor neighbor's living room window. With a bit more confidence than he'd possessed when they first met, he reached out and captured her hand with his own, bringing it down to hang near his hip. So, the end of Golden Week is here. Any plans for next week when I'm back in school? Amora shook her head before reaching her free hand up to play with her hair. I'm not sure. I was thinking of getting a jump start on assuming my new Miwaku persona. Going shopping for some new, less conspicuous clothes. Figuring out exactly what I want to look like. Maybe learning how to actually style a drill curl. Casting an illusion of one is one thing. Actually getting my hair to do that is something else entirely. That elicited a small chuckle from Izuku as he thought back to the dossier that he had prepared for Amora's newest identity. With his slowly growing confidence, he had become more accustomed to touching Amora's hair when they were relaxing together, and he just thought that drill curls would be fun to play with. They were far from essential to the success of their deception. You don't have to. It was just an idea that I had. No, they're cute. I'm just going to need a little practice figuring out how to style them. Maybe I'll look up where Mount Lady's agency is and go ask her for hairstyling tips. She doesn't do a full-on drill curl, but she's the closest I can find out of public figures at the moment. Apart from a few different idols. and the odds of me ever getting to meet one of them face to face is slim. Besides, you clearly want them enough to put it in writing, and who am I to turn down a chance to look just a little bit more appealing to my boyfriend? Amora winked and blew him a kiss, making him blush, albeit less darkly than he would have a month ago, before adopting a thoughtful look. So when Loki asked us if we had anything planned for today, she said something about it being Children's Day. I was vaguely surprised that she knew what it was. She spends most of her time in the West, where the holidays are much closer to the Asgardian calendar. Izuku blinked uncertainly at that revelation. To be honest, the fact that Loki knew anything about Japanese public holidays was surprising. Sure, she was a regular visitor to their corner of the world, but she didn't particularly seem to care about integrating any. Amora had done a far better job of adapting to her adopted home than Loki had, and so Izuku would have been surprised if she had questions herself about Children's Day. But why did Loki of all people know about the holiday? Or for that matter, care? It is. I'm a little old for most of the celebrations, although I was thinking of grabbing a Kasiwa mochi or two at some point today. Tilting her head to the side, Amora studied him curiously. Oak mochi? Or is this one of those times where I show my age by not knowing some kind of slang that actual teenagers use? I'm afraid that as a non-mother who was never a child in the country, I've largely given the customs and festivities for this particular holiday a pass over the years. I'm trying to picture someone teaching the Koinobori song to a very small version of you while you wear a samurai helmet made of newspaper. Amora raised an eyebrow at that, and Izuku chuckled softly. Typical school activities in the days leading up to the start of Golden Week, because obviously we don't have school on Children's Day. But yeah, each year when we were younger there were progressively more in-depth discussions of the legends of Kentaro and Momotaro. And the Koinobori song. Carp streamers are higher than the roof. The biggest carp is the father. The small carp are children. Enjoying swimming in the sky. I see. It was clear by her tone of voice that Amora did not in fact see, but she was willing to humor him, and that was good enough for Izuku. And the oak mochi thing? Is that a euphemism for something else? No, it's a white mochi filled with red beans and wrapped in an oak leaf. Hence the name. It's a tradition that goes back to the Edo period. It's supposed to bring me good luck. Grinning, Izuku brought their conjoined hands up to chest level and nodded toward them. I mean, I don't think my luck can get much better than it is right now, but it never hurts to try. Amora shot him an amused smile, bringing their hands up even further so that she could brush her cheek against his knuckles. Speaking of traditions, I've been stationed in Japan for a while. I wasn't the oldest one at the compound, but I was the most consistent face in Musutafu for many years. Whatever happened to the Kids Olympics that your kind used to hold on Children's Day? I vaguely remember watching it on television a few times and then I blinked and it was gone. Seeing as how it wasn't directly hero-related, which was pretty much the extent of his knowledge outside of what was directly taught at school, Izuku found himself turning to Google to try and find an answer to Amora's question. The first page or so of results were all uses of the phrase in reference to the UA Sports Festival, but halfway down the second page of results was an informative article. It says, it sort of fell by the wayside a couple of decades ago. As the percentage of quirked kids steadily increased, it became harder and harder to ensure that a bunch of excitable children weren't using their quirks, especially less visible ones, to influence the results. When they could no longer guarantee fairness, they just stopped trying, I guess? Wish they'd done that with the fitness tests that I have to do at school. Nothing makes me feel good like coming in dead last for my year. I can't wait to see how you do this year. Between your hard-earned gains and the power of Thor, I would be sincerely surprised if you don't rank first in your class. Amora shot him a smirk before gesturing with her free hand as they continued to walk down the street. Izuku barely had time to register a rippling portal of magic flaring to life in front of him, and then suddenly he was on a completely different street entirely. Sorry. I just really wasn't in the mood to spend 2 hours on the Shinkansen to get to where we were going. Izuku shook his hand, his free hand itching to grab the notebook that was now close to 200 kilometers away. Quirk usage laws didn't apply to either of them, given that neither of them had a quirk, and Amora abused that loophole flagrantly and frequently. Given that Katsuki tended to abuse his quirk just as flagrantly and nobody ever said a single thing to him about it, Izuku certainly wasn't going to try and chastise her for it. Now that he had powers of his own and could fly to school whenever he felt like it, Izuku found that had some semblance of understanding toward Destro's espoused philosophy that people should be free to use their meta abilities. Not that he agreed with the survival of the fittest, the strong should rule the weak side of the Meta Liberation Army's doctrine, even though he was going to arguably be one of the strongest around, but not having that cop near his school shout and wave a fist at him every time he touched down on the corner of the school's property would be fantastic. And speaking of getting around using his not quirk, just out of curiosity, are you ever going to teach me how to summon the Bifrost with Stormbreaker so I can be the one who brings us places? After considering the question for a few seconds, Amora shrugged. As much as I enjoy being in complete control of our outings, that's a fair request. And something I do know a bit about from talking with Jane. I'd say, another 4 chapters or so, give or take. Even as he did his best to navigate the crowds as they approached, was that Tokyo Tower. He'd never been before. Mostly because his idea of a good day trip was going to see a famous hero agency. And his mother had generally obliged him. But he was always up for something new. But even as he carefully navigated the increasing crowds, he turned to eye Amora suspiciously. Are you trying to break the fourth wall? It always seemed hilarious when Wade did it. Or it could have been people awkwardly laughing when confronted with his questionable mental stability and grasp on reality. I never really managed to figure out which, so I give it a go myself every once in a while. I guess this time has been about as well received as all the others. Amora pouted for a moment before gesturing up at the 6-meter-long Sanmanabori hanging from a line above their heads. Unrelated. Did you know that Streamer has been hanging there since before I became Sylvie? That assertion had Izuku digging out his phone again, and he made a soft noise of surprise when it turned out that she was correct. 2011. That's trailing off. He stared up at the streamer curiously. Do you think it's the same one since back then? I mean, I've heard of being made to last, but that seems a bit unbelievable. Before he could ponder the matter any more deeply, something impacted his lower half roughly and Izuku looked down to find a small girl with a very large black headdress hugging his legs as she smiled up at him. She was definitely an odd sight, even in this day and age where heteromorphic quirks were common, with a cleanly bisected face that was blue on one side and a pale pink on the other. Her eyes were similarly mismatched. A seamless transition between red sclera and equally red irises with a small pupil peering up at him on the blue side, and a very familiar shade of green for the eye on the other side. Her hair was the only thing unified about her. Black across her entire head. Looking over at Amora helplessly, he received a grin in response. And that is the reason why we're here. Izuku, I'd like you to meet Helregan Lokadottir, the Asgardian goddess of death. Helregan, this is Izuku. My boyfriend. The first, possibly inane, thought to cross Izuku's mind was that she seemed very cheerful for a death goddess. The innocent, sunny smile on her face didn't go together well with her supposed title as a death goddess. The second thought was that he had read about Hel during his studies of Norse mythology, and presumably this Helregan was the same person. Which seamlessly lead into his third thought. She was considerably smaller than he'd been expecting. Staring down at her, he considered his options for a few seconds before stretching his arms out in her direction. Kids still liked being picked up at that age, right? Want to come up here so we can talk face to face? The wide smile on her face faded as Helregan stared up at him skeptically. Mom says I'm too big to pick up anymore, and you're even shorter than her. Well, I'm probably a lot stronger than your mom, on second thought. If Sigyn was anything like Amora when it came to physical capabilities, he probably wasn't yet, but he could still give it a try. Reaching down, Izuku hooked his hands under Helregan's arms and lifted her into the air. It took considerably more effort than he'd been anticipating, but thanks to his exercise regimen at the beach, he managed to avoid making a fool of himself. It took a little work to settle her on his hip given her headdress, but he managed to make do. See? Not too big. How old are you, anyway? 7? 8? Letting out a giggle, Hellragon shook her head, forcing Izuku to lean back to avoid getting hit by her. Were they antlers? They weren't really horns like Loki wore. It was definitely a unique fashion accessory, that was for sure. I turned 122 in January. Izuku turned to Amora in disbelief, and the blonde nodded in confirmation of the girl's assertion. I don't know why you're surprised. You already knew that Asgardians age a bit slower than you Midgardians do. A bit. She was born a few decades after the blip, after Loki properly re-established herself here on Midgard and reconnected with Sigyn. Well, if the name wasn't enough of a hint, that definitively answered his next question, which was going to be who her parents were. She definitely took after her heir. He was going to assume mom was Sigyn. Very smiley, very friendly child. Okay, his next question. Where were her parents? Surely she wasn't just running around Shiba Park on her own, was she? Izuku found himself shifting Hellragon on his hip as he scanned the crowd. Oh. There they were. How he'd missed Loki's trademark horns, he had absolutely no idea. Offering them an awkward wave, he nodded in Hellragon's direction. I think I have something of yours. Loki just shot him an annoyed look at the quip, even as Sigyn led her over and placed a hand on her daughter's back. That you do. She's still learning the basics of magic, but she can sense others of her kinds. Both of them, actually, and she shot off the minute she felt you and Sylvie enter the park. She was especially excited because she's never felt you before. Every Asgardian has a distinct energy. Signature if you're attuned to that sort of thing, and it's getting rarer and rarer for her to encounter new signatures. Well, I'm very glad to make her acquaintance. Izuku bounced Hellragon lightly on his hip as he looked from Sigyn to Hellragon. MMMPH. That was a bit of a mouthful. Do you mind being called Hell for short? Like in the myths? Hellragon shook her head energetically, again forcing Izuku to twist nimbly to avoid getting hit by her headdress. You can, but you have to be careful. There's 2 hells. My other incarnations were just hell, and so was the realm they ruled over. Mom got tired of tripping over that, and so this time, she named me Hellragon. Ruler over hell. And she calls my domain Helheimer. Do you want to visit Helheimer with me? Mom says it's too spooky for her. Glancing at Sigyn, Izuku raised an eyebrow only to be greeted with the blonde frantically waving her hands behind her daughter's back. So evidently it was definitely spooky, too much so for Sigyn's comfort. On the other hand, heroes weren't supposed to be afraid of anything. Or if they were afraid, they weren't supposed to show it. Visiting Helheimer could be good training for that. Maybe not today. It's Children's Day here in Japan. Why would we skip a day that's all about you to go somewhere that we can visit any other day of the year? That makes sense. Hellragon peered around curiously at all the other kids swarming the park. It's weird being here on Midgard. Everyone ages so fast. I keep trying to make friends, but nobody looks like me, and they all age so fast. Izuku found himself carefully considering his next words, not wanting to hurt the child in his arms, or offend her parents for that matter. Well, you very clearly take after both your mom and your mother in a way that a lot of humans don't. I'm sure there's somebody out there with a quirk that makes them look like you, though. We just have to find them. Even as Hellragon appeared to consider that, Sigyn let out a sigh of relief and leaned around her daughter to whisper in his ear. She hasn't learned how to control her magic enough to shapeshift quite yet, so she looks a bit odd compared to everyone else. Some people comment on it. You handled things very well. I appreciate that. Pulling back a little, the blonde gestured from herself to Loki and back. If you've ever wondered why Coley is around more than I am, this is why. Sometimes I let the others watch her and I'll have an afternoon out with my husband, but I spend a lot of my time with Hellragon. I thought it was an appropriate way to celebrate Children's Day, introducing you to her. While he didn't have much experience with them, Izuku was of the opinion that he was definitely a children person. Mostly because it took until a certain age for societal prejudices to fully sink in. Kids generally didn't care that he was quirkless. Some even found it neat that he was different. Well, I'm excited to meet her. If I'd known I was meeting her, I would have brought my Something poked him in the side and Izuku looked over to find Imura holding his notebook. Oh. Thank you. Do you two mind if I ask her some questions? Even young Asgardians are fascinating to me. Sigyn smiled in response to his question. As long as you don't mind answering anything she wants to ask you? By all means. You're the first Thor that she's ever met, at least in this incarnation. So she's bound to be curious about you. We had her a bit later in life this time, so she missed out on a lot of the fun. These days, she spends most of her time with me in and around the London sanctum. Occasional visits to Tonsberg to mingle with her own kind, but mostly she's grown up around the masters of the mystic arts. This is actually her first trip this far east. We had to wake her up early to be here, so she's probably going to sleep well tonight. We keep discussing trying to send her to school instead of just spending all day with me, but Coley isn't in favor of it. Of course I'm not. She's an Asgardian child, not a mortal. What would we do? Send her to the same grade to learn the same thing for 15 years or so before finally advancing her to the next grade? The mortal educational system simply isn't set up for someone like her. Loki let out an annoyed huff and crossed her arms over her chest. Besides, it's not like your schools are going to teach her how to use her magic, or how to rule over Niflheimer. Rolling her eyes, Sigyn shook her head in amusement. That's what we teach her after school and on weekends, of course. Then she paused, her brow furrowing in thought. Although if Izuku's homework load is anything to go by, we wouldn't have nearly as much time as I would like to do so. Perhaps our decision to teach her ourselves was the best one? Feeling the need to defend human educational institutions, Izuku bounced Helregen lightly on his hip, the motion drawing Loki and Sigyn's attention back to him. The homework load for elementary schoolers isn't anywhere near as bad as what I'm doing these days. Or I'll be doing next year. Speaking of which, Sigyn, are you considering relocating somewhere closer once Coley enrolls in high school with me and Sylvie? Sigyn blinked slowly, glancing over at an equally uncertain-looking Loki for a few seconds before returning her attention to Izuku. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. The Hong Kong sanctum is only an hour time difference from Japan, instead of 9 hours different, so that might be an idea worth exploring. Or, I'm no Iyer but I'm passable at healing magic. Maybe I could hire myself out to an agency in or near Musutafu for a few years. Assuming they wouldn't mind if I brought my daughter to work. Before Izuku could point out the flaw with that plan, Sigyn realized it for herself. Except they'd wonder why Helregen wasn't in school. Also, I could work for a year max before they realized that Helregen wasn't getting older. Unless I revealed that her and I are Asgardians, at which point they'd wonder why I'm breaking ranks with the rest of our kind and using magic to help mortals. I need to think this over a bit more, I guess. Impulsively, Izuku found himself blurting out a possible solution to the problem that Sigyn was facing. Maybe my mom could watch Helregen for you. She's great with kids. I mean, she raised me, after all. Yes, and look how well that turned out. Loki turned up her nose at the prospect, sneering at him. An anxious, stuttering, socially inept mess. And you want me to subject my daughter to this woman's attentions? While Izuku was no stranger to being insulted, and had been frequently by almost everyone other than his mother in his life before lifting Stormbreaker, he absolutely would not tolerate people criticizing his mother. Arguably, I could, and probably should, be a lot worse given the way I've been treated for the last decade. I would point to my mother's nurturing as the reason that I'm not. Loki considered that for a moment before nodding in concession. You may have a point there. Personally, I haven't met another quirkless person to compare you to. Well, not in the last decade or two, at least, but you're probably right about the fact that your social maladjustment could probably be worse. That being said, I'm still not sure that I'm ready to entrust my daughter's safekeeping to a mortal. No offense. You probably should have led with the second part. It would have been a lot less insulting towards my mother. Izuku looked from Loki to Sigyn and then back before deciding that now was a perfectly good time to change the subject. After all, their decisions on how to raise Helregen were really none of his business. He'd made the offer. What they decided to do with it was entirely up to them. Unless they decided to take him up on his offer, what happened from here was absolutely none of his business. Besides, he had the attention of someone other than Amora who actually seemed excited to see him. He was absolutely going to capitalize on it. Turning to Hellregen, he offered her a bright smile. So, today's your day. What do you want to do first? Have you ever had Kasiwa mochi before? I have not. Hellregen opened and closed her mouth several times before leaning in and lowering her voice a little. I don't know what that is. What is it? Letting out a gasp of fully feigned disbelief, Izuku bounced Hellregen lightly on his hip. Only the best and tastiest part of children's day. You've been alive for 122 years and you haven't tried it before? That's an outrage. We'll have to fix that immediately. As he turned and carried Hellregen off into the crowd toward the nearest food stall, Izuku heard rather than saw Amora, Loki, and Sigyn falling into place behind him. And he couldn't help but overhearing Sigyn's thoughts on the matter. He's good with kids. Better than Thor was. I'm curious to see what Colley's girlfriend makes of Hellregen, but at the very least the number of people who I would trust to spend time with my daughter without me there has increased by one. Sylvie, have you thought about? I can't say that I have before today. That being said, I also can't say that I'm not now, because you're not wrong. Hellregen is a very unusual child and he handled her extremely well. Amora let out a thoughtful noise as she continued to walk behind Izuku with her companions. Maybe in a decade or so, after he's done with high school and has spent a few years establishing himself as a pro hero here in Japan. Magic means I'll only look as old as I want to, and, well, that sort of discussion would be rushing things a bit considering we haven't even had yet. Izuku blushed. Sure, Amora was his girlfriend and so he'd spared a few thoughts, usually when he was completely alone in his room, about the possibility of consummating their relationship. But he hadn't thought too hard on the matter, not wanting to turn into a pervert. Evidently Amora. Speaking of children, have you told him about Thrud yet? Turning his head to the side just enough to watch his companions out of the corner of his eye, Izuku watched Amora shake her head vehemently. Before Loki let out a loud sigh. Are you going to? Obviously he's not Thor in the literal sense, but he's the closest we're going to get for quite some time. What are you going to do if she sees him the same way that you do? As another Thor, that is. Not. Trailing off, Loki shuddered. Amora thought about that for a few seconds before shrugging. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. And not a minute before. I mean, he's 14. How's he going to react when he finds out that a 227-year-old girl might want to treat him as a substitute father? What? Chapter 13 Joe's Note. Considering that the original version of this had a Bakugo Katsumi instead of a Bakugo Katsuki, mostly for the UAL tension and the excuse for Amora to be yandere, this chapter is going to be substantially revised compared to the original. Proving that I can't read my own outlines, we're going to be getting Bifrost content far sooner than Amora's prediction of 4 chapters from now, mostly because I had ideas for intermediate chapters but I moved them further down the timeline so that they would make more sense. We're going to be straying off the beaten path considerably further in this version than my first one, and I'm hoping against hopes that y'all stick with me long enough to make it to the entrance exam. Stories that deviate too far from canon. Unless, of course, it's a crossover fusing Izuku into the other fandom's canon. Tend to perform poorly on here. Unless there's a harem. Or a SYOC story. Although I'm not sure the latter counts, given that most of their reviews tend to be people submitting information in hopes of becoming a part of that author's story. Although in lieu of a harem, my current outline says that Izuku will be trying his hand at a functional polyamorous relationship where he tries to mediate between the goddesses of 3 different pantheons. That should be interesting, right? Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R. Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, JJ Bell, David, Gavin, The 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter0n, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. So you've been showing up here for weeks and hanging all over Deku like you own him or something. Of course you were nowhere to be found before he lifted that damn hammer. Extras like you make me sick, clinging to the newest and best thing you can find like it makes you mean something. For your information, Izuku and I had been spending time together before he lifted Stormbreaker. It was just none of your business. Just like me being here now is none of your business. So just, shoo, little boy. Before you start to actually annoy me. What did you just say to me? The fact that you're a chick won't keep me from blowing your damn face off, you worthless lackey. You know, I've never tried to teleport someone from Midgard to an entirely different realm, but at the moment, you're sorely tempting me. Shouldering his way through the crowd forming just outside the front lobby of Aldera Junior High School, Izuku gave a deep sigh as he emerged into the early summer afternoon, quickly discovering why there was considerable congestion just past the doors. Namely, because he was walking into a confrontation between his girlfriend and his oldest friend. Former friend. Amora insisted that anyone who treated Izuku the way that Katsuki did should hardly be considered a friend, while Izuku was of the opinion that Katsuki was just a bit misunderstood and rough around the edges. Rough edges that tended to grate on Amora, which meant that a confrontation between the two blondes had been truly inevitable. Izuku shook his head with another sigh as they continued to bicker, small explosions dancing from Katsuki's raised hands as Amora's own balled fists began to glow with yellowish-green light. Looking around, he spotted a bemused-looking Loki standing a few feet away, and how the horned girl wasn't attracting more attention from his classmates was a mystery to him. Truly a testament to how gripping the confrontation between Kacchan and Amora was, he supposed. Glancing back to his girlfriend, he did a double take and looked over at Loki again. Wait, since when did she show up at his school? Pushing through the crowd of onlookers, Izuku stepped into the narrow space between Katsuki and Amora, putting a hand on each person's shoulder. Enough. Kacchan, stop trying to bait my girlfriend into fighting you. You wouldn't like how it ends. Kin-chan, stop rising to the bait. You're more mature than him by a long shot and we both know it. Act like it. The you say, Deku? Katsuki's wild red eyes turned from Amora to Izuku, narrowing as he glared down at him angrily. We both know that I've got the best quirk in this shithole of a junior high shawl. That whole thing with the sludge villain was a fluke. Don't think that you saving me meant anything. I could have taken him, and I can definitely take anything your bitch can dish out and then some. Izuku rolled his eyes at the familiar display of bravado, leaning in closer to Kacchan and lowering his voice. You're smarter than this, Kacchan. I know you've never been to Underfaying Park because you didn't care if you were worthy or not. You said you'd become the #1 hero without needing a crutch like Stormbreaker. But even if you don't recognize her from the park, I lifted the hammer and then suddenly there's a very obviously Western girl following me around. And one of her friends is in the crowd. Push the arrogance down just a little and think for a damn second. Think about who you're picking a fight with. They're Asgardians, Kacchan. Magic using ones at that. Understanding suddenly dawned, Katsumi's eyes widening with a flicker of fear that was ruthlessly suppressed under a facade of angry bluster. There's Asgardians and then there's Asgardians. She's obviously not Thor, that's you. So even if she's like, Loki? Loki got his ass beat by the Hulk. And then died like, 3 times, they're beatable. You're joking, right? You may be the most powerful student here at Aldera Junior High School, but do you really think you rate on the same scale as the Hulk? Really, Kacchan? Izuku rolled his eyes as Katsuki sputtered angrily, clearly building up to an angry rant. I look up to you, Kacchan. Seriously, I do. No matter how badly you've treated me, you're still an inspiration to me. But as strong as you are, you're no Hulk. Or Curse. Or Thanos. Sylvie can do things with her magic that blow my mind. She's as far beyond both of us as you were beyond me before I got Stormbreaker. The two stared into each other's eyes for a few long seconds, and then Katsuki let out a dismissive snort, placing his hand on Izuku's chest and pushing him back away from him. TCH, whatever. I'll keep things to just words, for now. But one of these days, if you haven't gotten bored and told her to off yet, I'm going to be a big-time hero, and if she's still looking for a fight, there's no power on this earth that'll stop me from showing her exactly what I think of her. The UA entrance exam is coming up in a little less than 9 months, and at the rate I'm mastering my new powers, you're going to have some serious competition for the top spot. Izuku chuckled softly, hesitating for a few seconds before holding his fist out to Katsuki uncertainly. While Amora's mere presence seemed to grate on him for some reason, the blonde had been a bit less aggressive toward him as of late for some reason. Ever since he'd taken up Stormbreaker. Or when he'd saved him. Given the two events had occurred on the same day, Izuku wasn't entirely sure which was the cause of Katsuki's new, and slightly more pleasant, demeanor. You've got bigger things to worry about than my girlfriend, Kachan. After all, how are you going to beat a bona fide Asgardian if you can't even beat me? Staring at Izuku's fist in disgust, Katsuki just shook his head before reaching up and swiping at it angrily. In your dreams, you Deku. It's going to take more than a magical hammer and an Asgardian trainer for you to beat me. Underneath it all, you're still just a Deku. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Katsuki's reaction, and here he'd thought that the boy's behavior, at least toward him, had been improving lately. Had it all just been the calm before the storm? I'm not worthless anymore, Kachan. I can do so many things. More every day. You're lucky. Nothing more, nothing less. You haven't worked for a single thing a day in your life. You may have been picked by that stupid hammer, but so what? Katsuki's eyes bored into Izuku's as he leaned forward. I bet you've met all kinds of people because of Stormbreaker. So tell me, can All Might lift it? For a moment, Izuku debated lying before remembering that he was terrible at lying. If he lied, Katsuki would still know the truth by process of elimination, and he'd be mad on top of that about getting lied to. He tried, but he can't. That was a huge surprise to me. He's All Might. Katsuki nodded fiercely. Exactly. He's All Might. The #1 hero for longer than you've been alive. If he's not worthy of that hammer, then being worthy isn't shit. You're not shit. So yay. Whatever magic is on the hammer says you're its new favorite person. Good for you. I'm not going to let it stop me from becoming the next #1 hero. If All Might can do it without Stormbreaker, then so can I. Izuku clucked his tongue at that, debating asking the question floating at the back of his mind before deciding to just go ahead with it when Katsuki remained there staring at him angrily rather than walking away. Your problems with Amora aside, I can't help but notice that you're being a bit nicer to me these days. Especially compared to the last few years. And you were actually willing to back down when you realized who Amora was, instead of trying to blow her up anyway. Not that it would have gone well, but the old you would have tried her best. Are you going soft in your old age or something? You're joking, right? Wait, no, you're serious. For sake. It's called enlightened self-interest, you idiot. Katsuki gestured to Izuku himself, then over at Amora, and then at where Loki's horns were poking up above the rest of the crowd. I'm realistic. I'm going to be great when I grow up. The greatest, even. But I'm not there yet. Getting clubbed with a magical hammer sounds like a really bad time. Or getting electrocuted. Or getting teleported to another dimension or turned into a frog or whatever else your little girlfriends might be able to do to me. So yeah, I'm giving you a wide berth. And I'll leave Lil Kin-chan alone for now. But once I'm ready for you? One of these days, no amount of hiding behind magic is going to keep me from showing you what I think of you. You, or literally anyone else in this world who's ever looked down on me. With that, Katsuki turned and stalked off through the crowd, Meeting up with the same two boys that he always hung out with before taking off for parts unknown, Izuku turned back to Amura to find the blonde staring after him with a gimlet eye. What a thoroughly unlikable person. Although maybe now that he's told you, yet again, that he doesn't like you, maybe you'll finally take the hint and stop thinking of him as a friend? Izuku raised his hands in surrender, making Amura huff and turn away. To be honest, the two of you remind me entirely too much of how Sif and Koli used to interact back in the day. You're not into boys, right? Not that I'm judging if you are. I just want to prepare myself for the mess that'll inevitably transpire when that tire fire of a mortal finally confesses to you someday. Izuku waved his hands awkwardly in the space between him and Amura. I'm not, no, and I don't think Kachan is either. Although that would explain a lot. Like, a whole lot about how we've interacted all these years. I guess the best way to describe things is that Kachan and I are complicated. But not that kind of complicated. At least I don't think. Really, though? You're implying that Sif and Koli, trailing off, Izuku blushed at the mere thought before awkwardly pushing onward. How did that ever happen if Koli and Sigen have been married since before Tonsberg? Was it when you all were much younger, or? I'm standing right here, you know. I can hear absolutely everything that you're saying. Loki rolled her eyes as she took a step closer, elbowing Amura in the side none too gently before turning her attention to Izuku. I would try to simplify things for you, but I honestly can't. Sif and I were complicated, especially in our youth. Especially in our 4th and 5th centuries of life, when we really started to try and figure out what we wanted out of our long existences. The best way I can explain it is that we had certain common interests but not enough to overcome how different our personalities were, and so for the most part, we couldn't help but rub each other the wrong way. Closing the distance between herself and Izuku, Amura tucked herself under her right arm as was her habit and lowered her voice conspiratorially. Except for when they were rubbing each other the right way, that is. Izuku's fading blush returned in full force as entirely unbidden. His mind began to fill with images of Sif's body intertwined with Loki's female form. It definitely wasn't a bad image. But enough about of Koli's previous assignations for now. We have work to do, as always. I was thinking that we could take a break from your strength training and accuracy drills to work on your ability to harness one of Stormbreaker's more esoteric powers. We haven't really needed to touch on it thus far because you have nowhere to go. But how would you like to learn to summon the Bifrost? Would he? Heck yeah, he would. Izuku's eyes widened with anticipation as he nodded eagerly. With the ability to command the Rainbow Bridge at his fingertips, forget something as limited as being the #1 hero of Japan. He could be the #1 hero of the entire world. No disaster, no crime, no opportunity to do good would be out of his reach if he could teleport himself from one side of the planet to the other at a whim. Definitely. Where should we go to work on something like this? The beach? The park? Or maybe we should take the train out to one of the more rural prefectures to minimize any collateral damage if I mess something up. It wouldn't be hard to get out to Mie Prefecture. The forest would make a good place to train an ability like that, right? By the Allfather, he's more of an excitable puppy than Thor was at his age. How do you ever manage to get anything done? Loki shook her head despondently before pulling away from Izuku and Amura, gesturing for the pair to follow her as she led them away from the school. As they walked, Izuku found his arms windmilling as he dropped through one of her rippling green ground portals, landing gracelessly on the grass of what turned out to be Inderfeying Park upon quick inspection. Turning back to them, Loki raised her hand and made a pulling gesture. Well then, summon Stormbreaker from wherever you've left it. Let's get this show on the road. Izuku raised an eyebrow as he raised one hand over his head, mentally summoning his hammer from where he'd left it atop the school. At this point, he was strong and durable enough to jump down from the roof to the ground level, and so he'd taken to flying to school each day, leaving his hammer where nobody else could stumble across it during his classes. As the haft slapped against his palm, he curled his fingers around it and let out a sigh of relief. While he was now the vessel of Thor, he sometimes felt incomplete, without the easiest conduit for his powers around. Hammer. Check. Now what, Loki-sama? The question got a chuckle out of Loki, the dark-haired girl shooting him an approving look as she rubbed her dark green nails against the exposed upper slope of her right breast. Have I mentioned lately how nice it is to finally have a Thor who properly appreciates my greatness? But to answer your question, we're going to start with a single-person transport from a clear area to a clear area. The Bifrost tends to be a bit indiscriminate in the hands of an inexperienced wielder, and can also cause serious collateral damage when used improperly. I almost used it to destroy Utenheimer at one point, which is a story for another time that you'll no doubt ask me about, when given the chance. But since I doubt you want to be like Mount Lady or Endeavor and leave tremendous amounts of damaged property whenever you come or go, Izuku shook his head. That was the sort of thing that left the Hellflame user perpetually stuck at number 2, and had pundits debating if Mount Lady would even place in the rankings this year. So what you're going to be learning today is precision. I've already talked to the Valkyries in Tonsberg and one agreed to be our subject for this little experiment. So what I want you to do is... Or we could not? Even with Brunhild to guide their resurgence, the Valkyries are all ill-mannered thugs. I have absolutely no desire to spend even a single minute of my afternoon around one. Turning to Izuku, Amora brought her hands up to her chest beseechingly. I have what is inarguably a far superior idea. So, one of the functions that you would be able to provide once you're a licensed hero is extraction. If a hero gets in over their head, you would be able to remove them from the situation using Stormbreaker and the Bifrost to teleport them to safety. But unless you're going to achieve and maintain near encyclopedic knowledge of every hero and sidekick operating in Japan, and possibly the world, you're going to need to do so with possibly nothing more than the individual's name. Izuku thought about that for a few seconds before nodding agreeably. That did in fact sound like an excellent use of his powers. Especially if reinforcements had already arrived and they didn't necessarily need him to join in the battle. He could easily scoop up a wounded hero or sidekick and evacuate them to a safer location. And while he knew a lot about heroes, and even a few sidekicks, there were far too many for him to memorize even all their names, much less their faces or more detailed information. And given that Loki had wanted him to bring a Valkyrie to the park for her, clearly this was in line with the lesson that the dark-haired Asgardian had wanted her to learn today. Okay. Agreed. So what does that have to do with what we're doing now? Amora grinned mischievously, snuggling up against Izuku's side as she routinely did and lowering her voice. So what you're going to need to learn how to do is focus on an individual by name alone and let Stormbreaker do the rest for you. The hammer is mildly sentient, possibly omniscient. I have no idea how it can find people anywhere in reality, but Thor previously proved that it could definitely find people for him and could then bring them to him. Or deliver him to them, if it was someone he needed to rescue in person. Which, arguably, is exactly what my proposed activity requires Izuku to do. He doesn't know the faces of any of the Valkyries at this point, so he'd be retrieving Maea by name alone. Crossing her arms over her chest, Loki glared balefully at Amora. What mischief are you trying to accomplish today? Looking down at Izuku, Amora's mischievous smile widened. You need to summon Yayorozu Momo from wherever she is right now to this park. Given that was a person's real name and not a hero name, Izuku was immediately suspicious of Amora's intentions, but the more telling reaction was the way that Loki stiffened before exploding into a blush that rivaled one of his own. He absolutely will not. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Tugging on his sleeve, Amora stared down at him beseechingly. I will do literally anything you want if you do this for me. Anything? Izuku quickly found himself with a blush to match Loki's as he looked from Amora to Loki and back uncertainly. Literally. Anything could be a lot of things, especially considering Amora's powers and vast breadth of experience, many of which he was too shy and inexperienced to actually ask for. Gathering up his courage, he stared up at Amora. Can I be the one to kiss you for once? You always kiss me and it's really nice, but I'm never the one to kiss you. Amora raised an eyebrow curiously at Izuku even as a still blushing Loki made a retching noise in the background. I'm so invested in this particular scheme of mine that I'm willing to do literally anything, well, anything within reason. But you're an eminently reasonable young man, so I feel comfortable enough saying literally anything as an offer. I'm willing to do whatever you want in exchange for your help right now, and all you want is to be the one to kiss me." Still blushing, Izuku reached up with his free hand to rub the back of his head sheepishly. "I mean, it was the first thing to come to mind. If you want me to pick something else, I'm sure I can come up with something. I just feel bad. I'm definitely getting the far better end of this deal." Magically removing her boots so that they were a few centimeters closer together in height, Amora gestured back and forth between the two of them. "How about I let you have the kiss just because you're my boyfriend and I enjoy kissing you, and then you can pick something else out as your reward for helping me?" Before Izuku could respond, Loki closed the distance between the two of them and shoved Amora to the side to take her place. "I'd honestly prefer not to, but if it's the difference between Amora harassing Momo and not, I'll let you kiss me if you agree to summon Maya instead of Momo this afternoon. And I'm a much better kisser than Amora." Bumping Loki sideways, Amora retook her spot in front of Izuku. "She most certainly is not. I am a damn love goddess. There was nobody in Asgard better at all things love-related than me, up to and including kissing." Unlike most of his peers, Izuku could honestly say that he wasn't even the slightest bit tempted by the prospect of kissing a girl who wasn't his girlfriend. Because even if Loki was telling the truth about being the superior kisser, kissing her would be a one-time thing with major repercussions for his future. Given that he'd never had a girlfriend before, he'd never had a girlfriend be mad at him before, but he wasn't looking to start now. Besides, if Loki was willing to go that far to keep her from meeting this Momo person, a small part of Izuku was intensely curious, why? Which brought him back to Amora's open-ended offer to do anything. Despite his upbringing as a social outcast because of his quirklessness, Izuku had always been careful not to make matters worse by finding solace in certain spaces that usually accepted outsiders. He may have been quirkless, but that didn't mean he had to be the quirkless chunibyo or the quirkless degenerate. At the same time, despite eschewing certain corners of the internet for longer than it seemed his peers had, Izuku was still curious. And while he felt it might be disrespectful to look at other women when he had a girlfriend, maybe Amora would be willing to let him look at her instead to satisfy his growing curiosity? "If I do it, can I see you in a bra later?" Before Amora could respond, Loki threw her hands up in the air in disgust and took several steps back to put some space between herself and the other two. "Well then I guess I'm seeing Momo today because I'm definitely not going to try and counter that. Can I at least text her first so that she knows this is coming?" Amora grinned wickedly in Loki's direction, shaking her head rapidly before turning back to Izuku and bouncing up and down excitedly. "If you do it before she can text her, I'll let you see me without the bra later." Hand shooting into the air, Izuku held Stormbreaker aloft as he tried to focus his best on something other than the possibility of seeing Amora's breasts later. Which was harder than it sounded, but closing his eyes seemed to help matters a bit. Focusing seemed to work well enough for the one time so far that he'd conjured lightning, as well as using his power to fly. He just wanted something and it happened. So now he wanted to bring Yaoyorozu Momo to him. Stormbreaker had to find this girl, wrap her in its power, and bring her to where he was standing. "Please?" Suddenly his eyes flew open as power roared around him, the entire world transforming into glittering rainbow light. He could hear the ground beneath him hissing and crackling, wincing when he looked down to find Norse runes burning themselves into the grass in a circle around him. Although thankfully it wasn't too big a circle. Then there was a pulse of power traveling down the beam. A gust of displaced air as the pulse hit the ground and deposited something, and the light show came to an abrupt end, with a tall girl in a black sailor Fuku standing in front of him. Holding her hands up imploringly, Loki stepped forward into the space between Izuku and the girl. "Momo Okan. I need you to not freak out. But I'm in Musutafu today, like I told you I would be, and now so are you." Momo Okan? Chapter 14 Joe's Note. The original version of this chapter had Izuku meeting Mina while attempting to summon a Krylorian because hey, cute pink chick, understandable mistake to make. Things are obviously going considerably different this time around. I have been chomping at the bit to introduce my version of Momo, and her ties to the main cast, for months now. I thought I was going to have to wait until Izuku actually started school, and then my muse was like, pissed, and I came up with this idea. I've significantly reworked everyone's favorite creation goddess for my story, and you have no idea how excited I am to introduce you to her. So without further ado, let's do this. Dedications and thanks. To Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Earlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, The 10th Ancestor, Lookshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Potter 0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Momo, Okan? Letting out a squeal, Amora pulled far enough away from Izuku that she could clap her hands excitedly as she bounced on her toes. You actually used an honorific, on purpose, and it's, to quote a 21st century white girl, I literally can't even. This is so much better than even I imagined. I will never let you live this moment down for literally as long as we live. I will find a way to preserve this memory for all time so that when we reincarnate, I can remind you of it all over again. Momo, it's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you in person. Kohli has told me very little about you, but it's all been good. So far. My name is Lushton Sylvie, and this is my boyfriend Midoriya Izuku. Momo offered a hesitant wave, eyes darting back and forth between Amora and the still blushing Loki. Kohli-chan. These are friends of yours, then? You didn't have to address me that way. I would have settled for a simple Momo-chan. We never really discussed the possibility of you meeting anyone that I know, and so I was just following the rules that we established when we first negotiated our relationship. In hindsight, I have regrets. A great many regrets. Groaning, Loki buried her face in her hands before pulling one away so that she could gesture in Momo's general direction. Sylvie, Izuku. Meet Yaoyorozu Momo. As you can probably guess from the greeting, we've been engaged in, what's that delightful Japanese term? Mamakatsu? Mother activity? Izuku looked back and forth between Loki and Momo with wide eyes. He'd suspected something along those lines given that Loki had openly addressed the girl as Mommy Momo, but wasn't the whole situation backwards? Shouldn't Loki be some mortal girl's mommy, not vice versa? Especially given Sailor Fuku were pretty much exclusively relegated to junior high schools these days, the last high schools in Japan having converted to more British-style uniforms in the mid-2000s. So she was the same age as him at best, possibly younger. Izuku was incredibly confused and for the first time in his life, found himself at a loss as to where to even start asking questions. So instead, Izuku decided to gather more information, eyes sweeping up and down over the new arrival to see what he could learn. Yaoyorozu Momo was tall, especially for a girl in Japan. Not tall like Amora and Loki were, but she was easily 170 centimeters tall, give or take a few. Not terribly taller than him, but given that the average height for women in Japan, even including Muation quirk outliers, was still only 157 centimeters, she was definitely on the tall side. Then again, given that she clearly wasn't of purely Japanese ancestry, perhaps her greater height was understandable. In his current generation, Daburu individuals actually outnumbered quirkless by a considerable margin, meaning that statistically Momo was less of a rarity than he was. At the same time, Afro-Asians accounted for a fraction of the roughly 2% of the population that was Daburu, making her a bit of a rarity herself. Personally, Izuku didn't really see how someone could subscribe to the ethnic nationalism that still permeated Japan. How could people still care if your mother was Korean when there was a walking orca in the population? Still, He had to imagine that no minority group really had it easy in a country as uniform as Japan, and so Momo's upbringing probably hadn't been much more pleasant than his. Although it did possibly explain why she was seeking solace in Mamakatsu. Her peers were probably awful to her. It did make him wonder, though, where her parents were from. Because Momo didn't share Miriko's very Okinawan look, or the darker fake tan of a Gyaru, or even Rocklock's complexion. She was even darker complected than that, nearly to the point where he could understand why Americans traditionally referred to them as black people in English. He found his vocabulary failing him as he sought to describe her. It was so different from what he was used to. Beautiful, to be sure, but definitely different. Her whole palette was on the darker side, Izuku discovered as he continued to appraise her. She had dark eyes that seemed to be moving as rapidly as his, clearly evaluating the situation for herself, and presumably him and Amora as part of that. Her black hair was pulled back into a spiky ponytail, and as her head turned slightly to the side, he saw that it was held back with a string of thick black beads with unfamiliar symbols carved into them. Then his eyes dropped a bit lower and Izuku joined Loki in blushing profusely. To be polite, she was generously proportioned. At least as curvy as Amora, which was quite an achievement considering not only her age but that Amora was using magic to make herself look that way. So to summarize, his new acquaintance was a tall, beautiful biracial girl who presumably had access to fairly vast sums of money if she was engaged in Mamakatsu with Loki of all people. Somehow, Izuku doubted the Asgardians' time came cheaply. She would also have to be decently intelligent and fairly sophisticated, because Loki did not suffer fools or idiots kindly. Then her last name properly registered in his racing mind and he knew what his first question was going to be. Yayorozu? As in Yayorozu Industries? The high-end lifestyle and support item company that deals almost exclusively in adapted, vibranium-free Wakandan technology? Oh. Wakandan. That would explain a lot about Momo's appearance. The very same. While King T'Challa the Elder opened the country to the wider world all the way back in 2016, there was very little actual exchange of technology and ideas as we suffered from the snap, and then the rise of quirks shortly after the blip caused the decline of, well, most everything beyond Wakanda's borders. Momo reached up behind her head, pulled a string of beads out of her hair and manipulating one to create a holographic projection of what Izuku quickly recognized as the Yayorozu Industries headquarters in Marunouchi. My mother decided she wanted to spread Wakandan excellence to new markets, and left the Golden City for Tokyo after graduating from college. She met an enterprising young man with a quirk that could create blueprints that explained how to create anything that he touched, and the rest, as they say, is history. Nodding absently, Izuku raised a hand to point at the beads in Momo's hand. Is your hair tie a holographic projector? Momo perked up, handing the beads to him and allowing him to run his fingers over the markings carved into the beads the same way she had. Unsurprisingly, they failed to react to his touch. After a few seconds, she took them back, returning them to her hair and then adjusting her ponytail a bit. Kamoyo beads. Most Wakandans wear them as a bracelet. I choose something a bit less obvious. The beads have different functions. A communicator, access to my parents' computer network, a holographic projector, control over the self-driving car that chauffeurs me around. My parents are currently hard at work on a version that doesn't utilize vibranium so that they can mass market them here in Japan. So far, it's not going terribly well. Vibranium is proving stubbornly integral to their functioning, to the point that they're debating quirk-synthesized unnatural elements as an alternative. I mean, their high-tensile strength fabrics, especially quirk-infused fabrics, have changed how heroes dress, and their upgrades to communications and computer technologies have revolutionized how heroes operate in the field. If anyone can do it, your parents can. Izuku let his gaze drift from Momo to the slightly more composed-looking Loki and back before deciding that he in fact did need to know everything about their relationship, especially considering that Amora had clearly known of Momo's existence at a minimum and not seen fit to fill him in. So how did you and Koli meet? Closing the short remaining distance between them, Momo approached Loki and took the taller girl's hand, bringing it up to her lips so that she could brush a kiss against Loki's knuckles. It's not a very romantic story, I'm ashamed to admit. Especially considering how much I enjoy romance novels. I had higher hopes for myself. But, needs must, I suppose. We met through the Universe Club. Initially they were uneasy with my desire to register as a daddy, as the company catered exclusively to rich men seeking young women, but they were persuaded by the wealth that I was willing to bring to the table. Which was surprising, considering that it was only around 50% of my allowance. It really put into perspective how generous my parents are financially. Granted, it meant making a few small cuts in my spending, especially my manga habit, but I decided that I might need to make sacrifices in the name of finding love. Kohli's profile documented incredibly demanding standards for a partner, of which I happened to be the only daddy to meet in the history of the club. So the club put us in contact. 6 months later, here we are. Loki brought her free hand up to her forehead, dismissing her signature horns with a wave of rippling green magic and then resting the top of her head against Momo's. We're aware that there's a bit of an age gap, but isn't there always in relationships like this? And besides, she meets almost everything that I'm looking for in a partner and I fulfill all her needs, and isn't that the important thing? Peering up at her companion, Momo raised an eyebrow curiously. Almost everything? That implies that I don't entirely measure up to your standards and I'm not sure how I feel about that. The question brought a faint smirk to Loki's lips. I may be a bit of a trickster and a scoundrel by most people's standards, but even I have limits. You are 14, after all. It took a second for both mortals to catch on to what Loki was implying. Izuku promptly found himself blushing again even as Momo colored faintly before offering a nod of acknowledgement. Turning to Izuku, Momo cleared her throat before trying very obviously to change the subject. So, you would be the new Thor, then? Or, well, the wielder of Stormbreaker. I have no idea what you're going to choose for your hero name. Oh, I am. I suppose me standing here holding Stormbreaker sort of gave that away, didn't it? And we haven't decided on anything yet, but Sylvie is leaning toward the indomitable Thor. Like how Foster Jane was the mighty Thor. So yes, Thor for casual use, indomitable Thor for marketing. Still full of questions, Izuku found himself fidgeting awkwardly in front of the new arrival before just blurting out what he was thinking. If you're really only 14, why do you need a sugar baby? Like, what's wrong with actually meeting someone the normal way? Before she could answer, Amora snorted and elbowed him playfully in the chest. Which she was prone to doing, given that their height difference meant that she had to make a concerted effort to actually elbow him in the ribs like a normal person. Oh, you mean like how you got a girlfriend the normal way? Izuku was willing to admit that was a very fair point, but he wasn't the one being questioned at the moment. Also, I wasn't exactly looking for a girlfriend. You decided you were going to be my girlfriend after I lifted Stormbreaker. Not to mention that we met and went from acquaintances to friends to partners, which I feel is a fairly normal way to go about that sort of thing. After considering that for a moment, Amora nodded to concede his point. I suppose you're right. On both fronts. Very well, you can continue to judge Yaoyorozu's life choices. He wasn't. Well, maybe a little. Just a bit. Before Izuku could try and argue his innocence on that front, Amora turned back to Momo. Izuku did make a fair point. Do tell. What drew you to that sort of lifestyle? As opposed to living out a junior high slice of life Yuri manga with one of your classmates. I did consider that. For a few minutes. On my first day of junior high. Alas, there were several barriers in my way. For one, Momo brought her hand up to rest on the top of her head before drawing it forward, bringing attention to her height. The next tallest girl in my class was 14 centimeters shorter than me. While I've resigned myself to being the tallest one in most locker rooms, I was looking for someone who made me feel small, dainty, feminine. Raising an eyebrow, Loki bumped her cheek against the top of Momo's head to get the smaller girl's attention before nodding in the direction of her substantial chest. Are you implying that I'm in some way the masculine one in this relationship? Which was an ironic statement, given who it was coming from, but that was a good question. Izuku was curious about the answer. The question earned a low chuckle from Momo, who tilted her head up to press a kiss against Loki's jaw. Of course not, honey. But you do excel at being the taller partner, which was one of the things that I was looking for in a relationship. Also, being an Asgardian means you're considerably more solid and heavy than me, which in turn does wonders to make me feel small and dainty in comparison. Loki let out a huff, turning up her nose at Momo. You're calling me heavy now? I don't think I like this. Utterly nonplussed by her girlfriend's behavior, Momo just let out a soft chuckle before turning back to Amora and Izuku. Koli says that as if she doesn't weigh more than a refrigerator. She broke my bed the first time she tried to jump on it. I'm not exactly light myself, thanks to my quirk, but even my bed wasn't rated to survive a sudden impact from 200 kilograms. We had to upgrade to one marketed toward individuals with mutant quirks. Her quirk. What was her quirk? It had to be something fascinating and powerful if Loki was willing to give her the time of day. Or, no, Loki probably would be considered quirkist based on some of the things that Izuku had heard her say in the past. And probably the type to espouse Destro's beliefs about quirk usage and the superiority of the powerful. So yes, Momo was probably powerful to go with her wealth and intelligence. Izuku, however, still had other questions about their relationship, and so he reluctantly filed away questions about her quirk for later. So, you got a sugar baby because you wanted to be the short one? I don't know much about sugar babies, but I assumed they would all be, well, normal heights. Not Koli-sized. Well, clearly Koli was Koli-sized, much to my delight. You're not wrong, though, there were several poor matches before we were introduced to each other. Momo shrugged faintly, before gesturing up at her face. I suppose the other reason I'm not dating one or more of my peers at the moment is that I wasn't terribly inclined to date someone who referred to me as Hafuyorozu. I may have beauty, grace, and intelligence, and a powerful quirk, but I am lacking in one key category that keeps me from being popular with my peers. Izuku winced at the confirmation of his suspicions. Hafuyorozu was only slightly less insulting than Deku. Technically more factual than derogatory, but not by much. Probably racist. I was quirkless before. I lifted Stormbreaker. So I suppose I understand what you mean better than most people would. Children can be cruel. Momo gave a jerky nod. Quite. Very few people were willing to look past my ancestry to see me, and those who did were quite clearly after my money, the connections that come with the Yaoyorozu name, or both. So I decided to own it. If girls were going to be interested in me primarily for my money, why not pick one or more who would at least be honest with me about it? So I registered for the Universe Club. And now here they were, meeting because she chose Loki of all people. Loki. Koli. Momo exclusively referred to her as the latter. Did she know the truth about her partner? Or did she assume that Izuku didn't know and was trying to protect Loki's secret? Was there a way to ask that wouldn't give away her secret if Momo wasn't already aware? After a few seconds' consideration, Izuku couldn't come up with one, and so he decided that discretion was the better part of valor and he just wouldn't broach the subject. Before he could come up with a way to either continue the conversation or change the topic, Amora seized on a tidbit of information that she clearly found interesting. One, or more. My mother married her third husband a few years ago, and I will soon be the fourth child in the family. When I began exploring who I wanted to be in a relationship sense, I quickly determined that I was only interested in women, but that I might have the ability to love more than one woman. Momo's expression turned thoughtful. That being said, Koli does meet all my needs as a partner, and there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Loki's expression likewise turned thoughtful, and Izuku suddenly found himself wondering what Sigyn thought of all this. Maybe that was what Loki was thinking. Of introducing the two. While Sigyn was ostensibly the goddess of fidelity, which made Izuku assume that she would be inclined toward monogamy, being faithful to all of one's partners in a polycule was still fidelity, right? Then Loki chuckled softly. Not all your needs. I know you still harbor those. Fantasies about love letters in your locker and stolen kisses between classes. After a second or two of consideration, Momo offered a dismissive wave in response to Loki's words. Well, yes. But we've already covered that my peers are awful. If my choices are dating one of the few sycophants that I've uncovered at Osasu Junior High School to enjoy a storybook teen romance or dating Koli, I would gladly pick Koli any day of the week. As Koli pressed another kiss to the top of Momo's head, Amora grinned widely and gestured from herself to Loki and back. Are you going to be attending UA High next year, Yayorozu-san? Because we were thinking of applying, which means you might get your wish. While I don't like to brag, I have received a recommendation to attend UA High. Nothing will be final until after the recommended exam. There are usually at least 24 recommended and only 4 slots. But I would like to think that I stand a strong chance of being accepted. Momo looked from Amora up at Loki and then back to Amora. How exactly were the two of you planning to gain admission given that you are more than 20 times the age of the average applicant? Much to Izuku's delight, they'd never really talked about his idea apart from Loki tersely saying she would consider it. Loki brought her hand up and waved it over her face, his skin turning blue as a pair of dark horns curled back from her temples. We have thoughts on the matter. Seeing as how you're here at the moment, perhaps you'd be willing to discuss it with us over dinner before I take you back to Anho? Momo brought her finger up to tap against her chin, considering the request. Would this count as our designated time for the week as per our sugar arrangement, or be in addition to that? Because no offense intended to your friends, but if it's the former, I would prefer to have you to myself. I'm sure you understand. Considering that we have plans for later this week that I'm not particularly looking to cancel, I think we can make an exception to our agreement for dinner tonight. Waving her hand over her face again to restore it to its normal appearance, Loki edged her head to the side thoughtfully. That being said, I'm not used to having you on what would pass for my home turf in Japan, and so I'm not entirely sure of where to take you. Izuku reached down to pat his wallet through his pants. It would cut into his figure buying again, but he could conceivably treat everyone to dinner if he chose the right place. And the best intersection of price point and quality that he could think of. What about going to Shimizuko Minami? Raising an eyebrow skeptically, Loki frowned down at him. A donburi restaurant? Isn't that a bit pedestrian? My mother hired a cook from Wakanda, and so most of what I eat is native Jabari dishes. Modern Japanese cuisine is a bit bland in comparison, but it's a nice treat once in a while. Momo bounced excitedly on her toes, and Izuku did his best not to pay attention to how some parts of her considerably bounced more than others. Although it is a bit early for dinner, perhaps we could go to a nearby cafe or other establishment and get to know each other better. Amora's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and Izuku groaned as he realized what she was thinking. Sylvie-chan, I can't afford both quality time for you with Inazuma and dinner for all 4 of us. For the privilege of seeing the utterly conflicted expression on Koli's face when she meets Inazuma? I'll pay. Amora grinned widely before turning to the confused-looking Koli. The local branch of At Home is hero-themed. And they have a Thor maid. Who speaks Asgardian. Loki stared at Amora in disbelief before looking to Izuku for confirmation. When the verdette nodded in assent, she turned back to Amora. What? Chuckling, Amora offered a shrug in response. Kaguya developed a fondness for Lolita attire and was looking for a way to earn extra money. Inazuma came to the compound looking for a way to take her persona to the next level, so Kaguya spent months teaching her our language. Izuku was pondering taking lessons from her as well, but she was recalled to Tonsberg before he could act on it. Momo was looking to establish a basic fluency in Asgardian so that she could brag that she was pentalingual. Loki glanced over at Momo curiously. Maybe we can establish classes for them together, just to save ourselves some time and effort? Momo gave an agreeable nod. I remain interested in learning your language. If you'd prefer to teach both of us at once, I would be amenable. Before Izuku could ask a very pertinent question, she turned to him and ticked off points on her fingers. Koli is actually short by 1. I would be a lingual if I learned Asgardian. I can already speak Kosa, Yoruba, Hausa, Japanese, and English. That revelation earned a surprised look from Loki. I definitely knew about the first 3 because the majority of Wakandans are trilingual at a minimum, and obviously I knew you spoke Japanese. English, though? When did you learn to speak English? Looking a bit surprised herself, Momo gestured back and forth between the two of them. Koli, dear, you understand me purely by using Allspeak. You've told me this yourself, yes? When Loki nodded hesitantly, Momo let out an exasperated sigh. Then how would you be able to tell the difference between me speaking different languages to you? They all sound the same to you. Damn, you're right. There's not even accents or anything on what I hear with Allspeak, so I can't tell the difference between the different languages I knew you knew. Loki looked consternated at that admission, frowning thoughtfully at Momo. So wait, how often do you talk to me in English? Momo shrugged and waved dismissively. Not terribly often. I speak Japanese most of the time, Kosa sometimes when we get into scientific knowledge that the rest of the world hasn't discovered yet. We've talked about visiting America a few times and I spoke English. I just thought you knew. And here Izuku had felt accomplished speaking fluent English in addition to Japanese. And being willing to learn Asgardian. Wow. He was used to being the second smartest person his own age in most situations, but Momo could probably run circles around even Bakugo intellectually. Then he frowned, turning to Amora. Does it still make sense for me to learn Asgardian? On one hand, I'm the new Thor. I feel like I should. On the other hand, being the new Thor means that I'll be getting Allspeak. Or at least that's what you told me. You said Jane had it. Amora nodded agreeably before tilting her head to the side as she regarded him. I mean, you can't go wrong learning more languages. I can speak 5 on top of using Allspeak. But it's no longer, well, I don't think it was ever strictly necessary. I think you just wanted to impress me, didn't you? Blushing, Izuku nodded slowly. You were the first person who's been nice to me since I was diagnosed quirkless. Of course I wanted to make you happy. And then we started dating and I had all the more reason to want to impress you. Clapping her hands together, Momo grinned brightly at the two of them. You wanted to learn her native language just to impress her? That's so romantic. Koli, you should learn Kosa so you can whisper sweet nothings in my ear the same way that my ancestors did. Loki let out a long sigh. Now look what you've done. Chapter 15. Before you get into this chapter, you should probably know that I've gone back and edited all of the existing chapters, to the point that the word count prior to posting this chapter has jumped from 52,489 words to 66,343 words. That's not a small amount of change. Some chapters have scenes swapped, some chapters have new scenes, all chapters have expanded scenes. All Might tries to lift Stormbreaker at one point. All kinds of fun stuff. Highly recommend that you go back to the beginning and poke through the story anew, but your mileage may vary. Joe's note. This is another chapter that is new to the third revision of this story, like Chapter 9's exploration of Izuku's powers. I decided that given the hate that Momo got in the second revision, I definitely wanted to double down on what I'd done to her character and explore her more thoroughly. So this chapter was born. If you're at all curious, or more accurately, have been since her first appearance back in Chapter 3, Inazuma is a stage name for the particular maid and is literally the Japanese word for lightning, specifically lightning that strikes the ground. And before you can ask, the new maid debuting in this chapter's name means Panther Queen, while the real name that she provides Momo with means she who is educated. In Kosa, etymology has always been a subject that I've loved, and coming up with names for new characters is one of my favorite things about the world-building process. Dedications and thanks to Nicholas, Howard, Jade, Alexander, Tiber, Alonsis II, Daniel, Clark, Adrian, Erlking, Radillan, Hematite, Charles, Jackie, Edward, Andrew, Roofcrawler, Will, P. Book R, Samuel, Mikey, Beverly, Daniel, Charles, Krygon 20, Subtle, Christopher, Stephen, Fablesrobe, Morgan, Joseph, Jason, Riley Westfall, Bloody Lord, Mark, Zirio, Chris, George, Kobe, William, Devin, J.J. Bell, David, Gavin, the 10th Ancestor, Lukshi, Made, John, Roman, Warren, and Jess for sponsoring me on Patra0N, and making it easier for me to spend more of my time writing. Imibuliso. Momo slowly looked from the waitress standing in front of them to where Izuku was smiling at her encouragingly and then back to the waitress. It's because I'm black, isn't it? Smile remaining as bright as when she first approached them. The waitress shook her head vehemently before gesturing up and down at Momo. You're joking, right? Your mother is practically a legend among young women in the Golden City. I've followed her on social media since I was old enough to have a phone, and followed you since you were old enough to have accounts. You're not going to find a Wakandan in Japan who doesn't recognize you, Yaoyorozu. Momo. Oh. Well then. My apologies for assuming. I didn't know I was that famous among, what, all 5 of you? Momo smirked faintly at her own joke even as the clearly Black Panther-themed waitress let out a soft snicker. Izuku had never seen her before in his multiple trips to the cafe, but given that he only had eyes for exactly 2 members of the staff, that didn't mean much. You're from one of the core 3 tribes, then? If Kosa is your go-to language, you must be. Nodding, the maid tugged her lower lip down to display a glimmering tattoo. Before Izuku could get a good look at it, she released it and answered Momo's question. Mining tribe. Are you, not? Much of your mother's life before leaving the country remains shrouded in mystery, even to those of us who wish to follow in her footsteps. Even as Izuku pulled out his notebook and began taking notes, he knew very little about Wakanda other than that it was home of the Black Panther. Momo shook her head. Mountain tribe. Oh, my apologies. Well, you perfectly understood me, so I suppose it wasn't wasted. Well then, Ku Irola. My name is Hyoju and welcome to At Home Musutafu. Hyoju turned and gestured to the cafe itself before smiling brightly at them. Would you prefer to be seated with me, or does one of the other maids interest you more? Izuku glanced over at Amora questioningly, not entirely sure that his input was being requested. She shook her head and gestured to Momo, to which he nodded. This was her first time. As much as he wanted to see if Kenko was working today, and knew that Amora wanted to subject Loki to Inazuma, this was Momo's first foray into the wonderful world of maid cafes, and Amora was content to let her chart her own course. Unsurprisingly, Momo offered a bright smile in response and gestured back at Hyoju. I'll patronize your section in exchange for your real name. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep a straight face, calling the Black Panther-themed maid, Panther Queen, all afternoon. Rather than be offended, as Izuku feared, Hyoju merely laughed before leading Momo deeper into the cafe. These are all characters that we're playing, nothing more, nothing less. If you insist, though, my name is Fundiswa. As long as we're getting personal, would you like my number and line information too? The back of her neck darkening told Izuku that Momo was blushing again, bringing one hand up to her mouth. I wasn't attempting to be flirtatious, oh my. I suppose it was rather forward of me to insist on your real name, wasn't it? Although, I've read about places like this. Isn't it against the rules to ask a maid for her contact information? Hyoju, because he certainly hadn't been given leave to call her by her real name and Izuku's mother had raised a proper young man, just smiled sunnily in response. It's not asking for it if I'm giving it to you freely. Do you want it? Glancing back at Loki uncertainly, Momo waited until her girlfriend shrugged uncaringly before turning back to Hyoju and drawing herself a little taller. I wouldn't object to another Wakandan friend here in Japan if you're serious about exchanging information. Although I am a bit younger than you. I'll be going into high school next year and I presume you're here for college? I am. The king remains perpetually curious about how fast the rest of the world is advancing, or more accurately, how much they may or may not remain stagnated. I'm a sophomore at Tokyo Tech right now, going for a bachelor's in engineering. Top of my class, not that it's hard considering I learned at least half of what they teach here in college before I left Wakanda. Arriving at their destination, Hyoju moved to stand at the head of the table before gesturing to the seats on either side. Please be seated. Pulling out the chair closest to Hyoju on the left, Momo stared up at her fellow Wakandan. Are you looking to return to Wakanda after you graduate, or are you taking a longer-term assignment in the outside world? Hyoju shrugged faintly before handing Momo a menu, likewise distributing them to Amora, Loki, and Izuku after they seated themselves at the table. Wakandans don't qualify for the Abe initiative, so I suppose it depends on whether I'm given continued backing to attend a graduate program or if I'm needed elsewhere. I'd like to be allowed to stay. I've grown a bit attached to Japan over the last 2 years. She twirled, showing off her black maid outfit resplendent with purple embroidery and accents. Where else can I dress up like our national hero and chat with people about them and get paid for it? From her spot next to him, Amora grinned and nudged Izuku with her elbow. It's a pity that butler cafes never really caught on with the populace here in Japan. If there was a male equivalent of this place, you could earn hero merchandise money talking to women about All Might every day after school. That would actually be a job that he'd be qualified for even before lifting Stormbreaker. After all, you didn't need a quirk to serve her tea and snacks to young women. Izuku slouched in his seat a bit. On the other hand, it would require me to talk to girls, Amora, and be charming. I'm barely passable at one, and completely inept at the other. I'd never make it at a butler cafe. You're not wrong. Working in a maid cafe requires a certain level of social energy that not everyone possesses. Hyoju gestured across the room to where Kenko was perched on the arm of a patron's chair, leaning down to speak quietly with the just shy of middle-aged salaryman at her table. You're equal parts waitress, actress, and therapist. It's a harder job than you think. I suppose that's why at home pays us so well. You can't just pull a random girl off the street to do this job. Nodding agreeably, Momo held her left hand over her right forearm and Izuku watched with rapt attention as her skin sparkled brightly. One by one, a string of Komoyo beads emerged from the sparkling spot on her skin. Once it was complete, Momo offered it up to Hyoju. An accessory for your work outfit? They're purely ornamental, so you don't have to worry about anyone getting too close to them. Hyoju gasped, bringing her hands up to her face before reaching down to accept the proffered bracelet. Oh, thank you. I was going to add a bracelet of plain black beads to my outfit but I couldn't find one the right size. I don't know if anyone outside of our kind even knows these exist, but authenticity? Yay? Yay. Loki's dry tone made Izuku look over at where the dark-haired Asgardian looked severely unimpressed with what was going on. I'll have whatever the most alcoholic thing on the menu is. 2 of them. Before Hyoju could request her identification, Loki conjured a small clutch out of thin air and pulled out a bright pink identification card of some sort. Izuku leaned forward, curious about it, only to have Loki scowl at him and pointedly present the card directly to Hyoju. When the waitress returned it, she tucked it back into her clutch and vanishing the whole thing once more. Like I said, something strong, twice. Scribbling down Loki's order, Hyoju turned to Momo. We actually added it to the menu when I started working here because I shared my personal stash with a few of the other maids and they liked it. But if I could be so bold, I'd recommend the Rua Boss. Single origin, organic, fair trade certified. While Izuku had eaten the option a few times on the menu and been curious but never curious enough to ask, Momo seemed positively excited about the option. That's my favorite kind of tea. Absolutely, yes, I'll take some Rua Boss. I'm always a for chocolate but it's a bit too warm out for hot chocolate. Closing her menu, Amora handed it back to Hyoju. Iced chocolate for me. And since my boyfriend is roundly terrible at talking to girls who aren't me and Coley, let's get him to be adventurous today. Muscat tea for him. As Hyoju bowed before turning and hurrying off to give their order to the kitchen, Izuku raised an eyebrow at Amora as he racked his brain. I have no idea what you just ordered me. I mean, it's tea obviously, but muscat isn't a Japanese word, so I'm very confused as to what it might possibly be. Amora just smiled at him before leaning in and resting her head on his shoulder. I haven't the foggiest. I assumed it was short for muscatel, which is a varietal of Darjeeling tea known for its distinct grape notes. You have a reasonably adventurous palate, so I figured I'd get you to try it. If you don't like it, I'll pay for something else. That seemed fair. Izuku turned back to their companions, only to find Momo and Loki eyeing each other uncertainly. Before he could ask what he'd missed, Momo rolled her eyes and covered Loki's hand with her own. I wasn't flirting, I was just excited to run into a fellow Wakandan here of all places. You have nothing to worry about. Besides, she's too old for me. Loki shot Momo a deadpan look at that statement. She's what, 19? 20? I'm over 300 years old. Please, though, continue to try and convince me that age would be a barrier in this instance, though. Will you stop? Shaking her head, Momo gave Loki's hand a squeeze. By Hanuman, you're the one who keeps encouraging me to get a girlfriend since you already have a wife. How am I supposed to meet someone if this is how you react to me being polite to another girl? Given that his mother had always raised him that private business should be conducted in private, and this was definitely none of his business, Izuku found himself squirming uncomfortably in his seat. Casting about for something to change the subject, his eyes landed on Momo's bare forearm. So, what does your quirk actually do? Some sort of pocket dimension access. And you were summoning beads that you put into your pocket dimension at some other time? Momo turned to Izuku, a bit startled at his question, before smoothing her expression into a slightly mischievous smile. An understandable guess, but not quite right. The skin of her forearm sparkled again, this time heralding the arrival of a bright orange prescription pill bottle, complete with a very authentic look label. Coley has told me very little of substance about you, but she did mention that you seem like a very anxious young man. I'm not a licensed prescriber, but I can offer you a free sample of Yaoyaperone. Taking the bottle uncertainly, Izuku held it up and stared at the small white pills inside. His mother had been trying to convince him to go to a therapist for a few years now, convinced that there might be some underlying cause other than his quirklessness to explain why he fit in so poorly with his peers. Now it turned out that evidently Loki thought the same of him, and Loki's girlfriend was going so far as to offer him medication. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's an anxiety disorder or a completely normal reaction to being bullied and roundly mistreated by society as a whole for 10 years. I appreciate the thought, though. So if your quirk isn't a pocket dimension, is it some sort of warp quirk? You're warping stuff from somewhere you store them to our location? Still grinning mischievously, Momo shook her head before handing the bottle of pills off to Loki, who made them disappear with a puff of unnaturally green fire that left behind an awful stench. Incinerating plastic probably did that, though, also off the mark. Your problem is that you assume that these things existed before I need them, and so you're trying to figure out how I'm moving them about. The truth is that I'm creating them myself. Medicine is a large proportion of what I've learned to make lately, to be truthful, and an extensive percentage of what I have been creating with my quirk. I've actually set up a blossoming supply train that brings the genericized medications that I can create to clinics in disadvantaged neighborhoods and distributes them for a very reasonable fee. While I'm not one to brag, I'm very proud to think that I'm the cause of Biocon's 0.5% drop in gross profits last quarter. That sounds grossly illegal, on more than just quirk use grounds. Izuku regarded Momo warily as she shot him an amused look. This was the girl that Loki was choosing to date? The appeal was starting to fade. Sure, she was gorgeous and rich and brilliant, but she also had a clear disdain for the law, kind of like Loki. Maybe that was her appeal. What if you get caught? I assume you did it at home, so it's not public quirk usage, but I can't imagine that using your quirk to create drugs and distributing them is in any way, shape or form legal. You'll be banned from enrolling in most anywhere's hero program. Or at least, most anywhere reputable. Definitely UA. Momo offered an uncaring shrug. Then instead of being the hero creator, I become comrade creator, champion of the downtrodden. I appreciate that we exist in a society of laws, Midoriya-san, but we also exist with gifts that allow us to help our fellow man. What kind of hero hopeful would I be if I turned my back on the suffering of the sick? Especially when I can do something for them? It costs me approximately a piece of pasta to create the amount of insulin that someone would pay 15,000 yen for. In return, I ask for 2,500 yen. 1/6 the price, leaving them with their condition properly managed and considerably more money to spend on the rest of life's needs. and the money that I make is used to pay off the costs of my supply chain, with a little left over to donate to the clinics that distribute my drugs. What about that isn't heroic? When she put it like that, while intentionally breaking any number of laws wasn't terribly heroic, her intent clearly was. It was like being a medicinal vigilante. And given that he was hoping to exploit the quirk usage requirement loophole in the country's vigilante laws once Amora thought he was ready to try patrolling the streets, could he really condemn her without being the mother of all hypocrites? Sighing deeply, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor and that arguing quirk use morality was a bit too deep for the first time they hung out. So you have a creation quirk of some sort. Would you be willing to tell me more about how it works? I'm endlessly curious about quirks, not having one of my own and all. Quite simply, I can create anything that I understand the structure of. Momo gestured to Loki's hand, which was still hanging awkwardly in the air from when she had disposed of the pill bottle. So in that case, I understood the structure of buspirone, polypropylene, cellulose, the adhesive to affix the label to the bottle, etc. I combine it all in my head, and a bottle of pills comes out. In essence, the only limit to my quirk is my own intelligence. The more I know, the more I can create. Koli wants to teach me how to make uru, but she's yet to find a definitive atomic structure for it in any of her readings. That was fascinating. And theoretically limitless. If Momo went into space, she could come back to Earth with the knowledge to make materials beyond what human science was capable of creating. She could, as she was trying to learn, someday create uru, the metal that made his hammer so formidable. Although, she was Wakandan. Her parents sold vibranium-free adapted technology. But, can you make vibranium? Momo winced before nodding slowly. I have an understanding with Tae-King. I may create it for personal use only, and must submit a thorough accounting of every gram of it that I create at the end of each quarter. If an amount of vibranium in excess of 100 grams leaves my direct possession, I am to report it to the council immediately. The Dora Milaje have been dispatched twice in my lifetime to correct my failings. It is not how I would have preferred to meet them. Given how jealously Wakanda guarded its most precious resource, Izuku somehow doubted that the government had been thrilled with Momo for managing to lose vibranium. It did make him curious how she managed to get away with walking around Japan with it on her person. What if someone stole her hair tie? Then again, considering she could probably create a taser, or something worse, to defend herself against a common variety mugger, maybe it wasn't that great a risk? Before Izuku could ask another question, Hyoju came bustling back over with 5 drinks on a tray. I have no idea what this is, but I told the staff the same thing you told me, so, enjoy? Placing 2 identical mystery drinks in front of Loki, she quickly distributed the other 3 drinks to the person who had ordered them before bowing. I'll be back to check on you shortly. So, given that I've read that maids are professionally disinterested in patrons' conversations and that we can speak freely enough, Momo paused long enough to take a sip of her tea, making a noise of satisfaction before turning to look at Loki. Koli-chan, you said that you had thoughts about how you might be able to join me at UA. Hi? Bringing her hand up to her hairline, Loki went to transform herself again before evidently thinking better of it. Speaking quietly about sensitive matters around people who were paid to pretend they heard nothing was one thing. Shape-shifting in the middle of the cafe was something else entirely. Izuku came up with the idea for Sylvie. And expanded it to include me. He wants me to apply for UA as a Japanese girl with a quirk. Momo took another sip of her tea, eyes bouncing back and forth between Loki and Izuku. I see. So I would be unable to claim the distinction of dating an Asgardian in exchange for having you at my side throughout my high school education. She considered it quietly for almost a minute, Loki staring at her uncertainly the entire time, before offering a soft smile. I'm not averse. You haven't met literally anyone that I know yet, so it wouldn't be difficult to phase Koli out and replace her with. How far have you developed this plan of yours so far? I've been told that I'm terrible at picking names for things, so I was going to accede to Izuku's suggestion and call myself Aoichi. Shimoko. The corner of Momo's mouth quirked a bit higher and Loki sighed. It's a terrible name, isn't it? Momo shook her head in response, covering Loki's hand with her own. Oh, no, I was just amused by the fact that you openly admit you're terrible at naming things. It's especially amusing given that you honestly thought an anagram of your real name was a good disguise at some point in your very long life. That certainly got Izuku's attention, but not as much as it did Loki and Amora. The two Asgardians bolted upright in their seats, exchanging borderline terrified looks. What Amora had to be worried about, Izuku wasn't quite sure. Her disguise would probably remain intact even if Momo had figured out the truth about Loki. The dark-haired Asgardian fidgeted in her seat, reaching up to play with her hair nervously. I have no idea what you're talking about. 2 points on Momo's temples began to sparkle and Izuku watched in rapt attention as horns slowly emerged from her forehead, growing and curling upward before the sparkles spread to a large enough swath of her forehead that the bridge of Loki's tiara could emerge. Turning to her girlfriend, Momo offered an exasperated look. Really, Koli? You have no idea what I'm talking about? Doing her best to look innocent, Loki looked from Momo to Izuku and Amora's side of the table and then back. So what, I like horns. They're very regal looking. Most of Asgard's royalty was known for headwear with things sticking off of it. I don't see what you're getting at. Creating a piece of paper and a pen, Momo calmly wrote out, Koli, in English. Then she added, Loki, just below it, and drew arrows connecting the letters of the anagram. I'm sorry, you were saying? I'm not denying that I've patterned my persona after the god of mischief, darling. Doing her best to look innocent, Loki ran her finger along the rim of her glass as she avoided Momo's skeptical gaze. I'm merely denying that I am in fact the god of mischief. Crumpling up the ball of paper, Momo stuffed it into her purse before pulling her Kimoyo beads off of her ponytail. Fiddling with them, she projected a hologram of. Izuku recognized a DNA helix, but all of the words floating around it were backwards and therefore impossible to make out. Also, whatever language they were in clearly wasn't Japanese or English, so even being on the right side of the projection likely wouldn't have helped him. Remember that time you accidentally cut yourself trying to cook in my kitchen? I sent your blood out for a few tests. After paying handsomely for a blood sample from one of Sylvie's companions, not only can I conclusively say that you are not in fact the same species, but your telomeres point to you being significantly older than them. But please, by all means, continue this feeble attempt at lying to me. I should probably try harder to convince you otherwise at this point, but part of what attracted me to you was that you were a very intelligent young woman. Loki sighed, slouching in her seat a bit as she picked up her glass of mystery alcohol and sipped from it. She made a face at the flavor but then took a bigger gulp, so it couldn't have been terrible. How long have you suspected? Momo offered an uncaring shrug as she threw her arm around Loki's shoulders. Since I saw your profile at the Universe Club. I mean. Let's be serious here. Black hair, green eyes, dressed in green and gold, with a horned headdress, and your name was Koli? How could I not? Amora let out a snort before succumbing and dissolving into laughter, only to be brought up short by Momo turning her attention to the blonde. I don't see what's so funny, Amora. At least Loki put some effort into a disguise. Straightening up, a wide-eyed Amora looked from Momo to Izuku and back. I beg your pardon? My name is Lushton Sylvie, and while I may in fact have patterned my current appearance after a noteworthy Asgardian, I assure you that your facial biometrics, when adjusted for a roughly human-like aging process, are a 97% match for Amora the Enchantress based on vintage 2025 media that I was able to acquire. Momo arched an eyebrow as she stared at Amora over the top of her teacup, sipping from it slowly. Also, you're literally wearing the same outfit that Amora was repeatedly publicly seen in. Amora stared at Momo in silence for several seconds before reaching across the table and stealing one of Loki's glasses. Well shit. We're terrible at this, aren't we? Turning to Izuku, she offered a curious expression. Why didn't you tell us that our cover identities were so bad? Shrugging, Izuku flipped back several pages to his notes and designs for Miwaku. I mean, I kind of did. Remember? That was why we were going to create completely new, and very different, identities for you before you attended UA next year. To which we've both agreed, but at the same time, trailing off. Amora gestured down at herself and then over at Loki before turning to her fellow Asgardian with a horrified look. Do you think Brunhild knows?